The first thing I felt was the stone, not the sun, not the air, not the fact that my entire life had just been quietly deleted. The stone, cold, flat, and pressed against my spine like it had a personal grudge against me specifically. I opened my eyes, and a ceiling of leaves opened back, green, layered, endless. The kind of green you only ever see in nature, documentaries about 10 seconds before something eats the camera crew. 12 hours earlier, I was 23 years old, freshly graduated, sitting on a train with a postgraduate acceptance letter in my bag and a plan so boring it was almost peaceful. Now, I was flat on my back on a slab of slate in a jungle that did not exist on any map I had ever seen. Then, the voice showed up. Not through my ears. It simply started existing inside my skull. Calm and pleasant. The way a flight attendant tells you the plane is going down. Welcome to the world of survival. Your sole objective is to survive. Forget everything you once had. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. It kept going. I was being given one treehouse seed. I had 3 days of newbie protection, during which nothing in this world would attack me. And one rule, delivered twice, which is how you know a rule matters. Never abandon your treehouse. It is your only refuge. Then the voice left, and I lay there on my rock listening to birds that were much too loud, doing the math. No water, no food, no knife, no idea which direction anything was. One seed. There were 9,998 of us holding one of those. I did not know that yet, and it would not have helped. I sat up, and that was when my head buzzed. Unlocking the survival world creator authority. I froze. Creator authority. That is a phrase with weight. That is a phrase that comes with a throne. Unlock failed, unlock failed, unlock failed, 7 times. 7. I sat on my rock and got rejected 7 consecutive times by a system that had brought the subject up itself. You have unlocked part of creator authority. Item identification. I had asked for God mode and been handed a magnifying glass. Accept. Then I looked down, and the world had labels on it. Barren soil, white, slate, white, and underneath, in the same flat tone, this is your spawn point, and its only real function is to give you a sore back. Amanita mushroom, white, a poisonous fungus you may eat whenever you feel like dying. I sat very still, because here is the thing about a world where everything is graded and priced. If I could see the grade of every rock, every plant, and every scrap in a radius of about a kilometer, then I was not the man with a magnifying glass. I was the only man in the jungle who could read the menu. I got up off my rock. The white stuff was everywhere, so white was the floor, which meant color was the signal, and I had a kilometer of vision. I turned in a slow circle until I caught a thin ribbon of green light off to the east and started walking toward it. It was a stream, 2 meters across, shallow, running woofers over pebbles. Fresh water, green, safe to drink directly, though boiling is recommended. And then, appended like my mother had gotten access to the system. Remember to drink more hot water. Thanks. I stuck my entire face in it like a dog. Then I started harvesting, and this is where the magnifying glass started earning its keep. Green pebbles in the shallows, which meant raw material. A red berry bush, green, sweet and sour and edible. An apple tree, green. Mushrooms, green. And a scrubby little weed the label called hemostasis grass, which apparently stopped bleeding. I ate until my stomach stopped complaining and then hit my first real crisis of the day. I had no bag, none. No pockets worth the name, nothing to carry with. I was standing in a supermarket with my hands full and no cart. So I took off my shirt, knotted the sleeves, and made a sack out of it. That was me at the end of day 1. Shirtless, in shorts, holding a bundle of berries tied with my own clothing, drinking from a stream in a world that had just told me to forget everything I once had. Honestly, the world could have been more specific about which parts. Night was the next problem, and the jungle made its opinion known early. Something screamed a long way off, and then something else answered it. I found the cave about 20 minutes before the light went. Black Bear Cave, green. Home of the black bear, an extremely ferocious beast. However, a mysterious force has removed all bears from this area for at least 3 days. Let me walk you through my reasoning. Something in this world was strong enough to grab every bear by the scruff and hold them somewhere else for 3 days. That something was on my side for exactly 72 hours. So, I slept in the bear's bedroom. If the landlord came back early, at least it would be over fast. I did not sleep well, but I did sleep. And before I lay down, I crushed a handful of that hemostasis grass between 2 rocks and smeared the green paste over my legs, which the undergrowth had spent all afternoon carving up. In the morning, the scratches were gone. Not scabbed, not healing. Gone like they had been edited out. I looked at my own shins for a while. Then I got out of the bear cave before the sun was fully up, because I was not going to push a 3-day guarantee to hour 70. Day 2, I followed the stream downhill, because water goes somewhere and somewhere is usually better than here. Along the way, I worked out the first real law of this world, and it is the law everything else hangs off. Soil of a given grade grows plants of that grade. Better dirt, better plants, and better odds of something rare coming up out of it. The white barren ground I woke up on grew white weeds. Green soil grew green berries, so the whole game was land. Find the good dirt. The stream widened, and then the trees stopped, and I was standing at the edge of a lake the size of a municipal reservoir. Reeds along the shore, lotus out on the water. And in the middle of all that green, two things burning blue. Blue. I had not seen blue anywhere. The first was a berry bush. Large red berry, blue, grants 2 hours of night vision. Night vision from a snack. The second was 1 square meter of dirt. Fertile soil, blue. Extremely rare, even in a jungle. 1 square meter. In a jungle roughly the size of a province, this world had put down exactly 1 patch of good dirt within a kilometer of me, and I had walked to it on day 2 because I could see it glowing. I pulled out my seed and planted it. 2 hours to grow, the system said. Also, in tiny print, wild plants growing in this soil have been automatically removed. The red berry bush that had been sitting there simply stopped existing. Brutal, efficient. I respected it. While it grew, I worked the lake shore, and the shore paid. There were 3 blue plants down there. The large red berry, which regrew, which meant night vision was renewable. Premium shiitake, blue, which permanently raised intelligence by a small amount, and which I picked 20 of, because I have never once turned down a permanent upgrade, and because the phrase permanently raises intelligence has never been printed on anything I could reach before. An advanced white poplar, blue, timber. Then the 2 hours were up, and I turned around. My seed had become a banyan tree 20 meters tall. 20 meters. That is a 7-story building. That is a tree you can see from the next county. Its trunk was a bundle of woven columns, and its aerial roots hung down like ropes in a gym, and its crown was so dense from below that it looked solid. Tall, small treehouse. Purple. This treehouse possesses a lineage unmatched by other treehouses. Those who obtain it are either incredibly lucky or incredibly wealthy. Which one are you? I looked up at my 7-story tree and gave the honest answer. I am a token holder. Getting in was its own experience. I grabbed one of the hanging roots the way you would grab a rope, and the root grabbed back. It wrapped around my waist and hauled me straight up 10 meters at a speed I had not agreed to, directly at a canopy that showed no sign of opening. It opened at the last possible second. This is too exciting. Then I was standing inside, and I stopped talking. 3 floors, each one over 100 square meters. Smooth wooden floor, wooden walls, and windows that showed me the whole lake and the whole jungle in perfect clarity, while from the outside, there was nothing but leaves. I had spent my entire adult life in a rented room where the window faced a wall. On the 3rd floor, grown into the wall, was a screen. 100 inches of it, seamless, like the tree had swallowed a cinema. Treehouse host, startup, available functions, basic resource crafting, area channel, everything else was grayed out, sitting there, like the thank you for your purchase printed on a receipt nobody wiped off. Under the screen was a cardboard box, 5 bottles of water, and 5 packs of bread. That was the entire welcome package for a death world, and I would like to meet whoever signed off on the portion size. The crafting menu gave me a stone axe, a stone pickaxe, and a stone shovel, all white, all with 200 durability, and one recipe that mattered. Crafting table, green, 50 green wood, 50 green stone. Then the channel note came up, and it changed the shape of the whole thing. Area channel, chat and trade with the survivors of your region. Jungle area 188, 9,998 people. Opens on the final day of newbie protection. Do not attempt to abandon your treehouse, or you will face the consequences. 9,998. I had been walking around for 2 days thinking of myself as a man alone in a jungle. I was one of 10,000 people alone in 10,000 jungles, and in one day we were all going to be able to talk. I went down and started gathering. 15 branches, 15 stones, carried by hand 1 armload at a time, because I still had no bag, and my shirt was busy being a shirt again. 3 stone tools, my total industrial capacity on day 2. The next thing I unlocked told me something about how this world worked for everyone else. Basic appraisal. Stand white. Put an item on it and learn its grade. Size of a dining table. Cannot be removed from the treehouse. So, this was how the other 9,997 people lived. Haul a rock up 10 meters. Set it on the table. Learn it is a white rock. Haul it back down. And I could read the entire jungle at a glance from a kilometer away without standing up. I did not say this out loud. There was nobody to say it to yet. But I filed it under things to never, ever mention. Then I spent half a day chopping wood, which cured me of any feeling of superiority. A white poplar took 5 swings. A green tree took 10. Each tree came apart into 4 or 5 logs when it fell, and I carried them up one at a time. And by the end of it, I had my 50 green wood and arms that had stopped being on speaking terms with me. Furniture was next, and the furniture descriptions in this world are written by somebody with a grudge. White wooden chair. If you weigh more than 90 kilograms, just burn it for firewood. Wooden bed, white. Differs from the floor only in that it creaks and makes it harder to sleep. I sat on the bed. It made a sound like a door in a horror film. My teeth ached. That night, I ate one of the blueberries, and the jungle turned on. Night vision is not a filter. The dark just leaves. I walked back to the bear cave at midnight, seeing better than I had at noon. Took my pickaxe to the outcrops on its wall, and 10 swings at a time started pulling out stone block. Green. And while I was in there, I heard wind. Inside a cave, at the back, where the wall was solid. Moving air means an opening. I went over every meter of that rock face and found absolutely nothing. I made a note of it and left, because a hole in the world that I cannot find is a problem for a man with a spear, and I did not have a spear. Day 3, I built the crafting table on the 3rd floor and drew up the floor plan. 1st floor storage, 2nd floor workshop, 3rd floor living space. I was homeless 4 days ago, and now I was zoning. The table opened a new list, and at the top of it sat the thing I wanted most. Backpack, green, 10 slots. Reduces carried weight to 20%. Requires 1 green beast hide and 3 white ropes. 80% off gravity. I would have sold a kidney. Requires beast hide. There were no beasts. The world had removed them all for 3 days, which meant the only way to get a hide was to survive the moment they came back. Below that, a torch, a grill that needed iron, a beginner furnace that needed 100 green stone, and a fireplace with a note attached, explaining that without one, winter would kill me. Winter. It was warm enough to fry an egg on my forehead, and the system was already talking about winter. The channel opened at 6 in the morning. The area channel is now open. 9,997 residents. From today onward, you are no longer alone. This is the last time I will tell you. Do not abandon your small treehouse. 9,998, and then 9,997. Somebody had not made it to the group chat. Then 10,000 people started typing at once. 2 days. Do you know how I have spent these past 2 days? Does anyone know how to get back? I have not saved my game yet. And then, threaded through the panic, the roll calls, people shouting for their brothers and their classmates and their girlfriends by name, into a channel of 10,000 strangers on the off chance. Chen Wei, your father is calling you home for dinner. I read that one 3 times. You could feel the shape of the selection in the chat. Everyone was between 18 and 30. Everyone was healthy. Nobody had a child. Nobody had anyone depending on them. This world had gone shopping for people whose disappearance would not knock anything over. One guy typed, "Yesterday was my 31st birthday. Why was I not born 2 days earlier?" Nobody had an answer for him. The other thing I learned in the first 10 minutes was that everyone else had a low, small treehouse. 1 floor, about 20 square meters, a shed on stilts. I had 3 floors of 100 square meters each, 20 meters up. I decided that this also was information I would be keeping. Then somebody blew their own cover in the funniest possible way. Low, small treehouse. Is it not just called small treehouse? Oh, I forgot to turn off voice input. The chat had a name attached to that one. Chen Hua. The trading platform opened alongside the chat, and within an hour it had become the world's saddest flea market. White junk traded for water. White junk traded for bread. And then one listing that did not belong. Iron ore, green, exchanged for any blue quality material. Any blue material. Somebody out there had so much iron ore that she was fishing for blue with it. Posted by Chen Hua. I offered 3 large red berries. Blue. 60 green iron ore came back so fast, I think she had her hand on the button. Then, unprompted, a second package arrived. 1 blue stone. No request attached, just a message. Here will be the first one. Quickly make a new axe. After you are done, I will give you the remaining 2. I turned the blue rock over in my hand. Stone, blue. When used to craft stone tools, a single piece dramatically increases the tool's effectiveness. Improved stone axe, green, capable of felling trees of blue grade and below. She had not been generous. She had been running an experiment, and she had used me as the lab. I went down and swung it at a white poplar, 1 hit. The tree came down in 1 hit, where the old axe took 5. A green tree took 2, where the old one took 10. 5 times the efficiency. I went through the ground under my treehouse like a war god with a grievance, and the roots came down on their own and carried the logs up while I kept swinging. 60 green timbers went to her, and the other 2 blue stones came back. She had tried to haggle first, of course. 60 green timbers, she typed. And I want your red berry. Meanwhile, about 30 kilometers east, the woman I was trading with had been carrying ore up a ladder all day. I did not know that yet. I found out later, and it explained a great deal about her. Short hair, 2nd year at university, built like someone who had actually played a sport. Her treehouse had 2 floors of 50 square meters when everyone else had 1 floor of 20, and it stood next to a stream and, more importantly, a mine. Iron ore, blue. One piece yields one blue iron ingot. She had spent the entire day hauling that up out of the ground until her legs shook, and then she had looked at the chat and thought, this guy already has a crafting table. Then she called me. Voice, I assumed. It came through as video because she had switched it on at her end without asking, which I would learn was simply how she operated. You are quite handsome, she said. Absolutely, I said. Otherwise I would not have been so confident about turning the camera on. She had called to gloat, that much was obvious. She got about 4 words into it. My treehouse has 2 floors. I think mine has 3. There was a pause of roughly 1 full second. I gave her the soil law as a peace offering. Dig up dirt, put it on your appraisal stand, and stop guessing. Higher grade soil, higher grade plants. She went quiet the way people go, quiet when they are writing something down. Big shot. Joe, she said, you are really amazing. Then she asked it straight out, the way she asked everything. You do not have any special abilities, do you? And I told her the truth. Actually, I possess the creator authority of this world, and I can modify it at will. Shh, she said. You are exaggerating a bit too much. I have never been so safe as in the moment I answered honestly. Improved stone shovel, green, 50% chance to obtain a plant seed when digging soil, 50%. The white shovel's odds had been listed as extremely small, so I went out and started ripping up stumps, and the ground started handing me poplar seeds, 20 of them, plus 40 logs, and I planted every seed back into the holes I had made in the far corners of the zone, while I cleared the ground flat under my own tree. Sustainable development. My jungle. My rules. It was noon on day 3. I swam in the lake, washed the only clothes I owned, and hung them in the window to dry, where the sunlight came through a canopy that from the outside was completely opaque. I never did figure out how the tree managed that, and in the channel underneath me, 10,000 people were beginning to understand what kind of world this was. Does anyone have water? I am dying of thirst. Does anyone know where the stream is? If I walk any further, I will not be able to find my treehouse again. I read all of it, and I did not go help. Hauling water to strangers across a jungle is work for saints, and the last 2 days had established fairly clearly that I was not one. I had a tree to build. That is not a nice thing to admit. I am telling you anyway, because everything that happened afterward only makes sense if you know I started there. She called again at noon, and I turned the video down, because my only clothing was drying in a window. Why can I not even slack off in another world, she said, when I explained. Then she went away to haul more rocks, and I went for a walk to find out how big my kingdom actually was. I found the edge of it about 1.5 kilometers out, and the edge was not subtle. There was a line, an actual line across the jungle floor. On my side, roughly half of everything glowed green in my vision, grass, bushes, trees, the dirt itself. On the other side of that line, the world went white, not empty, just cheap. Endless white weeds and white timber, with the occasional lonely green speck out in the distance like a coin dropped in a parking lot. I stood with 1 foot in each and did the arithmetic. I was inside a resource area, a square patch of the jungle roughly 1 kilometer on a side where the world had turned the quality dial up. Outside it, the walking would be long and the picking would be thin, and finding the next one of these could take days. Some people, I would learn much later, spent 2 weeks looking for a resource area and never found one. I went back inside my line and started counting what I owned. And that was the afternoon my resource area stopped being a nice patch of woods and became the reason I am alive, orange-blue. Grants 1 hour of full alertness with no side effects. I ate one to check because that is a description that means nothing until you feel it. For 1 hour my head was as clear as the best morning I have ever had in my life. And when the hour ended I did not crash. I felt like I had slept 8 hours in a bed I paid too much for. An hour of work that costs you nothing and pays back a night of sleep. Somewhere on Earth, an entire industry of energy drinks quietly died of shame. There were about 100 of those trees. I picked 30 and left the rest, which is the closest thing to self-control I displayed all week. After that, the zone kept opening its wallet, sour jujube, yangmei, which is a wine grape if you have a barrel and a year, king oyster mushrooms, black fungus, all green, all food, all sitting there in quantities that made the phrase running out of food sound like something that happened to other people. 1,500 mu of it, near enough. All of it mine, because there was not another treehouse anywhere inside the line. Then I found the second piece of fertile soil, and I actually laughed out loud in an empty jungle. It was under the second advanced white poplar, 1 more square meter of blue dirt, and the poplar itself came apart into something I had not seen before. Wood, blue. A single piece dramatically increases the durability of a tool, and when used in furniture, raises the furniture's grade. Raises the grade. 1 word, and my whole build order changed. I dug the soil out with the shovel, carried it back in a sling made of reeds, and packed it down beside my treehouse where I could keep an eye on it. Then, I put in an apple seed. 5 days to a tree, 5 more to fruit. I tried to dig up a third patch to sell, out of pure curiosity, and the world stopped me flat. Privately bound resource. You could not trade land here. The one thing that actually mattered was the one thing that could not change hands. By that evening, my ledger of blue assets read berries, shiitake, oranges, stone, timber. Hers read iron ore. Between the two of us, we had a supply chain, and neither of us had said the word partner yet. She called that night from a room with a fireplace in it. Behind her, I could see a furnace and a grill, and the amount of raw material stacked against her wall was physically upsetting to look at. I have so much stuff it hurts to look at, she said cheerfully, from inside a mine. We traded 200 green timber for 200 green stone, which is the least glamorous transaction in this entire story, and also the one that built my whole second floor. The beginner furnace went in that night. 100 green stone, squat and ugly. And the moment I lit it, I discovered the second law of this world. A white log burns for 5 minutes. A green log burns for 2 hours and 35 minutes. 30 times the value, from one grade. I sat in front of that furnace with a green log in my hand and understood, finally, that grade in this world is not a small bonus on top. Grade is the entire game, and everything else is decoration. 20 green ore went in. 2 hours later, 4 green ingots came out. I also tried to put a blue stone into the 100-stone furnace recipe, hoping for a blue furnace, and the world said no. Workstations do not upgrade, only the things they make. So I made things. Blue wooden plank bed, smells of expensive timber, accelerates recovery during sleep. Warning, excessive comfort may cause you to lie in. Backrest chair, blue. Increases the success rate of crafting. Dining table, blue. Enhances both the flavor and the effect of food consumed at it. That last one I read twice. Enhances the effect. I sat down at my new table and ate a large red berry, and instead of 2 hours of night vision, I got 3. 50%. For free. Forever. Because I was sitting down while I ate. Then I ate an apple and 2 oranges and got up feeling like I had eaten a meal and a half. I want you to understand what I was doing at this point. 10,000 people were in a jungle wondering where to find water. I was optimizing my dining room furniture because the game paid for furniture, and I was the only person who had read the price tags. That was also the night I met the most important member of my household. I heard the bushes move under the treehouse, which was not supposed to be possible because no beast could come near me for 3 days. "Who is there?" I said. "Nothing." "Brother, come out. I can see you." The bush parted, and a head came out of it. Brown face, white ears, black eyes, and a leaf stuck across its nose at a jaunty angle. A red panda, not a bear cub, not a raccoon. An actual red panda, about the size of a house cat, with delusions, standing on its back legs and looking directly at me with no fear whatsoever. Every animal in this jungle had been removed by a mysterious force. This one had walked in under my tree and was now attached to my trouser leg with both front paws. I gave it a large red berry. It took the berry in 2 hands, ate it in 4 bites, made a small satisfied noise, and left. I stood there in the dark thinking about it. The world had locked up every bear within 100 kilometers. It had not locked up this, which meant either the world had missed one, or this thing was not on the same list as everything else. I went to bed on a blue mattress with that question open and no way to close it. The next day I turned 5 green ore plus 1 blue into a single blue ingot, and the blue ingot into a grill. Grill blue, cooks perfectly, and extinguishes itself when the food is done. That is not a survival tool. That is an appliance. I had a self-regulating barbecue in a death world. I also ate 20 of the blue shiitake in one sitting because each one permanently raised intelligence by a small amount. And small times 20 is not small. I felt absolutely nothing. There is no stat panel in this world. You do not get numbers. You just eat your mushrooms and hope that the version of you that exists tomorrow is slightly better at not dying, and you never, ever get to check. Fine stone axe, blue. Capable of felling purple grade trees. Durability, 1000. Purple grade trees. I looked up at my own treehouse, which was purple, and had a genuinely unhelpful thought about what would happen if I swung this at my own front door. Then I put the thought away in the drawer where I keep the other ones. That was also the day a stranger became famous. His name came up in the channel, attached to a piece of advice that was actually useful. Then another, then another. Where to look for water. How to work out which way was downhill. What to do if your treehouse was in white ground. Liu Wei. Within an hour, 10,000 people knew who he was, and within an hour and 5 minutes, the channel turned on him. You must have a lot of materials. Please help us. Should resources not be distributed equally? You have so much. Do you not care about your own countrymen? He stopped typing and left. I read the whole thing in silence with a blue axe in my lap. So, this is how it works here too, I thought. Give away one useful thing for free, and a crowd will form to explain that the rest of it was already theirs. I made a note to be a great deal quieter than Liu Wei. I went out to the lake that night for lotus and reeds because I needed rope, and I came back soaked through and cold, so I built the fireplace. And the fireplace turned out to be the best building decision I made that week, because a white log that burns 5 minutes in a furnace burns 15 in a fireplace, and I went from wet and shivering to dry and warm in 10 minutes flat. I sat in front of it for a while, with the light on my face, in a wooden room 20 meters above a jungle. Somewhere out there, 9,996 people were sitting on a floor in a shed. She called the next morning to compare homework, which is what our calls had become. Same bed, same chair, same table. Her grill, though, was the plain green one. I forgot, she said, going red. I made it on autopilot. Then she told me something that mattered a great deal more than a grill. She had gone too far from her treehouse, and the voice had spoken to her. A warning, direct into her head, telling her to turn back. We compared distances. Both of us landed on the same number, 3 kilometers. That was the leash. 3 kilometers from your own tree, and the world tapped you on the shoulder. So the entire map was 10,000 circles, 6 kilometers across, each with exactly one person in it. And there was one more thing I wanted to tell her before she went. You're mine, I said. That is a hole in the ground with an entrance. Right now, nothing can go into it, because nothing can go anywhere. Tomorrow, the protection ends. She stopped smiling. You were saying something might already live in there. I am saying do not be inside a hole tomorrow night, I said. That night the voice came back for all of us at once, and it did not bother being pleasant. From now on, the world will no longer protect you survivors. Phase 1 begins. Unlocking, weapon and armor crafting. On this dark and terrifying night, the beasts, suppressed for 3 long days, begin to stir. Only by surviving tonight's beast tide can you usher in a true rebirth. Then it stopped, and for about 4 seconds, the jungle was completely silent. An owl went past my window. I say, owl. Its wingspan was 2 meters, and it did not flap so much as fall sideways through the air with intent, and it passed close enough that I felt the pressure change on my face. Then the wolves started, somewhere west, and something enormous answered them from the south. And then the lake stood up. The water in the middle of it bulged, rose, and broke, and a head came out of it 6 or 7 meters into the air. Pale scales, going white in the moonlight, with a pattern on them like cracks in old stone. The body under that head was 2 meters thick, a python, in a lake, 6 meters of it above the surface, which told me nothing at all about how much of it was still underneath. Every animal along the shoreline stopped what it was doing and ran. The python did not chase them. It turned its head slowly and looked directly at my treehouse. Then it put its tongue out, not at the jungle, at me. 20 meters up, behind a canopy, nothing was supposed to see through, and that thing looked at my house the way you look at a plate arriving at your table. I got to the 2nd floor and pulled up the weapons list with hands that were not entirely steady. Wooden stick, wooden hammer, boning knife. That was the unlock. That was what Phase 1 had generously granted me on the night the lake produced a monster. I stood in a wooden room holding a wooden stick, looking at a snake the size of a subway train, and thought, right, so we are doing this the hard way. The weapon and armor manufacturing table cost 50 green wood and 5 green iron blocks, which I had, and I built it in about 8 minutes. Then I made my first real mistake and caught it in time. I tried to build the table out of blue materials because everything else in this world got better with better inputs. The system stopped me cold. Advanced materials do not enhance the weapon crafting station's capabilities. The table is the table. Only the weapon changes. Fine. Bow. I wanted a bow more than anything because a bow is a way to kill something that is not currently touching you. A bow required animal tendon. Animal tendon required a dead animal. Dead animals required at this moment a bow. Sword, blade, dagger. All of them, in the hands of a graduate student with no training, are a way of getting close enough to a tiger to apologize personally. So, I made a spear. There is a reason that in every war story out of my country, the generals on horseback carry a pole arm and not a fancy sword. Reach is not a bonus. Reach is the whole argument. Stone spear, blue. Durability 1000. Capable of piercing the hide of any beast. Any beast. I read that word carefully, and then I looked out the window at the lake, and decided that the system and I probably had different definitions of the word beast. Armor, I had none of. Not a scrap. Phase 1 had unlocked armor crafting, and I owned exactly 1 shirt and 1 pair of shorts, both of them issued free by a world that wanted to watch me die in them. I put my back against the wall with a blue spear across my knees and listened to my jungle come apart. The channel that night was the worst thing I have ever read. Tiger. There is a tiger outside my window. My treehouse is surrounded by wolves. Someone, please, save me. How can that bird be so big? That does not make any sense. And underneath that one, from some magnificent human being who was about to die. What kind of world is this? And you are still talking about science. Chen Hua and I stopped calling and switched to text. Neither of us wanted to make a sound. I sat in the dark tapping out messages to a woman 30 kilometers away while things screamed at each other under my floor. She sent 3 blue berries. 60 ingots came back. Neither of us mentioned the trade being lopsided. It was not a trade. It was 2 people checking that the other one was still typing. Underneath me, a black bear was fighting a wolf pack over the right to stand near my tree. And then my head buzzed, and I got the second half of my cheat. Unlocking creator authority, unlock failed. 7 times, again, in a row, again. And I swear the system takes a little pleasure in the run-up. You have been granted partial creator authority access. Map permissions. A map unrolled behind my eyes. Everywhere I had walked was lit. Everywhere else was black. And scattered across all of it, including deep into the black where I had never been, were red dots. Dozens of them. Moving. Every hostile thing in this jungle, on a screen, in real time, whether I had been there or not. I watched a cluster of 4 dots circle a single dot under my tree and understood I was looking at the wolves and the bear. I watched a dot the size of a housefly cross the top of the map and knew that was the owl. Then I looked at the lake and I stopped breathing. There was a dot in the middle of it that was not a dot. It was a blot. It sat there like a small sun on a map otherwise made of pinpricks. And while I looked at it, the water broke again and the python came up and turned its head. And on my map, the sun turned with it. It looked at me. Then it went back under, and the sun did not vanish. It faded, slowly, gradually, dimming down through the layers of the map like something descending a very long staircase. That lake had a bottom somewhere in another postcode. I sat with that for a while. Then I looked at the 4 wolves and the 1 bear underneath my house, and I had a different sort of thought. The bear killed the wolf around midnight. It cost him an eye. 2 of the others limped off into the dark, and the 4th went with them, and then it was just the bear. 200 kilograms of him, hunched over the wolf carcass with his back against my trunk, eating. Back to my tree. 10 meters below my floor, head down, chewing. I ate a blue orange, and the world got very sharp and very quiet. I picked up the blue spear. Here was my thinking, and I wanted on the record that I checked it 3 times. I could not fight a bear. Nobody untrained fights a bear, but I did not need to fight a bear. I needed to arrive at the back of a bear's skull carrying a spear, at speed, from 10 meters up, with the entire mass of my body behind it, exactly once. The roots opened the floor for me. I stepped off my own house into empty air, and for 1 full second, there was nothing under my feet at all, which is a sensation I would describe as bungee jumping if the bungee cord had been replaced with a decision. The spear went through the back of his head and out the front, and kept going, and pinned itself into the wolf carcass underneath. It was over before he knew there was a sky. "I am sorry, Brother Black Bear," I said, standing on him in the dark. "I really do need the materials you have." Then the roots came down and lifted both bodies up into my first floor, and I went upstairs and made a boning knife. Boning knife, blue. Durability, 1000. Increased chance of obtaining blue-grade materials. Field dressing a bear is not a heroic activity. I will spare you most of it. What I will not spare you is the moment the system finished counting. Obtained, 1 intact bear hide, green, 1 damaged wolf hide, white, 200 kilograms of bear meat, 80 kilograms of wolf meat, bear paw, green, bear paw, blue, permanently increases strength by a small amount, bones, no tendon, not 1 strand. I checked twice, then a 3rd time, standing over 2 entire dead mammals with my hands full of the parts of them I did not want, and the world simply declined to give me a bowstring. Fine. But I had the hide, backpack, green, 10 slots. Carried weight reduced to 20%. I put 100 logs into 1 slot. 1. Then I picked up 50 kilograms of bear meat and it sat on my shoulder like a bag of rice. And then, standing there with the good backpack on, I looked at the ruined white wolf hide lying in the corner, which was worth nothing to anyone, and had my first genuinely commercial idea in this world. If a better material makes a better item, then a worse material makes a worse item. And a worse item is not the same thing as no item. Mended backpack, white, 5 slots, carried weight reduced to 50%. Half your weight, 5 slots, made out of garbage. To me, it was scrap. To a man standing in a shed with his arms full of rocks, it was the best thing he would own all week. I now had a product. While I was working, I had the channel open in the corner of my eye, and I watched the number under the header the way you watch a fuel gauge on an empty road. 8,156. 8,155. We had started the night at 9,997. I want to be honest about what I felt, because it was not grief. I did not know any of them. What I felt was a very cold, very practical understanding that the number would keep going down, and that the only interesting question was which side of it I was on. Liu Wei came back at dawn. He had not sulked. He had spent the night writing, and what he posted in the morning saved several hundred lives, and I know that because I read it and it saved some of mine. 1. The treehouse masks your scent. Whatever else it does, it hides you. Stay inside it, and most things will walk past. 2. Do not make noise. Do not shout for help. Every scream in this jungle last night was an advertisement with an address on it. 3. And this was the one nobody would have guessed. Do not look out of the window. In a low treehouse 3 meters off the ground, a human silhouette in a lit window is at eye level for a big cat and directly under an owl. Several people died at their own windows watching the thing that was about to kill them. Then the world read out the score. The mortality rate for this event was 32.76%. Some of the survivors have left us forever. Let us bid farewell to their souls and wish that the afterlife is free of wild beasts. A third, in one night. Our region came in under 20%, which was the best result anywhere, and the channel celebrated. Actually celebrated. Jungle 188, best in the world, we typed to each other, over the bodies of 2,000 people we had been talking to the day before. I went out at first light to loot because I am not proud, and there was nothing to loot. No bodies, no blood, no bones, not a scrap of cloth. Whatever this world does with its dead, it does thoroughly, and it does not leave anything on the floor for the survivors. 4 owl feathers, green. That was the entire harvest. Arrow material for a bow I still could not build. Then the bushes moved, and my red panda came back. It walked up to me like a colleague. No fear, no hesitation. Straight through a jungle that had spent the night converting people into statistics. I crouched down and caught it by the scruff of the neck, gently, and made it an offer. Why do you not come with me from now on? I will give you one of those berries you just ate, every day. The panda looked at me. Then it lifted one front paw and held up 2 toes. That happened. A wild animal, in the middle of a jungle, negotiated the terms upward. We settled at food and lodging plus 1 blueberry a day, with performance bonuses of equivalent grade for actual work. It shook on it in the sense that it climbed onto my shoulder and stayed there. And then it taught me the single most important thing I learned that week, entirely by accident. There was a large red berry bush right beside us. I pointed at it. Help yourself. The panda would not touch it, sat on my shoulder, uninterested, borderline offended. So I reached out and picked one off the same bush and handed it over. It ate the berry instantly. Same bush, same berry, same second. The only variable was my hand. I stood there for a long moment with a red panda chewing beside my ear, and I ran it again. And it was true again, and the conclusion came down on me like a ceiling. The blue does not exist until a survivor picks it. To the animals that live here, that is a berry. To this panda, born in this jungle, that bush has been an ordinary bush its entire life. The night vision, the grades, the values, the entire glowing economy I had spent 5 days learning to read, only switches on when one of us touches it. Which means the grades are not a property of this world. They are a property of us being in it. 10,000 people dropped into a sealed jungle. Everything they touch changes value. Everything is measured. A third of them are removed on a schedule, and the rest are informed of the percentage. We were not survivors of a disaster. We were an experiment, and this was the field, and something was writing the numbers down. Cocoa, I called it, after 2 failed attempts. The first was hairy ball, which got me a very firm shake of the head. The second run went coffee, chocolate, cocoa, and on the third one, the head stopped shaking. It made a short annoyed noise about the general authoritarianism of the process. But it answered to it. That night, I lit the fireplace, put bear meat on the blue grill, and ate hot food for the first time in 5 days. I also cooked the blue bear paw, because I was not going to carry a permanent strength upgrade around in a bag like a souvenir. The warmth started in my stomach and went outward. Nothing dramatic, no panel, no number, no announcement. But the next morning, I carried a full tub of water up from the lake without stopping to rest, and I had never in my life been the kind of man who could do that. There was no pot in my recipe list and no stove. Roasting was all I had, and there was no salt anywhere in the resource area, which sounds like a small complaint and is not. A person without salt does not slowly get bored of their food. A person without salt falls apart. I put salt on a list I was starting to keep, of things this world had not given me yet. Chen Hua called at 7 in the morning and led with an accusation. How come you have a backpack? I went down and searched for ages after the beast tide ended, and there was not a single carcass anywhere. Did you kill something? I want to point out what she had just told me. 2,000 people had died that night. Her response, at dawn, was to climb down out of her treehouse and go shopping. She was braver than me. She stayed braver than me for a long time. I offered her the white backpack, a berry, and some meat. She countered, took the deal, and then squeezed 5 kilos of bear meat out of me instead of 2 by going pink and whistling at the ceiling until I gave in. Then Coco walked into frame. You actually have a raccoon, she said, delighted. It is a red panda. That is a raccoon. Come on, Coco, I said, picking it up and waving its paw at the screen. Say goodbye to your sister. And I hung up. I found out much later that in 22 years of life, nobody had ever hung up on Chen Hua before. She sat in her treehouse looking at a dead screen with her mouth open. It was the single best investment I made that week, and I did not know I was making it. The next event announcement came at 9 in the morning, and it opened with a present and closed with a threat, which by then I recognized as the house style. Within 3 kilometers of every treehouse, 3 chests have been placed. 1 bronze, 1 silver, 1 gold. The key to the silver chest is inside the bronze chest. The key to the gold chest is inside the silver chest. The event runs from now until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Fine. A treasure hunt. Everyone exhaled, then the second half arrived. The bottom 50 survivors in each region, ranked by the value of resources acquired, will be permanently removed from this beautiful world. Beautiful world. That is the phrase it used. The channel came apart. Is this not a reward event? Why are people dying? My father is somebody important who can help me. I read the announcement 4 times, and on the 4th time, I found the crack in it. It did not say the value of resources acquired from the chests. It said the value of resources acquired, full stop, which meant the chests were the story, and the score was something else entirely. Anyone who spent the day walking in circles hunting for a bronze box in a 3-kilometer radius and came back with nothing was going to be executed by a leaderboard, while a man in a resource area could stroll out and pick 40 blue oranges off a tree. I sent Chen Hua 2 blue oranges before I left. If it gets dangerous, I told her, do not go out. Just do not be at the bottom. Then I went down the routes with a spear and a panda and thought about the 50 people in this region who were going to be deleted at 6 o'clock tomorrow and about the 9,000 who would hear it happen. Nobody was going to mourn them. That is the part nobody says out loud. When that announcement came, every single one of us was going to feel exactly one thing, and it would not be grief. Thank goodness it was not me. My map showed nothing, not one red dot inside 6,000 meters of jungle. So a chest guarded by a monster was a chest guarded by a monster that the map did not consider hostile, or did not consider a monster. And I had no idea which of those was worse. Coco solved it in about 90 seconds. It jumped off my shoulder, took my trouser leg in its teeth, and pulled southwest, toward the one part of my territory I had never walked. I followed a red panda into unexplored jungle. That is the level of tactical planning we were operating at. Then I saw it, and I stopped. The grass was leaning, all of it, in one direction, in a windless jungle. The bushes leaned the same way. And when I looked up, the poplar leaves were angled the same way too. Every single one of them, like a room full of people turning to look at a door. I walked, and the lean got stronger, and the lines converged, until I could stand and point at the exact spot on the ground where every plant in that clearing was aiming. I gave Coco a berry. It had earned it. Then I got about 4 steps closer, and something went off in the back of my skull, like a fire alarm. I shoved off the nearest tree trunk sideways and threw myself flat. The ground came apart where I had been standing. Vines. Thick as my arm, dark green with red threads running under the surface like veins in a bad eye. And they did not whip out at random. They came up together, braided around each other into a single point, and drove downward like a drill. Then they pulled back and did it again. And the second strike threw rocks hard enough to sting through my clothes. Then they stopped. Just stopped, frozen in the air in a shape like a bent letter. And while I watched, they dried out. Not withered. Dried. Went from wet green to brittle brown in the time it takes to sneeze. I poked one with the spear, and it collapsed into rings like a stack of onions somebody breathed on. Underneath, in the swollen bulb where the roots met, sitting in the dirt, was a bronze chest. Calcium oxide, I said, which is a thing we say back home when we are trying not to say something else. Who puts a treasure chest here? I opened it from behind, standing well back. Because I had learned things. Natural organic fertilizer, green. Converts white soil to green soil, and accelerates growth in green soil, 50 doses remaining. I looked at that one for a long time because I did not need it, and about 6,000 people did. Every person who had planted their seed in white wasteland was living on a farm that grew nothing. This was 50 doses of not starving, and the world had put it inside a box guarded by a drill made of plants. Birch seed, pine seed, 10 days each, fine wood and round wood. And a silver treasure chest compass, green, which pointed toward the silver chest once every 2 hours, plus the silver key. I closed the box and sat down on it, and the real thought arrived. The python went into the lake, and its light went down, and did not stop. The vine came up out of the ground. The chest was buried in the ground. Everything that wants to kill me in this world comes from underneath. And the voice, in the first minute of the first day, told me never to abandon my treehouse. A house that stands 10 meters in the air on a trunk you cannot climb. It was never about shelter from the rain. The compass pointed west, back the way I had come on day one, which meant back toward the bear cave. I set off and I checked the channel while I walked because I have a bad habit. 8,140, 7,987. I stopped walking. 150 people in a couple of hours, in the middle of a treasure hunt, where the announced penalty was 50 deaths at 6 o'clock tomorrow. And there it was, the whole trick laid out plain. The bottom 50 rule was never the danger. The bottom 50 rule was the bait. It was a sentence designed to push 9,000 frightened people out of the one structure that keeps them alive and into a jungle with something buried under every chest. The chests were the trap. The leaderboard was the door handle. In the channel, a man was typing calmly about the fact that something had taken his leg off and he had decided not to go outside again. "He will die anyway," somebody said. "Those last 50 are picked at random from whoever comes back with nothing." "You seem to have a pretty good attitude about this," said the man with one leg. "My condolences, friend. Let us wait to die together." I closed the channel and kept walking. The bear cave was empty and it still had wind in it. I went over every surface twice with a torch, and the sound of moving air was everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the rock so that it seemed to come from all four walls at once. I found nothing. I found less than nothing. The compass ticked over and pointed past the cave, across the stream. I woke Coco up, because Coco had been asleep in my hood for an hour and a half, and I resented it. "Anything in the water?" I asked. It leaned down, dipped one paw in the shallows, considered the results, and shook its head. So I took my boots off and waded in. The stream was 2 meters wide, and the water was so cold my feet stopped reporting in about a third of the way across. I was in the middle, ankle deep, when the alarm went off in my head again. I turned and ran for the bank I had come from, and behind me, the stream stood up. The water level actually dropped. That is the detail I keep coming back to. The stream got shallower because so much of it was now inside the thing that was rising out of it. 20 meters of crocodile. Not a crocodile. A crocodile is an animal. This was a Dinosuchus, a barge with teeth, and its back came out of a stream that had been up to my ankles 30 seconds earlier, and there was nothing on my map, no dot, no mark, nothing. Coco stood up on my shoulder and made a hoarse little hissing noise at it, which was the least effective threat display in the history of the natural world, and also completely adorable, and I did not have time to enjoy it because the crocodile opened its mouth. Inside its mouth was the silver chest. It shook its head once, the way a dog throws a ball, and the chest sailed over my shoulder and landed in the reeds behind me. Then it looked at me for a second with two extremely small eyes, closed its mouth, and sank. The stream refilled. I stood in it, soaked to the knee, and said the only thing there was to say. Can we not just have some fun? Because that was the moment I understood what my map actually showed me. Not everything. Hostiles. Coco was not on it. The crocodile was not on it. The map only lit up the things that intended me harm, and something 20 meters long in my stream had just been officially classified as friendly. "Brother Crocodile," I called at the water. "Thanks a lot. I will bring you something good next time I pass by." The surface turned over in a slow circle, once, and went flat. Inside the silver chest was a thin sheet, a gold compass, a gold key, and one line of text that rebuilt my entire house. Treehouse renovation contract blue, unlocks interior renovation, and the installation of weapons and defenses on the exterior of the treehouse. The sheet dissolved into my palm when I touched it, and my body got stronger. Second time. First the bear paw, now this. Nobody was telling me numbers, but I could feel the floor of what I was capable of moving upward. The build list opened like a catalog. Partition walls, doors, small stone stove, green, which meant an end to eating everything roasted. And then this. Automatic heavy crossbow, green, mounts to the exterior wall of the treehouse. Attacks hostile targets automatically. Requires 10 fine wood and 2 animal tendons. Attacks automatically. A machine gun nest on my house that does not need me to be awake. Fine wood came from birch, which was in my bag as a seed, and 10 days from being a tree. Animal tendon came from an animal, and this world had made a policy decision that I was not getting any. Also on the list, treehouse wooden armor. Armor. For the house. I read that whole list twice on a stream bank with wet feet and thought, for the first time since I arrived, that I might not be playing defense forever. Chen Hua called that evening looking like she had been dragged through the jungle by the ankles. She had been. Her novice outfit was in ribbons. Both forearms were scratched raw, and she was radiantly happy because she had found her bronze chest. "How?" I asked. "Intuition," she said with a straight face. I just sort of walked into it. The vine had come up under her too. Same vine, same drill. She had gotten out of the way, and it had dried up on its own before it could reach her. I read the channel while she talked, because I wanted to know if the vine was universal. It was not. People had been attacked by snakes as thick as a rice bowl, by rats the size of cats, by swarms of insects, by spikes, all of it out of the ground, every single one out of the ground. 7,568, said the counter. I sent her some hemostasis grass for the scratches, and while we were talking, I noticed something about the way she read her own items. Her descriptions were one line. Mine were paragraphs. Same object, same world. She got the label, and I got the manual. I did not mention that either. I was building quite a collection of things I did not mention. I also did not tell her about the 20-meter crocodile that had personally handed me a treasure chest, on the grounds that I could not explain it in a way that did not sound like a lie. After she hung up, I set the bronze and the silver chests side by side on the floor to compare the engraving, and the engraving turned out to be one picture. The bronze chest had the hindquarters and the tail. The silver chest had the body and the forelegs. Put them together, and they lined up exactly, seamless, one animal. There was no head. The head was on the gold chest. The body was strange, something like a musk deer, but with a dragon's tail and scales down the flank. Close to a killin, if you squinted, and wrong in a way I could not name without the head. That night, I stood at my window and noticed something else. The night before, there had been a full moon. Tonight, there was no moon at all. And across the whole black sky, edge to edge, was the Milky Way, in a density I had never seen once in 23 years of living in a city. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And also, in a world that had just moved the moon, faintly threatening, the gold compass only pointed once every 5 hours, and it pointed northwest. Northwest from my treehouse meant around the lake. So I walked the shore, and I got curious about the lake, and I did the stupid thing that curious people do. I threw a rock into the middle of it. The water boiled, not from the rock, from what came up at the rock. Blood-red bodies, dozens of them, leaping clear of the surface, mouths open, and the mouths were full of saw teeth. Piranha. In a lake with a giant python at the bottom of it, and I had been swimming in that. While I was standing there recalculating my entire bathing schedule, a fat silver carp swam past about 10 meters out. The water went red and boiled again, and then the red faded, and there was no carp. "Oh my God," I said. "I cannot afford to mess with this," I went on. And 1.5 kilometers out, at the boundary of my zone, something took hold of my head. I want to describe this carefully, because at the time it did not feel like anything at all. I simply wanted to keep walking. Out of the safe area, into the white ground, for no reason I could name, and with no sense that I was making a decision. The 3-kilometer line was in front of me, and it did not seem important. 1 step, 2, 3. Coco shifted in my arms. That was it. That was the whole rescue. A red panda moved, and I woke up standing outside my own defensive perimeter. A vine came out of the earth in front of me, 5 meters of it, with red threads crawling under the skin, and it hung there in the air over my head and then went back down into the ground without touching me. I got behind the line and stood there breathing. How could I have done something so reckless? Am I possessed by an evil spirit? Then, because I am apparently incapable of leaving anything alone, I tested it on purpose. I stood safely inside the boundary and stuck one leg out over the line. The ground erupted immediately. This one was bigger, 6 or 7 meters, crawling with red thorns, and it came down on my ankle like a whip, and it stopped. Dead in the air, a hand's width from my leg, at the exact line where my treehouse's protection ended. It strained. It could not come through. It hung there vibrating against something invisible, and then it withdrew. I pulled my leg back in and sat down on the grass and laughed like an idiot, because I had just watched a wall that I could not see hold back a monster that I could not fight. The treehouse was not shelter. The treehouse was a fortress with a moat I could not see the edges of, which raised the question of what exactly had been telling me to walk out of it. Coco went rigid in my arms and pointed into the dark part of my map. A couple of 100 meters in, I found it, and I found it with my nose. Flowers. A smell so sweet and so thick it was almost a taste, and the second I noticed it, my head went light and my walking pace picked up on its own, like the ground had tilted. I pinched the inside of my own arm hard enough to bruise. That is it. That is the scent that walked me out of the safe zone. I took my shirt off and tied it around my face, which is exactly as effective as it sounds. Coco, sitting on my shoulder, was completely unbothered. It sniffed the air, found it uninteresting, and went back to watching the trees. Whatever this was, it had been built for us specifically. Over the next rise, the jungle stopped and turned into a field, a perfect sea of small yellow flowers, hundreds of meters across, swaying gently in a jungle with no wind. And in the middle of it, catching the light, stood the gold chest. It was beautiful. It was also wrong, and I got 2 pieces of evidence in the same 10 seconds. First, Coco looked at the chest and made a small, confused noise. Then again. It could not see it. There was a gold box the size of a suitcase sitting in an open field, and the animal on my shoulder was looking straight through it. Second, the engraving. Bronze had the tail, silver had the body. This one should have had the head, and what it had instead was a mess of random scroll work, like somebody had tried to remember a face they had only glanced at. I had the gold key in my pocket. I did not use it. I hefted my spear and threw it, and it hit the chest, and the sound it made was stone on stone. The gold peeled away like paint in water. Underneath was a boulder, and the boulder split. What came out of it went up 10 meters in about 2 seconds. A blood-red flower on a stalk as thick as a man, petals blistered with yellow nodules, and where the center should have been, there was a mouth, ringed in red thorns, the way a lamprey has a mouth. 2 of its branches came down and cut a poplar in half. A third punched into the earth beside me and went in like the ground was tofu, and the scent tripled. Everything slowed down. My arms felt like they were moving through wet sand. I got the spear halfway up. A tendril took my ankle and pulled, and the world turned over, and I was hanging upside down going headfirst toward the mouth. And Coco jumped. It went off my shoulder in the air, landed on the tendril, and sank its teeth into the base of it. The flower flinched. It was less than a second. It was enough. I got the blue axe off my belt and swung it into the center of that mouth with everything I had, upside down, and the thing made a noise like a whistle being crushed. The axe cut it. My axe was rated for purple trees, and this thing was a plant, and nobody had explained to it that it was supposed to be a monster. The petals started closing to fold me inside, and then it dried out, exactly like the vine. Between one heartbeat and the next, it went from wet red to brittle brown, and the petals crumbled as they closed, coming apart in flakes like a pancake left on a radiator. I fell 3 meters and landed badly. The whole bud came down around me in pieces, and then the field died. Hundreds of meters of yellow flowers went gray and folded up, all at once, in under a minute, and where a beautiful meadow had been, there was bare gray dirt. I sat on that dirt for a while doing the debrief, because the debrief was worse than the fight. The shirt over my face had done nothing. The scent had been in my head from the moment I crossed the rise, and probably from a kilometer before that. And here is the proof. A man in his right mind, holding a key to a chest that has already killed several thousand people, picks the chest up, walks 200 meters away, and opens it somewhere else. I had walked into the middle of an open field to put a key in a lock, in a world where every single container so far had been an ambush. I never made a decision. I was walked. And what broke it was not my intelligence, my caution, or my spear. It was a red panda making a confused noise twice. I picked Coco up and held it for a moment, which it tolerated with visible impatience, and then I went to look in the hole. Under the shattered boulder was a shaft, 2 meters high, going down at an angle, hand-cut or something close to it. Coco leaned over the edge, looked into the dark, and then patted the air with both front paws, drawing a rectangle. The chest is down there. I want to note the running score at this point. The vine, it warned me about. The flower, it warned me about. The crocodile, it did not warn me about, because the crocodile turned out to be a friend. 3 for 3. My best asset in this world weighed about 5 kilograms and had a leaf on its face when we met. I spent 10 minutes widening the mouth of that tunnel with a blue shovel until it was a ramp instead of a hole. Because I was not going down anywhere, I could not come back up in a hurry. Then I went down. The tunnel narrowed until my shoulders were touching both walls, and then it tilted down hard and kept going for 20 or 30 meters, and then it ended. Flat dirt, no chest, no branch, nothing. I stood at the bottom of a dead end under a field of corpses with a torch in my hand and started composing a very sarcastic message to a red panda. Coco jumped down and started scratching at the floor. I looked closer. The dirt at the end of the tunnel was a different color from the dirt in the walls, so I dug, and about half a meter down, the soil turned red. Contaminated soil, gray. Soil corrupted by an unknown force, useless to survivors. Gray. In 5 days I had seen white, green, blue, and purple. Gray was new, and gray was underneath. Another half meter, and my shovel hit metal. I cleared it off and sat back on my heels. It was a door, a square iron door with a recessed handle, set into the ground like a manhole cover, rusted through in patches, with a rim of bolts around the edge. Somebody built this. Somebody with hands and tools and a reason. I got hold of the handle and pulled, and I want to note that I could pull it, because 6 days ago, I could not carry my own firewood. Bare paw plus renovation contract. The floor of me kept moving up. The door came off its seat about a hand's width, and red gas came out of the gap. The smell is difficult. I have thought about how to describe it, and the closest I can get is a sealed jar of rotten herring that somebody has topped up with moldy pickled bamboo shoots and left in a car in July. I was on my hands and knees vomiting into a tunnel before I knew I had let go, and the door slammed shut on its own. Coco was gagging beside me and clawing at the wall, trying to get further away from the floor. We went back up and sat in the fresh air for a while. Then I went down and did it again. Get up. For me. I threw it wide open and ran, and I made it about 8 steps before I was sick again in the good clean jungle air above. Then I sat and waited for the world to air out. While I waited, I learned something useful, which is that the gas was lighter than air. It came up out of the shaft and gathered along the tunnel roof and hung there in a red layer like smoke in a bar. The clean air was at the bottom, so I went down bent double, nose almost at the floor, with a torch held low. Under the iron door was a shaft with a ladder bolted to the wall, steel rungs rusted 4 or 5 meters down, though on the way it felt like 40. At the bottom was a room, 3 walls of riveted iron plate, no windows, no lamps, and in the 4th wall, a round steel door with a wheel in the center of it, like the door of a bank vault. And against the left wall, sitting up, was a human skeleton. I stopped moving. Coco stopped making noise. The bones were wearing rags, and the rags were a shirt and shorts. Standard issue, the same standard issue I had woken up in 6 days ago. Beside it was a bag made of hide, and inside the bag were things from Earth. A multi-tool, rotted through at the hinge, a lighter, empty, a flashlight with a cracked lens. And the writing on all of them was Greek, not Chinese, not English. Greek letters stamped into the housing. There was a wrapper, too, from a pressed biscuit ration, and the wrapper had a manufacture date printed on it. April 1980. I sat down on the iron floor. 40 years. At the absolute minimum, this person had been dead for 40 years, and this person had been a survivor, and this person had come from a country on the other side of my own planet. Coco found the skull and started rolling it around the floor with both paws like a football. I did not stop it because I did not have the authority. I moved the rest of the skeleton gently to see if there was anything under it, and the whole thing came apart at the touch, and the skull rolled back across the floor and stopped facing me, empty sockets up. Behind where the body had been sitting, there was writing on the wall, cut into the iron with a knife, deep, unsteady, and splashed all around it, dark purple and 40 years dry, was blood. The letters were Greek too. I stared at that wall for a very long time. Somebody sat down here, alone, bleeding, at the bottom of a ladder under a field of poison flowers, and spent what they had left, carving a message for whoever came next. And I could not read a single word of it. This is so frustrating. We find a clue, and we cannot understand it. Then I put my shoulder against the round door and pushed. It was not a vault. There was no room on the other side. There was an edge, and past the edge, there was nothing for the better part of a kilometer. And at the bottom of that, nothing, there was a world. I want to be careful here, because this is the part that I have never been able to make anyone believe. It went to the horizon, an underground space so large that it had a horizon, lit by something I never identified, and it was full. Vines, emerald and blood red, hundreds of meters of them, whipping and coiling like a field of grass in a storm. A carnivorous flower, the size of an office building, with something in its mouth that had legs like a dinosaur. Something else, tens of meters of it, shaggy with what looks like waterweed, tearing vines out of the ground in armfuls and stuffing them into its face. Insects the size of cars going past below me, with glowing tails. Demons, dancing. And the thing I could not stop thinking, hanging out of a hole in the ceiling of it, was this. I was an insect, not figuratively. I was a bug that had gotten into the gap between the ceiling and the light fitting of an enormous room, and down there on the floor were the people who lived here. Congratulations. You have discovered one of the hidden secrets behind this world, becoming the first among this batch of survivors to discover the underground world. Survivor, please do not share the world's secrets with those who do not yet know them, or you will be severely punished. Do not panic. The underground world is beyond a survivor's current capabilities. Do not panic. Thank you. Very reassuring. What is this place? I said, to a voice that had never once answered a question. The secrets of the world await the survivor's discovery. Coco climbed inside my jacket and pressed its face into my chest, and shook. I backed away from the edge, and off to the side of the ledge, tucked into a niche in the rock, something was glowing. The gold chest. The real one. There was a beast's head engraved on the lid. It was not a kiln. Special treehouse root treatment, purple. Pour beneath your treehouse. The root system will undergo secondary growth. Protection radius increased by 3 kilometers per dose. 3 kilometers added to 3, which does not double my territory. It quadruples the area of it, and I checked that twice because it seemed too generous. Automatic metal crafting unlock contract, purple. All metal recipes are automatically unlocked as soon as the corresponding raw material is obtained. The Stone Age ended in my hands, in a hole under a monster. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in this batch to find and open all 3 chests. The contract dissolved into me, and this time it was not only strength. My head cleared. The kind of clear you get from the blue oranges, except it did not stop after an hour, and with that clear head, sitting on a ledge over hell, I finally put the whole thing together. Here is what happens when you plant a treehouse seed. 2 hours. During those 2 hours, the tree does not just go up, it goes down and out. and its roots spread 3 kilometers in every direction underground, and they braid into a net, and anything that comes up out of the ground inside that circle comes up through the net. That is why the vine dried out. That is why the flower crumbled with me inside its mouth. They were not defeated. They were drained. My tree ate them while they were reaching for me, and it did it in seconds, and I never saw it happen because it happened under the dirt. Never abandon your treehouse. It is not a shelter. It is a weapon. And I had been living inside the trigger guard for 6 days without noticing. I looked up at the ceiling of that enormous space, and it was covered in bulges. Hundreds of them, going away in all directions to the limit of the light. Root systems. Other people's tree houses, seen from below, hanging down into the roof of the underworld, like the bottoms of 10,000 flower pots. Whoever brought us here, I said, they are playing a very big game. Also, the python and the crocodile had to have come from down there. The lake bottom went somewhere. My lake was a drain pipe. The round door slammed shut behind me, by itself, with a noise like a truck hitting a wall, and immediately red gas started coming out of the seams in the walls and the floor. I got to the ladder with a gold chest on my back and started climbing. For the first 10 seconds, I thought I had it. The red line was below my feet and staying there. Then the pressure came up under it, and the gas leapt. 6 meters. 5. 3. It came up that shaft like water filling a bottle, and I climbed faster than I have ever done anything in my life. I got my shoulders through the iron door, rolled sideways, and slammed it down. One thin curl of red got through with me, into my face, and I spent the next few minutes being sick in the tunnel with a purple treasure chest strapped to my back. Then I climbed out into the jungle and stood in the sun. It was 2 in the afternoon on the second day of the event. There were birds. There was a breeze. Somewhere off in the trees a wild boar was doing whatever wild boars do. After what I had just looked at, the surface of this world seemed almost sweet. I went home and poured the purple treatment out on the ground under my tree. The root system has begun secondary growth. Duration 2 hours. Entry and exit are unavailable. I read that twice. Then I looked up at my house. I had walked 4 kilometers through a poison field, fought a plant that ate people, and climbed out of a hole in the ceiling of hell, and I was now locked out of my own home for 2 hours because I had watered the lawn. So I did the yard work. I noticed something at the lake while I was down there. The piranha were closer to the shore than they had been yesterday. Not by much. But they had moved, and there is only one direction they had to move to reach the stream, and if they got into the stream, they were in everyone's water. I wondered if my enormous friend was territorial. It seemed like the kind of problem a 20-meter crocodile solves for free. I cleared a patch of ground for the birch and the pine, 70% green soil, and I gathered reeds, and I sat Coco down beside the gold chest with strict instructions. Guard it. Do not let anybody take it. There was not another human being within 30 kilometers. It took the job extremely seriously. Protection radius expanded to 6 kilometers. Then the sun went down on the second day, and the world called the score. The jungle exploration activity has ended. To the last 50 survivors, you have 10 minutes remaining to say goodbye to this world. Ranking, first place, Wang Kai. Open the gold, silver, and bronze chests. Highest grade obtained, blue. Second, Liu Wei, all 3 chests. Third, Zhu Ling, silver and bronze. Fourth, Chen Hua, silver and bronze. And that is how, in a region of 10,000 people, I lost my anonymity forever, because the world put my name at the top of a list and showed it to everybody at once. The bottom of the list was 7,132. 3 days ago, there had been 10,000 of us. The channel found me instantly. Who is Wang Kai? The one ranked first. There is a hidden master in our area. He just got lucky, right? Lucky my ass. The thing in my bronze chest nearly killed me. 51st from the bottom was having the best night of his life. I could not find the chest, he wrote. So I just went and swore at some trees with an axe for 2 days, and it turns out green grade timber counts. Ha 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 ha. And then the last 50 started saying goodbye, in a public channel, to 9,000 people who could not do anything about it. Most of them said what you would expect. One did not. I have a girlfriend called XSX, he wrote. She has beautiful black hair and bright eyes. She is the only woman in my life. If any of you ever meet her, please pass on my last words. Go to hell, I'm not serving you anymore. 10 minutes later, all 50 of those conversations stopped, not one by one, at once, mid-sentence, like a switch. Are they? Are they all dead? He just stopped talking. How did he die? Nobody answered, and the channel stayed quiet for a while, and then it started talking about rewards because we are what we are. First place got a purple tool, 2nd through 10th got blue, 11th through 100th got green. Tomorrow was a rest day. The day after that, a new event. My purple tool was a watch, mechanical treehouse watch, purple. Provides all treehouse screen functions anywhere within your protection zone. Wins itself from the motion of your arm. The face is durable enough to block a knife. All screen functions. Chat, trading, crafting, leaderboards, appraisal from anywhere inside 6 kilometers of my tree. The other 9 people in the top 10 got a watch too. Blue. Communication only. No trading, no crafting. So I was now the only person in jungle area 188 who could stand in the middle of a forest with a dead animal at his feet and sell it. Then the 3 chests, sitting side by side where I had left them, started to glow. The engravings joined up. Head, body, tail, one creature, complete for the first time. I still do not know what it was. It looked like a dragon and was not a dragon. It looked like a tiger and was not a tiger. Not a dog, not a deer, and every time I thought I had it, it slid sideways. The 3 chests burned white and collapsed into a single ball of light. Basic mount contract, green. Forms a contract with a mount of up to 100 kilograms. And then, on top of it, to the first survivor to collect all 3 chests, an upgrade. Intermediate mount contract, blue. Up to 300 kilograms. Fully heals all injuries of the contracted animal at the moment the contract is formed. 300 kilograms of animal, hailed at signing. I put that in my pocket and went to look at what the metal contract had opened, and the list had grown teeth. Iron bow, iron crossbow, which is a bow for people who have never fired a bow in their lives, which is me. Iron spear, knives, blades, swords. And 4 pieces of iron armor, described by a system that had clearly worn it. Heavy, with a helmet that gets in the way of your eyes, and boots you may put on if you can still lift your leg afterward. That night, my private messages became unusable. Thousands of them. Congratulations, then requests, then flattery, then within about 20 minutes the moral instruction. You have so much. Are we not all in this together? Think of your countrymen. I set a filter. Calls from 2 people, Chen Hua and Liu Wei. Liu Wei got through first, and his first sentence told me exactly what kind of man I was dealing with. You already know the secrets of this world, do not you? His voice was a radio announcer's voice, level and unhurried. I said nothing. The underground world, he said. You know what I'm talking about, right? So, we talked, and inside 10 minutes we had built something. His gold chest had contained exactly what mine had. Same 2 contracts, which meant the rewards were fixed by grade, not by person. So knowledge was the only real advantage anybody had. He proposed an organization. Membership required a silver chest, because only silver chest holders could arm their tree houses. Only he and I could work metal. One price agreed between us, no undercutting. Full information, sharing inside, nothing outside. Good grief, I said. A monopoly. This is starting to look like a capitalist operation. He already had 3 of the top 9 in his pocket, 3rd, 5th, and 7th place. He had walked them onto their silver chests with a single message in the public channel, phrased as amusing. My chest was in a stream. Look along the streams, at the places where the current slows slightly and the water sounds different. That is not a hint. That is a map, for anyone smart enough to hear it. And it selected for exactly the kind of person he wanted. His own guard had been a turtle the size of a dining table. It had bitten his blue weapon in half, which meant my crocodile was not standard issue. A guard is supposed to fight you. Mine had thrown me the box and gone back to bed, and it had not appeared on the hostile map at all. Then he laid out his theory of the world, and it has held up ever since. There are 3 tiers: surface beasts, which are just animals, only bigger; middle monsters living in the soil, which are the vines and the flowers, and which are scaled-down copies; and the enormous things in the underground world. The middle tier, he thought, might have been made, deliberately. Small models of the real enemy placed just under our feet, so that we would learn what we are eventually going to have to fight. They really are running us like guinea pigs, he said. He also told me, without embarrassment, that he had known about the resource value loophole from the first hour and said nothing. As long as it does not harm my own interests, I will help anyone. We are all compatriots. Then, a beat later, in the same pleasant voice. But at least 50 people were always going to die this time. Why help? The best possible outcome is that the 50 stupidest ones are the ones who go. I liked him. That is the uncomfortable part. I liked him immediately. Chen Hua came 4th out of 10,000, and that was the night I stopped believing in her. Not in a bad way. I stopped believing the story she told about herself. You do not come 4th out of 10,000 because you are a lucky rich girl who stumbles into things. She had found 2 more mines, both of them empty of anything that might eat her, and she had worked them alone in a jungle full of tigers for 3 days straight. Then she sent me a delivery, and it was not ore. It was finished ingots, smelted, sorted, plus 8 blue on top that I had not asked for. The 4 blue iron blocks I gave you are to repay the 2 oranges, she wrote. You helped me a lot. She wanted a second set of armor made, so I made 2. Iron scale armor, blue. Iron greaves, blue, described by the system as iron and yet as light as cloth. Iron helmet, blue, which obstructs neither your view nor your neck. Iron boots, blue, and here the system simply gave up and wrote, wearing these makes you want to run faster. 4-piece set bonus, blue. increases strength. It had exactly one flaw, and it was a big one. It clanked. Every step, every turn, every time I breathed too enthusiastically, that armor announced itself. In a jungle where the entire hunting strategy is not being noticed, I now owned a suit that came with its own soundtrack. The group chat opened that same night. Liu Wei, me, Zhu Ling, 3rd, Chen Hua, 4th, Zhao Peng, 5th, Ma Jin, 6th, Qian Guang, 7th, Liang Yong, 9th. 8th was a woman named Yu Fen, and she did not answer. Chen Hua had gotten into the group by calling Liu Wei, the second most powerful man in the region, saying, "Have Wang Kai invite me," and hanging up on him. "So you do know her," he said to me, sounding entertained. The chat itself was less dignified. "Welcome, big shot, Wang Kai." Finally, another girl. "I am so fed up with this group being nothing but men." That was Xu Ling. "Look at my healthy body, my strong wrists, and my innocent eyes," wrote Zhao Peng. "Am I not handsome enough for you?" Mei Jin went straight to business. "Can you really provide us with iron armor and iron weapons?" "Yes," said Liu Wei. "For payment. Inside the organization only, nothing is free." And then we compared notes on one specific item and got a very unpleasant answer. Not one person in that group had obtained a single animal tendon. Not from wolves, not from deer, not from anything anyone had killed or found. Liu Wei put it together first. They did not want us to have ranged weapons this early. Somebody had gone into the loot tables of an entire world and removed the string from the bow. The next morning I gave Coco a bath because it had spent 2 days in a poison field in a hole. I filled a tub, put the panda in it, and discovered that the water came out cleaner than it went in. I do not know how. It sat in there looking deeply put upon, and when I lifted it out, the tub was clear and the animal was immaculate. I stopped asking questions about Coco around this point in my life. The birch and the pine had gone in 10 hours ago and were already trees because I had planted them in green soil with a purple treehouse standing over them. Round wood for defense, fine wood for weapons. I put 20 pieces of treehouse wooden armor onto my trunk, and this is the part I want you to picture. It did not look like armor. The plates went on and the bark closed over them, and from 10 meters away, my tree looked exactly like a tree, and from 1 meter away, my tree looked exactly like a tree. Then I went northwest into the hills, which were now inside my territory because I had watered the lawn. There was one red dot in there, alone, in a cave. I went and had a look at it, carefully, and what I found was a black boar bigger than any boar has a right to be, rooting in a wall of white crystal. I did not look at the boar. I could not take my eyes off the wall. "That cannot be," I said. "That cannot be a salt mine. 2 days without salt." My eyes must have been glowing. Then my armor clanked. The boar's head came up. There is a saying where I am from: first the pig, second the bear, third the tiger. People assume it is a ranking of size. It is not. It is a ranking of how likely each one is to kill you. A bear can be scared off. A tiger can be scared off. A boar that has decided to come at you keeps coming until one of you is finished. It came at me. I got a poplar between us, and its tusk went into the trunk and left a groove I could have laid my arm in. I went around the tree and put the spear into its flank, hard, and all that achieved was to upgrade it from angry to incandescent. Its eyes actually went red. I have read that phrase my whole life and assumed it was decorative. Then Coco jumped. It went from my shoulder onto the boar's skull, dug in with claws it had never once shown me before, and bit down on the animal's ear. The boar lost its mind and ran headfirst into a tree. I put the spear into its body while it was stunned. It came back around and caught me square with both tusks, and my armor shrieked, and my ribs did not break, and that was the entire argument in favor of blue iron. Then I put the spear through its eye. One intact hide, green. 180 kilograms of meat. One bone. One boar tendon, green. I stood in a cave holding a piece of string and thought about crossbows. Then the hills started screaming. The dying squeal had carried, and the rest of the herd was answering it, and they were coming, and there were a great many of them. I went up the thickest poplar within reach. Coco was already at the top. It looked down at me while I was still climbing and gave every impression of asking what was taking so long. The herd hit the base of that tree like a slow-motion car crash and kept hitting it, because the trunk had blood on it, and the trunk began to shift. They were not trying to climb. They were digging up the roots. That went on for half an hour. Then most of them lost interest and wandered off, the way animals do, and one did not. One stubborn one stayed at the bottom, working at the roots on his own, in no hurry. "Brother Pig," I said, "from 12 meters up. You are the one who refused to leave, so stay and keep me company." Then I dropped on him and put the spear through the back of his skull. Second tendon, which left me standing in the hills with 340 kilograms of pork and no way to carry it. And this is where the purple watch stopped being a status symbol and started being a business. I opened the trading platform, standing in a jungle clearing next to 2 dead boars, and sold the meat to Chen Hua for storage at a 10th commission. Nobody else in this world could do that. Everyone else had to walk their kill home. I could liquidate it where it fell. Zhao Peng found out about the pork in the group chat within 90 seconds. Big Boss has pork. I want it, I want it. Everything on the trading platform right now is carcasses that have been chewed on by wild animals. There are over 600 caddies, I said. Do you want all of it? Boss, he wrote, you may as well just eat me to death. Then I went back for the salt. Salt crystals. Crystals rich in salt, from which edible salt may be extracted. I stood there with a pickaxe and had a genuinely disgraceful thought about what I was going to do with a monopoly on seasoning in a region of 7,000 starving people. I took out 20 kilograms and I did not sell 1 gram of it that week. And if you want to know why, the answer is that a man who controls the only salt is not a merchant. He is a government. On the way out, I climbed the tallest hill, about 100 meters, and looked north. There was a second resource area, a basin ringed by hills with a small lake in the middle of it, and the whole floor of it glowing green with blue scattered through like sugar, and all of it, every square meter, was inside my new 6-kilometer radius. It was also full, herds of wild cattle, which frightened me considerably more than the boars had. Deer, foxes. A tiger came out of the tree line while I was watching, unhurried, and everything else in the basin adjusted its plans. Wolves called from somewhere I could not see. And beyond all of that, at the far edge, there was a blue light. Stone pillars. A ring of them, and on top of each pillar was a carved statue of an animal. I had seen exactly 2 things glow blue in 6 days. A bear cave and my own purple house. Somebody had built something out there. I did not go in. There was a tiger in that basin and a herd of cattle, and I had 1 spear. I turned to leave, and Coco patted my arm and pointed at a rock. It took me 4 seconds to see it. A snake, 3 fingers thick, lying along the stone in exactly the color of the stone, watching us. So I walked past it, casually, like a man on a stroll in a suit of armor that clanks. It came off the rock and hit my shin, and its fangs snapped off against the greave. I finished it with a boot. Exquisite snake skin, blue, venom sac, green. 15 kilos of meat, snake gall, green, snake tendon, green, third tendon, and my first blue hide. And a lesson delivered by a snake. This armor is a wall. It is not a hunting outfit. Anything cautious, anything that runs, anything with ears, will be gone before I get within 30 meters, because I sound like a man carrying a bag of cutlery down a staircase. I needed leather, later. On the walk home, I looked back at the pillars one more time, and I stopped. The statue on the nearest pillar had changed shape. Not fallen, not weathered. It had a different silhouette than the one I had drawn in my head 20 minutes earlier, and I was looking at it from the same hill. I turned around and went home, because I had 3 tendons in my bag and no ranged weapon yet, and there is an order to these things. Salt distillation extractor, green. Combined salt crystals, water, and fuel to produce pure edible salt. So even if somebody else found a salt vein, they could not get salt out of it. Only Liu Wei and I could build the extractor, because only we could work metal. Excellent backpack, blue, out of the snakeskin. 20 slots, 10% weight. Crossbow bolt, green. Requires feathers. I had 4 owl feathers. 4. Which turned into 40 bolts, and the bolts were recoverable, so 40 was not nothing. And underneath it, poison crossbow bolt, green. 1 venom sac, treats 20 bolts. Lethal to small game. I had a venom sac. For 6 days, this world had let me hit things with a stick. That evening, for the first time, I was going to be the one standing at a distance. The crossbow arrived with no instructions because nothing in this world comes with instructions. I spent a minute trying to draw it with my arms like an idiot before I noticed the stirrup on the front, put my foot in it, and hauled the string back with my whole body. That is what it is for. I worked that out by myself, and I remain proud of it. Test shot into a poplar. The bolt went in halfway to the fletching and stood there vibrating. Then I built the big one. Iron automatic heavy crossbow, green. Attacks hostile targets automatically. 5 shots loaded. It mounted from inside, through the first floor wall, with a lever beside it. Pull the lever out to fire manually. Push it in for automatic. I pulled it once to see. The bolt cut a poplar in half. Not through it. In half. And the top of the tree came down. The limitation was the arc. That thing pointed where I bolted it and nowhere else, and it could not see the trunk directly beneath it or the ground at the base. My own house had a blind spot at its feet, and I filed that away as a problem for a later, worse night. Then the salt finished distilling, and I want to talk about dinner for a moment. I grilled snake and bear with lotus root, and I salted it. I ate that meal like a man who had been released from prison. Coco ate meat for the first time in its life, having previously held out for berries, and then looked at me with an expression I can only describe as betrayal, as though it had just learned that all previous meals had been a scam. This was real barbecue. I never wanted to live without salt again. 7,000 people out there were still trying to work out how to boil water, and I was sitting in a wooden room 20 meters up, seasoning things. Next time, I told the panda, we find rice and wheat and chili peppers. 6,998, said the counter. The channel had grown a business. An organization calling itself Suspended Pot to Save the World had cornered hemostasis grass and was selling it region-wide. And honestly, good for them. Then somebody posted the thing that changed how I thought about injuries. The first friend I made here got his bronze chest yesterday. He even ranked in the top 1,000, but he was hurt too badly. There is no way to treat something like that in this place. His name went gray today. Went gray. Not died in a fight. Won, then went home, then took 2 days to stop. Every scratch in this world was a bill with a due date. I bought vegetables, incidentally. Mountain parsley, dandelion greens, mushrooms, all of it going for nothing because nobody wants a salad during an apocalypse. Too much meat is unhealthy, I told a channel of starving people, and bought their weeds. Then the 8th member finally spoke in our group, Yu Fen. She had been in there for a day without typing a word, and her first message was a request to buy armor. Chen Hua messaged me privately before I could quote a price. Do not tell people I have a lot of iron ore. That is a secret. Besides, who sells raw materials to consumers? You sell to producers. That is normal practice. She was 19 and she had just explained vertical integration to me. Yufin paid in a currency I had not seen before. Hemostasis, grass, blue. Instantly heals severe wounds. Cannot regrow limbs or organs. I read that twice. Instantly. Severe. Somewhere out there, a man's name had turned gray because he could not get one of these. And this woman had them. She opened at 3. I got her down to 2 per set, and she agreed too fast, which told me she had more. Ma Jin offered 50 blueberries for 2 sets. We settled at 40. And at the end of the day, I had 4 pieces of blue grass sitting in my bag, which meant that I was now the only person I knew of who could take a wound that should kill him, and simply not die of it. I did not tell anybody that either. The next morning, the voice came back with its most cheerful announcement yet. The beasts are about to truly return to the jungle. Hunt to your heart's content. Jungle hunting activity. Points are awarded for beasts slain, from 8 this morning until 6 tomorrow evening. The bottom 50 by points will be removed. We look forward to seeing you rise above the carcasses of wild beasts and become the king of this jungle. Then my map turned red, not dotted. Red. It filled up like somebody had spilled paint on it. Monkeys came through my canopy, dozens of them, shrieking. A deer wandered up and started eating grass beneath my house. A vulture with a 5-meter wingspan went past my window close enough to move the air, and Coco nearly fell off the sill. And then the wolves arrived. 20 of them. Silver gray, moving as one animal. And at the front of them was a wolf the size of a black bear, silver all over, with a chest like a barrel. I looked at that wolf, and I thought about the contract in my pocket. Up to 300 kilograms. Fully heals all injuries at the moment of signing. The pack surrounded my tree, killed the deer, and settled down to eat. And they ate in strict order, the big one first. Nobody so much as looked at the carcass until he was done. My finger was on the crossbow lever. Coco tugged my sleeve. Something came out of the tree line on the far side, and the entire wolf pack stood up and moved out of its way. It was a brown bear. I had killed a black bear on my 4th night in this world, and standing next to this thing, that black bear was a newborn. 4 legs like pillars. Over a ton of it, easily. On Earth, a Kodiak tops out around 1,100 kilograms, and I have seen photographs, and photographs do not prepare you. It walked to the deer, put its head down, and started eating another animal's kill in front of 20 wolves. The Wolf King had no choice. He had a pack watching. He went in, and it was not a fight. The bear rolled onto its back on the carcass with its belly in the air, blinking at him, batting at him, and I understood that I was watching an apex predator play. Predators enjoy toying with prey. It is not cruelty. It is worse than cruelty because there is no feeling in it at all. Then it hit him once. The Wolf King went 10 meters and came down with his throat open, and the pack left. They did not hesitate. They did not regroup. Their leader was on the ground bleeding, and 20 wolves turned and went into the trees without one of them looking back. Sure enough, I said, watching them go. Why would they bother? The Wolf King dragged himself under a poplar and stopped moving. I took my armor off, all of it, piece by piece, because it clanks, and I climbed down the far side of my own trunk and came around through the undergrowth on foot. He heard me anyway. He got his head up and pulled his lips back over teeth that could have taken my leg off, from a body that could no longer stand. Want to live? I said. Then sign a contract with me. The snarl stopped. He whined once, low. The contract came apart into blue fragments in the air, and they went into him, and I watched a torn throat close in about 10 seconds. Fur grew back over the wounds. He got his legs under him and stood up, whole, in front of me, at a height where I had to look up slightly. Contract successful. Mount obtained. Jungle Grey Wolf King. His dot on my map turned from red to green. Defeat the Jungle Grey Wolf King and gain 50 points. 50 points, said the system, and I had not defeated anything. The bear had. The bear had beaten a wolf half to death and left him lying there for me to pick up, healed and loyal, for the price of one contract I could not have used on anything else. Silver King, I called him. Meanwhile, the bear had dragged the deer off, which cost me the points, and I let it go, because a brown bear that hands you a legendary mount is a business partner. Silver King growled at the blood trail. He remembered. Not today, I told him. Then, because I could not help it, Silver King, sit. 200 kilograms of Jungle Wolf King sat down like a dog. Coco climbed down to inspect him, extremely slowly, one paw at a time. Within 2 days, it would be riding on his shoulders like a customs officer. The market opened at dawn, and the explorers dumped weapons on it at double the going rate, and the channel went berserk anyway, because a crossbow at double price is still a crossbow. Liu Wei posted something publicly that morning that was worth more than anything he sold. Blue-grade food attracts beasts, not while it is in your backpack. Once you take it out and hold it, they come. Use it as bait deliberately. I added the piece I had learned from a red panda. Blue fruit has no scent at all until a survivor picks it. He came back with something better, and it broke my understanding of the world in half. Butcher every carcass with the boning knife from your treehouse. Only that knife. If you cut an animal up by hand, you get ordinary meat and an ordinary hide with no properties at all. I sat with that for a minute. Boning knife, blue. Increased chance of obtaining blue-grade materials. The knife, not the animal. The knife decides. That is why a 200-kilogram boar gave me nothing but pork, and a snake I killed with my boot gave me a blue hide. The grade was never coming out of the beast. The grade was coming out of the tool. Green, blue, purple. Those are not properties of this world. Those are labels being handed out to us by something with a hand, while it watches what we do with them. Liu Wei had seen the pillars too. They look a bit like an altar, he wrote. Be careful. The hides of the beasts around there are tough and thick. We cannot handle that yet. Then I got on the wolf. I want to try to convey this properly. 40, maybe 50 kilometers an hour through dense jungle, on the back of an animal with no saddle. Trees going past at a distance measured in centimeters, and I did not fall off, because the contract holds the rider on, which is a mechanic I did not know existed until my life depended on it. Coco screamed with joy for the first 30 seconds, and then quietly relocated to the back of the wolf's neck and held on with all 4 limbs. I shot from the saddle. A poison bolt put a sika deer down within a few meters. Hunting sika deer, 10 points. Rabbit, 1 point. Fox, 3. Badger, 3. Wild cat, 3. Chipmunk, 1. Chipmunk, 1 point. I did the arithmetic while a wolf king carried me through a jungle at 50 kilometers an hour. An entire afternoon of small game came to less than half of what I got. For the wolf I did not even kill. The bait trick worked disgracefully well. I put blue oranges inside my jacket and became a walking advertisement. Rabbits came out and stood there looking at me. It felt less like hunting and more like collecting. And I made leather armor, green, and the difference was total. Iron armor is a wall. Leather armor is a job. Anything that runs, you take in leather. Anything that charges, you take in iron. The trip that had taken me an hour on foot took Silver King 5 minutes. 5 minutes. My whole world got smaller in the best possible way. I can come and go as I please, I thought, which is a sentence that had not been true for 8 days. Then we found the boars, and I found out what a mount does in a fight. You do not stop. You bring the spear down at speed and let the animal's momentum do the work, and the point went into a charging boar's skull and out the other side, and I understood exactly how the generals in the old stories felt on their famous horses. Coco jumped onto the second boar's back and bit its ear, because that is now simply what Coco does. Silver King took the third by the neck. Hunting 3 wild boars, 120 points, 40 points a boar. 50 for a wolf king, 3 for a fox. With that little body, I told Coco, you think you can learn to hunt like me. 1 tusk and you would be finished. It made an unimpressed noise and went back to sitting on the wolf. And out of one of those boars, the knife pulled this. Wild boar tendon, blue, for crafting higher grade weapons. Only 1 is required. Stronger beast, better odds. The pattern held. I left 600 kilograms of pork on the ground where it fell, because Chen Hua was out hunting, and not at her treehouse to receive it, and because a loaded wolf is a slow wolf. Then I went to the altar. I routed around the bright dots on my map, brightness scaled with danger. A boar was 1 level of bright. A tiger, 300 kilograms of it, was brighter. The brown bear was a lamp. I practiced shooting at things that were running while I rode, and hit 3 out of 10, which is a number I am reporting honestly. The altar was several hundred square meters of dark green flagstone, laid flat in the jungle. 4 pillars, a meter thick and 10 meters tall, 1 at each corner, each with a carved beast on top of it. And in the middle, a stone table the size of a bed, with bright red patterns running down both sides. The patterns looked like blood vessels. And if you watch them long enough, they seem to be moving, slowly, flowing. It was the same red as the threads inside the vines. Coco's assessment, delivered in gestures, was that something here was wrong, but nothing here was dangerous, which is the exact assessment a red panda would give of a nuclear reactor. I stepped onto the flagstones, and something under the stone went click. Altar pillars, blue. The gods carved the offerings they require upon the pillars, so that worshippers may choose among them. Altar offering table, blue. Provide sufficient offerings, and the gods will take notice of you. The word gods was in quotation marks. Both times. I have thought about those quotation marks more than almost anything else in this world. The pillars were hot. Standing in shade, in a cool jungle, they gave off heat like a stove. The table was freezing, in direct sunlight. Silver King would not come onto the stone. 200 kilograms of Wolf King, healed and contracted, stood at the edge of the flagstones and shook. And when I followed his eyes up, I understood why. One of the 4 statues was a wolf. He was not looking at a monument, he was looking at a menu. I sent him back beyond the tree line. Coco was completely unbothered, which by now I found more disturbing than if it had been afraid. I put about 10 kilograms of rabbit meat on the table. The temperature dropped. The red patterns woke up. They came off the carved channels and crawled from every edge of the table inward, like worms made of blood. And when they reached the meat, they went into it and stained it red. The meat swelled. Then it shrank and kept shrinking, and in about 4 seconds, there was nothing on that table at all. The patterns crawled back into their grooves and went dull. And on the pillar with the rabbit on it, a few centimeters at the bottom had turned red. A progress bar. 10 meters of pillar, and 5 rabbits bought me 2 centimeters. Then I looked properly at the statues, and the design finally made sense. They were not accurate. They were exaggerated, and each one was exaggerated in exactly one place. The boar's tusks were longer than its body. The rabbit's ears stood up like 2 swords. The wolf's fangs belonged on a saber tooth. And the cat's claws were so long, they had been carved growing down into the stone of the pillar itself. The gods did not want meat. They wanted those parts specifically. And in 8 days of butchering with a blue knife, not one carcass had ever produced a tusk, an ear, a fang, or a claw as a separate item. I found the drawer on my second circuit of the altar, set into the underside of the stone lip, flush, invisible unless you were running your hands along it like a lunatic, which I was. Inside was a black knife with a blood-red blade. Altar dagger, blue, a blade for harvesting sacrificial material. Do not forget to return it to the altar, or the gods will be displeased. It weighed 5 times what my boning knife weighed, and it was made of a metal I could not identify and did not want to. It cut exactly one thing. I tested it on a rabbit, and the blade went through the base of the ear like it was passing through air, with no blood at all, and the wound closed over instantly as though the ear had never been there. Rabbit ear offering, green, 2 per rabbit. Cat paw offering, green. That knife would not cut anything else. Not meat, not hide, not rope. It had one job. I put the pork from 3 boars onto the table, and the boar pillar went red 1/2 meter in one go. The pillars breathed heat like a sauna, and the table stayed cold enough to hurt. And I stood between them in a jungle with a dead god's knife in my hand, feeding a stone. Riding back, on Silver King's shoulders, one thought did occur to me. Is it really appropriate to ride this wolf out to hunt his own species for a stone pillar with his face on it? I did not have a good answer. I still do not. I found the second lake that afternoon, and it had no piranha in it, which was a relief for about 40 seconds. Then a crocodile came out of the shallows, took a drinking fawn by the neck, and went back under with it, and the surface closed over as if nothing had happened, which gave me an unpleasant thought about my own lake. The piranha did not belong there. Nothing about that lake was natural. There is a python at the bottom of it with a light that fades down for a kilometer, and the piranha showed up after it did. The python came up from underneath, and what pulled it up, I am fairly sure, was the enormous purple tree somebody planted on the shore. I hunted until dark. 18 rabbits, 7 wild cats, 2 boars. I left the wolf packs alone, and not out of mercy. I had a wolf king between my knees, and I was not going to find out the hard way where his loyalties sat. The next morning, I emptied the bag onto the altar table. Boar tusk offering, blue, a high-grade offering. 1 out of 6 tusks came up blue, the rest were green. And here's the number that mattered. Rabbit meat had moved the pillar 2 centimeters. 1 rabbit ear moved it 20. 36 ears, and the pillar ran red from base to tip. And then the red climbed off the stone and onto the statue itself, and the carved rabbit filled up with crawling blood patterns. The heat coming off it was like standing at an open oven. My watch buzzed. Liu Wei, Wang Kai do not make offerings at the altar. Those stone sculptures come to life. You are too late, I typed. It is already alive. The statue cracked. What came out of it was a hair the size of a piglet, which sounds harmless. And then it stood up on its back legs, and it was 1.5 meters tall. Red eyes, grinding teeth, audible from 30 meters. and 2 ears standing straight up above its skull like a pair of swords. I shot it. It moved sideways in midair, after the bolt was already in flight, and my bolt went past it into the trees. The second one hit it in the forehead. A poison blue crossbow bolt in the skull bought me 1 second of hesitation, and then it shook its head, dragged the shaft out against the ground, and came at me. Its ears hit the flagstone where I had been standing and left 2 grooves in the stone. Grooves in stone. Then it broke off and bolted into the trees and ran directly into a tiger. I did not arrange this. The tiger chased it for about 4 strides and gave up, because the tiger was smart and the hare had no stamina management whatsoever, which was the first useful thing I learned about it. I got ahead of it using the map, put my back against a poplar, and when it came past, I put the spear through it. Halfway through the body, out the other side, it turned around on the spear. Those ears came down and cut my spear shaft into 3 pieces. Wooden shaft, blue tip, 3 pieces. Then they came across my chest and left 2 furrows in blue iron armor. Silver King hit it from the side and put it on the ground, and I got the altar dagger into the base of 1 ear and took it off like butter. Then I did something deliberately stupid, and I want to explain the arithmetic first, because it was arithmetic. I had blue hemostasis grass in my bag. Instantly heals severe wounds. Nobody else in the region had that. So, I let it hit me. The ear went through the blue iron plate on my right shoulder and out the back. And while it was in me, with my right arm no longer accepting instructions, I brought the dagger across with my left and took the second ear off. Die, I said, and put the broken spear shaft through its head while Silver King held it down. Slay the corrupted mutated hare to gain 500 points. 500. The entire previous day of hunting, boars and deer and rabbits and foxes from sunrise to sunset, had come to 364. 1 rabbit was worth more than a day. And that is the exact moment I understood what Liu Wei's warning had actually been. He was not looking out for me. He had killed a mutated wildcat the day before, and paid heavily for it, and he wanted the man in first place to stay away from the only thing on this map worth real points. I sat down on the flagstones and pulled the ear out of my shoulder myself, and there is no dignified way to do that, so I will simply say, it took a while and I made noises, 5 centimeters wide, a centimeter thick, through the joint, out the back, against the bone. Coco was making a sound I had not heard before, high and thin, pressed against my leg. Silver King stood over both of us and watched the tree line. I crushed the blue grass and packed it into the hole. The itch was appalling, genuinely one of the worst physical sensations of my life, worse than the wound. And I sat there watching a hole through my own shoulder, knit shut in real time, like a video being played backwards. Then I went through the carcass. Mutant rabbit ears, blue. Weapon material, may substitute for a metal ingot. Weapons produced are extraordinarily durable and sharp. Blue hide, blue tendon, blue bone. And then this. Contaminated mutated rabbit meat, gray. An extremely powerful toxin. A lethal bait for beasts. Consumption is almost certainly fatal. The carcass becomes contaminated and unusable. There is a very small chance of mutation. A very small chance of mutation. I looked up from that description to find both of my animals nosing toward the meat with real interest. I shouted at them until they backed off. That is designed to lure fools exactly like you into a trap and poison you. Then I looked back at the altar, and the 2 grooves the hare's ears had cut into the flagstone were closing. Slowly, smoothly, like skin. Could this thing be alive? I said. In an empty clearing, to nobody. There was a mess under my treehouse when I got home. Something had died against my trunk, and there were claw marks gouged all down the bark where it had fought. The automatic crossbow had put a bolt through a bald eagle and pinned it to my house. It had been alive for a while after. You could read the whole fight in the scratches. The system only paid me the 30 points when I pulled the bolt out, which tells you something about how the accounting works around here. 10 green feathers. My ammunition problem was over. 6,426, said the counter that evening. 500 people in a day. Liu Wei's guides were keeping thousands alive, and the channel worshipped him accordingly. Not reading the Big Shot's guide is really asking for trouble. And then, somewhere in the middle of all that, this exchange, which I have never been able to let go of. Speaking of which, does anyone still remember that we have in Wang Kai? Big Shot. Wang Kai is indifferent to fame and fortune. He is truly a role model for us all. How can a person be that indifferent to fame and fortune? I was asleep. That is the entire explanation. I was extremely tired, and I was asleep. And 7,000 people constructed a philosophy out of it. The ears went onto the crafting table that night. Mutated rabbit ear pointed spear, blue, sharper than blue iron, the sharpest weapon below purple grade, durability 1000. The shaft flexed when I swung it, and the head sang. I did not dare stand it upright against a wall, because if it fell over, it would go through my floor. Mutated rabbit ear crossbow, blue, the most powerful crossbow below purple grade. I tested it. The bolt went through one poplar entirely and buried itself halfway into the tree behind it. Greater penetration than a handgun. From a device I braced with my foot, Chen Hua called and opened with a scream. "Why did you not tell me you had a crossbow?" Then she held her hands up to the camera. Her fingers were cut open across the pads, deep, where a bowstring had been dragging across them for a day and a half, swollen, going blue at the edges. "I have been drawing a bow all day," she said. "All day." "Did you take the hemostasis grass with you?" I asked. There was a pause. I forgot it. She had gone out into a hunting event in blue iron armor, alone, and killed several wolves. Her report on that was that their claws did not even register through the plate, and she had done all of it with her hands falling apart because she left the medicine at home. I quoted her 3 blue ingots, 20 bolts, and an ongoing supply agreement for more bolts. She took the deal before I finished the sentence. Then she made her mistake. "Are you that rich? You do not happen to have some kind of ability for finding minerals, do you?" "Huh," she said immediately. "No. Oh dear, are you still trading or not?" I said nothing, and I thought, there it is. Liu Wei and I traded monster data that night, and the way he proposed it was the most honest thing about him. "Even if I lied to you," he said, "you could still go and kill the cat yourself, and then I would have made an enemy of you for nothing. I am not going to do something that unnecessary." "Working with you is exhausting," I said. "Do you think you are less exhausting? I cannot see through you at all." His cat was the size of a small tiger, with a burst of speed he described as unfollowable, and claws that took a poplar apart in pieces. Its weakness was stamina, because it was a cat, and between us we found the law that governs all of them. A normal animal that gets hurt runs away. These do not. Once a blood-patterned mutant has been provoked, it pursues until one of the two of you is dead. It cannot break off. The pattern has burned out the part of it that decides to survive, which makes it terrifying, and also makes it the only handle you have to grab. The group chat had descended into a wager. Zhao Peng and Qian Guang were arguing about who ranked higher, and had bet that the loser would post "I am a piece of gauze" into the public regional channel 10 times. In the middle of that, Mei Jin paid for his crossbows with something extraordinary. Koi, blue. Permanently increases luck by a small amount. May only be consumed once, and if the fish has been dead for too long, the effect is lost. The Chin brothers had been diving instructors on Earth. Water was their territory, and nobody else could touch it, because I can barely swim, and there is no raft in the recipe list. Yu Fen bought a crossbow too, and paid in blue grass, and in doing so quietly admitted she could get more of it whenever she liked. 2 of them, both with abilities, both pretending not to. I ate the koi at my blue dining table because the table amplifies effects, and I felt absolutely nothing because luck is not a sensation. The next morning, Coco refused to let me go to the altar. Not reluctance, refusal. It sat in front of me, pointed with one paw and shook its head, and when I asked whether it was more dangerous than the hare, it nodded hard enough to fall over. My map showed nothing at all in that direction, so I went up the hill and looked. There was a humanoid standing at my altar, and the tallest poplar in that clearing came up to its waist. Green skin, bald skull, bulging eyes, a wooden club with dark stains on it, and a rag around its hips. And the red patterns on it were not the chaotic scribble I had seen on the vine and the hare. They were laid out, deliberate, like tattoos. There was a design across its chest that looked like a tribal emblem. The red dot appeared on my map only at that instant, and it appeared at the same brightness as the python in the lake. Then it turned its head and looked at me across a kilometer of jungle. It roared, and birds came off the branches for 100 meters in every direction, and Silver King, Wolf King of the jungle, went down on his belly in the dirt. Coco got behind my legs. Then it did the strangest thing. It pointed the club at the altar. Then it swung the club toward me. Then it turned around and walked away over the hills, putting trees down as it went. I stood on that hilltop and worked out what I had done wrong. I had not returned the dagger. Liu Wei did not have a troll standing on his altar. Liu Wei put the knife back in the drawer. "Be careful," he wrote when I told him. "Do not make something out of this." I put the knife back in the drawer, and the whole altar went cold, a wave of it, out across the flagstones and up my arms. Then the drawer slid open again and offered me a brand new dagger, identical, without a single mark of use on it. Fine. Message received. We are on speaking terms again. One good thing came of the troll. Every tiger within 2 kilometers of that altar had left, so the hunting was easy, and there was a fresh trail of smashed forest to walk down, with small animals pinned under the fallen trunks like a delivery service. The trail ended at a sheer face of the hills. No cave, no gap, nothing. Coco ran back and forth along the rock and then turned around and spread both front paws in a gesture of complete bewilderment. And on the rock, worn into it by wind and sun over what must have been a very long time, was a pattern. It was the pattern from the troll's chest. I stood there and had the worst thought I have ever had in this world. Did the troll go into the mountain? Or is the mountain the troll? Are these hills, all of them, made out of these things? I had climbed those hills, I had walked into a cave in them, and cut salt out of the wall. I decided, out loud, that it was probably a teleport. I have never looked at those hills the same way since. 3 giants on the surface of my territory then. The python in my lake, which is hostile, and which looks at my house like a dinner plate. The crocodile in my stream, which is neutral, which threw me a treasure chest, and which does not appear on my map at all. And a troll in the hills, which threatens me, and does not touch me. I did not know which of those 3 frightened me most, and there is a reason the answer changed later. The cat took 100 paws, more than 100 actually, and I could feel the koi working, because 2 days earlier, a full day of hunting had produced no blue hides at all, and now a couple of wild cats were dropping them. I planned this one properly: kite it, poison it, wait for the cat's lungs to quit. I backed off to the absolute limit of my crossbow's range and waited for the statue to break. It came out with claws that were yellow-white and far too long, and instead of a roar it made a meow, high and cracked and wrong, and I would genuinely rather it had roared. I fired. It caught the bolt out of the air with one paw. I did not see the movement. There was a bolt in flight, and then there was a bolt in its paw. Then the bolt went through the paw, because a mutant rabbit-ear crossbow does not care what you catch it with, and buried itself in its shoulder. I had heard it, which meant, by the law Liu Wei and I had worked out the night before, that it was now going to follow me until one of us stopped existing. Silver King, run. We ran for a long time. I shot from the saddle, and it dodged everyone, sidestepping in mid-stride like the bolts were being thrown underarm. So I stopped shooting bolts and threw a rock. It flinched at the rock, and in that flinch, I put a bolt through its ear and took the ear off. It came off a tree trunk at us claws first, both paws out. And I have seen the films, so I know exactly what it looked like. And the rabbit-ear spear met its paw in the air, and the 2 of them threw sparks and made a sound like metal. Equal materials. Its claws and my spear had come out of the same factory. Then Coco and Silver King both braked at once. There was a tiger in the undergrowth ahead of us, 400 kilograms of it, maybe 5, waiting. I turned Silver King hard left. The cat did not. It went into that ambush at full speed, carrying every bit of momentum it had. And the tiger pinned it, and the cat put those claws through the tiger's foreleg, and the tiger bit through the cat's neck. Defeat the corrupted, mutated wildcat to gain 500 points. I did not kill it. The system paid me anyway. I have decided not to look too closely at that. Then the tiger began to eat. Coco patted my arm and made a small gesture, one paw tipping over sideways. It is going to fall down. About a minute later, the tiger took 2 steps, made no sound at all, and died. Slay the jungle tiger and gain 200 points. The contaminated meat kills the king of the jungle in under 60 seconds. Silver King was drooling at the carcass. I shouted at him, and he immediately covered his own nose and eyes with both front paws. "Are you a husky?" I said. "If you cannot see it or smell it, it does not count." The tiger produced nothing at all. The meat came up purple-red and poisoned all the way through, and the knife would not take a thing off it. The cat produced 2 mutant wild cat paws, blue weapon material, which was excellent, and which also confirmed the thing that had been bothering me since my shoulder. Weapons? Yes. Armor? No. There is no armor recipe for mutant materials, and blue iron does not stop a mutant, which means that when one of them decides to put something through me, the only thing standing between me and it is how fast I can get out of the way. I did not call the boar or the wolf out of their pillars. Both statues were twice the size of the hares, and after the troll, I had gone off those hills entirely. I picked 120 apricots off a single tree on the way home. Apricot, blue. Slowly restores physical stamina over 1 hour, which completed the set, and I laid it out that night just to look at it. Berry, sight. Orange, spirit. Apricot, body. Shiitake, intelligence. Bear paw, strength. Koi, luck. Every attribute a person has, growing on trees inside 1 square kilometer that belongs to me. The blue shovel could transplant living plants at a 50% success rate. Chen Hua already had one. An orchard. My own orchard on fertile soil under a purple canopy with one of every fruit in it. Other people were hunting for food. I was drawing up a supermarket, and I did remember to return the dagger, and I did take another 100 kilos of salt. The event closed at 6 the next evening. First, Wang Kai, 2,054 points. Second, Liu Wei, 1,863. Third, Xu Ling, 1,586. Fourth, Qian Guang, 636. Look at the gap between third and fourth. 1,000 points. There were 3 people in this region, and then there was everyone else. Last place had 0 out of 6,087. Xu Ling was the one who bothered me. 1,500 points with no mutant kills and no mount, which means she walked out into that jungle on her own 2 legs and killed her way to 3rd place over 2 days without sleeping. Somewhere out there, a woman in battered armor was refreshing the leaderboard for the 4th time, staring at two names above hers. Why? Hunting is supposed to be my home turf. Why are these two still taller than me? First place received a permanent 30% discount at the points shop. Second through 10th, 20. 11th through 100th, 10. And Zhao Peng, who had lost his bet, posted "I am a piece of gauze" into the public regional channel 10 times in a row, to an audience of 6,000 extremely confused strangers who were trying to work out whether it was a code. There was no rest day. The next event was announced before I had finished counting my points. Dungeon Treasure Hunt. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Dungeon Underground. I had recently spent some time in a hole in the floor of this world, and the word now did something to my spine. The point shop was worth every second, though. Large flower pot, blue. Holds fertile soil inside the treehouse and accelerates growth. 300 points, 210 with my discount. Natural organic fertilizer, blue. Converts green soil to fertile soil, 500, 350. Beast statue, blue. Increases the strength of your mounts and pets. Humanoid statue, blue. Increases the strength of the survivor. And then, scattered among all that, in a shop run by whatever is running this place, there was this. A comb that makes your hair grow. A whitening face mask, shoes that make you taller, a miracle papaya, and weight loss pills, which work instantly and leave you weak for a day afterward. These things are not just here to trick survivors into spending points, I said out loud. Are they? Nobody answered, nobody ever answers. I spent 1,260 of my 2,054. The humanoid statue arrived as an exact carving of me, down to the novice outfit I had arrived in. The beast statue was that same creature from the 3 chests, the one that is a dragon and is not a dragon. Silver King reacted to it the second it came out of the box, sat up, ears forward. Coco looked at it, looked at me, and went back to what it was doing. Coco has never taken an order from a statue in its life. My floors were 3 meters apart, which meant a fruit tree would not fit indoors, and there is no way to remove a floor once the tree has grown one. So I planted strawberries. The blue fertilizer turns green soil into fertile soil, but it will not upgrade a plant that is already growing in it, which I found out by wasting a dose. You have to pull the plant, fix the dirt, and put it back. Strawberry seedlings, blue, fruit in 3 days, 5 days in open ground, 3 in the pot, 40% faster, indoors, out of the weather, under my own roof. The organization put together a directory of every blue fruit anyone had found, and then Liu Wei proposed we publish it in the public channel for free, and the reasoning was pure him. If people do not know what blue fruit does, they will not look for it. If they know, 6,000 people start hunting it, and everything they find comes to market. We were not being generous. We were commissioning a workforce. Maijin's contribution to the directory stopped the group chat dead. Water grass. Allows you to breathe underwater for half an hour. And Yufen added, mildly, that if anyone found medicinal materials, they should bring them to her, because her grandfather had been a doctor of traditional medicine. I worked her out in about 4 seconds. She joined our organization at night. That same day, an outfit calling itself Suspended Pot to Save the World appeared in the public channel, selling hemostasis grass across the entire region, and putting out requests for medicinal materials. You are connected to that organization, I wrote to her privately. Are you not? I do not know what you mean. I sent her the materials anyway, in advance. And then, one more line. It would be a shame if the man ranked first on both leaderboards were to mention publicly that your organization takes people's materials. I found out later, she sat there looking at her screen for a while. Doing business with that man is really stressful, she typed to nobody. And 5 minutes after that, Liu Wei worked out exactly the same thing about her, from the same evidence, and messaged her too. No wonder, she thought, he has come second twice. Chen Hua had built a kitchen. She was eating stir-fry on video, with actual technique and complaining. There is no salt, so the flavor is really a bit bland. I do have some, I said. She dropped her chopsticks and stood up. I put salt on the market that afternoon under my own name, because the man ranked first on the leaderboard is pinned to the top of the trading platform automatically. So anonymity was not available to me anyway. 5 grams for 1 green resource. I have not eaten salt in over a week. Long live Big Shot Joe. We strongly demand a price reduction. We strongly demand that it be distributed free of charge. Expensive. You are lucky he is selling it to you at all. If you are not buying, get lost. The moralists went to my private messages, and my private messages have a block list, and I filled it that afternoon. Getting too close to that kind of person, I told Coco, might get you struck by lightning by association. Leather armor set, blue, 4 pieces, increases stealth. Enemies notice you less often. I put it on, and I stopped wearing the iron, and the reasoning was not complicated. There are too many things in this world I cannot fight. Not being seen is a better weapon than being armored, and it is available to anyone humble enough to use it. Dungeon Treasure Hunt. A buried city, hidden within the protection zone of your treehouse, containing the treasures of your predecessors. The entrance is now open, 9 this morning until 6 tomorrow evening. All survivors who fail to find the entrance will be permanently expelled from this beautiful world, not the bottom 50. Everyone who is late. And here's the joke the world played on me specifically. Everyone else had a 3-kilometer radius to search. I had 6. My reward for winning the last event was 4 times as much ground to cover. Liu Wei went into the public channel immediately. If you find an entrance and do not want to go in, post the coordinates. We will go in and tell everyone what is inside, which sounds like leadership, and which also I noticed did not mention that the first serious danger is waiting immediately inside the entrance and gave 6,000 frightened people a reason to keep looking instead of giving up. He is a good man. He is also the most efficient person I have ever met, and those two facts have never once gotten in each other's way. I checked my own tunnel first, the one down to the iron door. The soil around it had gone crimson, not damp, stained, as though something had soaked into it, and the label had changed to contaminated soil. The red gas had been working on that ground the whole time. The ladder and the walls had rusted visibly further in a matter of days. I stood at the top of that shaft and had a thought I did not enjoy. I breathed a lot of that gas, twice. Then somebody I had never met posted the answer in the public channel. The entrance is a narrow crack, deep inside a cave. I stood there feeling the blood leave my face. The Black Bear Cave, where I slept on my first night in this world, where I mined my first stone, where I heard wind moving through solid rock and went over every wall with a torch and found nothing and wrote it off. How could I have overlooked something so obvious? I promised the channel a full write-up and got on the wolf. On the way I stopped at the stream because I had made a promise there too. "Brother Crocodile," I called. "I said last time that I would bring you something good when I passed by." The water turned over in a slow circle. Then 20 meters of Dinosuchus came up the stream bed toward me, and it did not swim because the stream was not deep enough to swim in. It walked. It came up out of my 2-meter stream like a barge running aground and put its head on the bank. I gave it 200 kilograms of pork. It took the entire 200 kilograms in one swallow. Coco raised a paw to wave and then simply forgot to put the paw down again. The crocodile made a low sound that I am choosing to interpret as friendly, turned around in a stream far too small for it, and went back to the bottom. I made a mental note to ask it about the piranha problem when our relationship matured. The crack was at the back of the bear cave, a few dozen centimeters wide and 2 meters tall, and I had missed it because it was behind an outcrop and because I am an idiot. The stones around it had been broken outward from the inside. Silver King could not fit. 200 kilograms of Wolf King put his head into the gap, got his shoulders wedged, and reversed out looking personally insulted. "Fine," I told the world. "You have just crippled my only general. He stayed at the entrance to guard it. He took that extremely seriously, too." Inside, the passage was ancient, thick with dust everywhere except the mouth, which had been used recently. It went down, and it was so tight I had to walk sideways. "Good heavens," I said, edging along. "If you were even slightly overweight, you would simply not be able to attend this event." Coco had warned me before I even entered, and then ran in ahead of me anyway, which is the most accurate summary of its personality I can offer. Around the first corner, the passage split into 3. My map showed nothing. Not the tunnel, not the branches, not anything. It showed me the surface above my head, with the wolf's green dot sitting patiently at the cave mouth. My cheat did not work underground. Coco ran to one crack, then the next, then the third, and pointed at all of them. Danger everywhere. "Thank you. Very helpful." I called Chen Hua, and she was already inside and already lost. "I left marks," she said, sounding harassed. But who knew there would be this many forks? It was not a fork. It was a maze. Then, in exactly the same tone, "Is a rat dangerous? It is about the size of a kitten, red stripes, glowing red eyes. It bit me the second it saw me, but I am in blue iron, so I just stabbed it. You really do have a big heart," I said, and I meant it, and it stayed with me. I had seen the underground world. I had looked down into it from a hole in its ceiling. She had seen none of that, and she was down here alone, stabbing rats, entirely unbothered. Knowing more about this world had made me more afraid, not less. That is a thing I have thought about a great deal since. The rats came in numbers. The crossbow pinned one to the floor. The sword took the next one apart. 20 points each. Mutant rat meat, green, dense, well-marbled, no odor. A must-have for barbecue. And it was edible, which taught me a distinction that saved me later. These things were labeled mutated. The hare and the cat had been labeled contaminated. Mutated means the pattern is on the hide. Contaminated means it has gone all the way through, into the meat, into the bones. The floor gave way under my left foot. The only reason I am alive is that I was walking sideways through a crack narrow enough to wedge my shoulders, so instead of falling, I stuck. I dropped a stone into the hole. I never heard it land. After that, I threw a boulder ahead of me before every stretch, and the next one I threw brought down a whole section of floor. That branch was a dead end. Both of them were. The group chat, meanwhile, had become a support group. Everyone had found their entrance. Everyone was lost. Somebody had met a centipede as long as a snake. Around the next corner was a toad. It filled the passage, shoulder to shoulder, wall to wall, red eyes bulging, and when I shot it, its tongue came out past the meter, caught my bolt in the air, and swallowed it. Caught it, in the air, a bolt out of the most powerful crossbow below purple grade. So I did the only clever thing I did that day. A toad is an amphibian. An amphibian in a sealed maze knows where the water is. And in a buried city, the water goes where the city goes. My spear was 3 meters long, which is longer than its tongue, which is the entire reason I chose a polearm on day 4. I took the tongue off, then put 2 holes in its flank, and it turned around and fled, and I ran after it. Coco harried it from behind, darting in to nip and bouncing back out, herding a wounded toad down a corridor like a sheepdog. Well done, Coco. The cracks widened, the rock got smoother. Then it stopped being rock and started being wall, cut and dressed by hands. And then the passage opened out onto an underground river, with a waterfall coming out of a fissure high in the ceiling, full of fish and of things that were not fish. On the far bank stood a bronze gate 5 meters high, with 2 ring handles on it. I will spare your life, I told the toad, since you led me here. Congratulations, survivor. You have discovered the dungeon entrance. My sword did not leave a scratch on that bronze. I posted the method to the group and then, after a moment, to the public channel too. The crack in the cave is not the entrance. Behind it is a maze. Do not try to solve the maze. Find an aquatic creature, herd it, and follow it home. Zhu Ling improved my method within 30 seconds. Would it not be better to seriously injure it? She wrote. Break a leg, maybe. Then it cannot run too fast, and you can keep up. I have thought about that woman a lot. Behind the gate was a staircase, wet stone going down, with dead sconces on the walls and water dripping somewhere below. I stepped onto it, and the torches lit, one after another, from the bottom of the staircase upward, running toward me, and a gust of stale air came up with them. And the bronze gate closed behind me. There was no handle on the inside. This is cutting off our escape route, I said, to a red panda on a staircase under a mountain. 100 steps down, the ceiling started moving. Bats. Hundreds of them, hanging upside down along 100 meters of corridor, each one the size of a large dog, each one carrying a faint red pattern. I chose to sneak. I want to be honest about why, because it was not courage, and it was not tactics. It was rabies. It was every virus I have ever read about. Down here there is no hospital and no vaccine, and one bite from a mammal that lives in a cave is a slow death sentence with your name already written on it. So, I went through in blue leather, breathing through my mouth, stepping around the puddles. And 2 meters from the far door, I put my foot on a pressure plate. The whole corridor shook. Every bat in it came off the ceiling at once, and the sound they made was not sound. It went through my skull sideways and took my balance with it. I ran. I threw contaminated mutant meat behind me as I went, and they ate it, and it did not kill them. It made them worse. Chips of stone came off the ceiling and cut my face open. I hit the far door with my shoulder, got through the gap, and crushed the ones coming after me in it. 3 had gotten ahead. 1 bolt and the sword handled those. And then, I was standing in a stone hall, bleeding, in silence. My watch was dead. No chat, no trading, no group. The dungeon cut me off completely. For the first time since day 3, I was alone in the way the other 6,000 people had been alone the whole time. The hall opened into a long corridor with rotting wooden doors down both sides. And on a stone table in the middle of it, somebody had scratched Chinese characters into the surface, the way a child writes, gouged deep and uneven, with dark stains around them. Demons. They are. They are all demons. They killed me. I want to die. You will all die horribly. The first door was bolted from the inside. I got it open, and there was a stone statue behind it. A man seated at a desk in the posture of somebody writing. His hand was curled around a pen that was not there. Mutated beast contract, green. Subjugates a low-level mutated beast. 3 of them in his hand. Human-shaped stone statue, green. A mysterious statue, in which a terrible vitality seems to still flicker. I read that description twice, and then I looked at the door. The bolt was on the inside. The room had 1 entrance. There was nothing in it but a statue. Somebody bolted that door, and then that somebody was not in the room. The second room had a woman in it. She was asleep. Stone on a stone bed, in a nightgown, carved in enough detail that you could see the embroidery, and her face was peaceful. On the pillow beside her head was a ring. Mutated beast ring, blue, holds up to 5 tame low-level mutants. Remember to feed them, or they will starve inside. I took it, and I closed the door behind me, and as the gap narrowed, I saw her eyes were open. I threw the door back so hard it bounced off the wall, closed, peaceful. Exactly as before, down to the fold of the blanket. I closed the door a second time, watching her the entire way, and nothing happened at all. Perhaps I am hallucinating, I said. From stress. I am reporting this the way it happened. The third room had a boy in it, 7 or 8 years old, caught mid-stride, running. In his stone hand was a real toy windmill, red paper on a stick, not carved. Actual paper. The little windmill, blue. The scent and the airflow it produces when it spins attract low-level mutants. He had his father's chin and his mother's eyes. Somebody had put a family down here in 3 separate rooms and turned them to stone at their desk, in their bed, and running down the hall. And between the 3 of them, they had handed me a complete toolkit. The windmill to draw a mutant in, the contract to bind it, the ring to carry it. After that, the rooms repeated, same layout, same rusted chest, and in every chest, folded neatly, a set of rags and a backpack. Survivor gear, the treasures of my predecessors. There were no bodies. Somebody had taken the clothes off the dead, folded them, put them in a chest, and closed the lid. Room 10 had a middle-aged woman in a maid's uniform, sweeping. There were lines at the corners of her eyes, and her expression was one of complete concentration on the floor. Special broom, blue. A tool that mutants fear. Drives off low-level mutants. Apparently, the system added, mutants are afraid of brooms. The windmill calls them. The broom sends them away. Somebody down here was running a very organized operation. And further along, in a chest like all the others, I found a blue backpack and a set of blue leather armor torn most of the way through. Somebody at my level had died in this corridor. Inside his bag were dozens of blue fruits that had not spoiled at all. Round wood and fine wood, which were exactly the 2 things I could not make enough of. A blue dagger, a blue spear, a blue crossbow. And 2 more mutated beast contracts, which brought me to 5, exactly the number the ring holds. Coco warned me at the end of the corridor, properly this time, with both paws. The door opened onto a hall of about 1,000 square meters, and the hall was full of cages, iron, floor to ceiling, in rows, like a prison block. And in each cage was an animal, roughly the size of a wolf, carrying a blood pattern, lying completely still. None of them were rotting. None of them were dead. I put a finger on one of the bars, and the bar crumbled. Every cage in that room had rusted through decades ago. Those bars were not holding anything, and everything inside them was staying put anyway. The second door, Coco would not let me open. It got hold of my collar with both front paws and hauled backward, and when I opened it a crack anyway, I understood. There were more than a dozen human bodies on the floor of that room, dropped where they fell. They were covered in short red and white fur, and the red parts made a pattern, the same pattern. I could only tell they had ever been people by their hands, their feet, and the jewelry some of them were still wearing. A few had scraps of leather armor on. One had a pair of gloves that looked new. They are not just breeding mutated beasts down here, I said. They are using survivors. Are those things alive? I asked Coco. Coco nodded. I closed the door very quietly. The last door on the corridor was metal, and it was the only thing down there with no rust and no dust on it, and it was not locked. Inside there was furniture and a treehouse workbench. Mutant potion, synthesis bench, blue. One recipe on it, mutagen, blue. Turns a beast into a low-level mutant with 100% certainty. Requires 5 kilograms of contaminated mutant meat and 1 glass bottle. 100%. Everything I had seen so far had been chance. A very small chance of mutation, the meat had said. This bench turned a lottery into a procedure, and I had the meat, and glass comes out of a furnace, and I had a furnace at home. There was a cabinet against the wall. I opened it from the side, standing out of the way, because after 9 days in this world, I no longer open anything while standing in front of it. 3 bolts went through the space where my chest would have been and buried themselves in the opposite wall. Somebody had lashed 3 crossbows to the inside of that cabinet door with thread. That was not a dungeon trap. That was a person, working with what they had, protecting something. Coco had not warned me, and that taught me the last thing I needed to know about my early warning system. It senses living things that mean me harm. A pit in the floor is not alive. 3 crossbows on a string are not alive. Inside the cabinet were 6 bottles of mutagen. I took all 6. Then I took the workbench too. And underneath the workbench was a pressure plate. The floor shook. Down the corridor, the first door opened, and the man came out. He was walking. Stone in the posture of a person, moving like a person, and he had gone from green to blue. The woman came out behind him. "Do not make a move," she said. "We mean no harm." Her voice was soft and even, and I felt myself relaxing. That is exactly why I raised the crossbow, because the calm was not mine. It had been put there from outside by a voice, and I could feel the seam where it had been fitted. "You took the contract card I made," said the man, "and you are still wearing the ring I gave her. Your crossbow is not purple grade enough to affect us, said the woman pleasantly. Then the boy came pelting down the corridor with his windmill. Daddy, Mommy. From the two doors behind them came noise, and it was the noise of a menagerie and a mortuary waking up at the same time. The man stamped his foot. Something went out through the stone of the floor, and both rooms went silent. How was that? He said. Not bad, right? Dad is so amazing. Do not scare him, said the woman. I did not lower the crossbow. The man's face changed, and he stamped again, and two walls came up out of the floor on either side of me, 10 centimeters thick, and began to close. I advise you not to speak to her like that, he said. Otherwise, even if I have to wait another 12 years, I will kill you. His wife put a hand on his arm, and the walls went back into the floor. If I really wanted to kill you, she said, I would have done it already. Their names were Zilei and Deng Xia. He controlled stone, and he had the manner of a man who has decided that being aristocratic is a substitute for being polite. She had a voice that reached into your head and adjusted the settings. Plus a son and a maid who bowed to me in a doorway and said hello. And they had one thing they wanted. First, said Zilei, we want you to lead us out of this underground city. We have been down here long enough. We would like to see the sun. How long? I asked. This year, he said, marks our 49th year underground. Here is what happened to this world, and I am going to give it to you the way he gave it to me, which is to say quickly, because he was not a sentimental man. 49 years ago, this was a functioning planet, cities, aircraft, roughly where Earth is now. Then a red light came, nobody knows from where. It covered half the planet and it lasted 5 minutes. Everything alive on that half got bigger, got uglier, lost whatever it had been using for a mind, and started killing on instinct. The other half fought back with everything it had, and for a while, it looked winnable. The sea came first. Turtles the size of houses. Octopuses out of a bad film. Shellfish that could take a man in half. Pods of mutated orcas that went through naval formations, like a hand through a spider web. They lost the ocean inside a season. Then, and Zilei said this part, like it still bothered him, the birds and the insects came, all at once, as though somebody had given an order. They crossed a hemisphere and came down on the cities, and individually, they were nothing. And there were so many of them that you could not use a weapon big enough to matter without deleting your own country to do it. Humanity went into the shelters. When they came up, the cities were gone. Then the land animals arrived, and they were survivable. And then the giant mutated humans arrived, and they were not. Weapons did not work on them, and they had kept a sliver of mind, which was the part that finished it, because they did not wander. They went for population centers. They went for armories. They went for the shelters, which nobody had told them about. Zilei's family were among the very few who got underground and stayed there. He did not explain how they turned to stone. He changed the subject with the efficiency of a man who has been changing that subject for decades. I did notice one thing that did not fit, and I have never stopped noticing it. By his account, the giants took the surface. But I had found the giants under the ground, and the surface was full of ordinary animals. And this world looked exactly like mine, down to the language on the table. Every 12 years, he said, a group of survivors comes here from another world. As far as I know, you were the 5th group. The first group came in force, and they wanted to burn the place down. Those are their bodies in that room, said Deng Xia. Back then, Zilei and I were not stone statues yet. Zilei cut her off mid-sentence. The second group was about 30 people, and none of them made it past the corridor with the traps. The strong ones sent the weak ones ahead to find the traps with their bodies. Everyone else watched and approved. The last one, the one they had all been feeding people to protect, lost his mind at the end and blew himself up along with the rest of them. The third group, 24 years ago, was taken apart by the machinery. The fourth group, 12 years ago, could not get through the third door. He stayed down here and lived with them for 2 days, and on the third night, he simply stopped breathing. I know what happened to him. He failed the event. The world does not need a weapon for that. So, who carved the message on the table? I asked. All demons. You will all die horribly. Zilei looked at me for a moment. How do you think we ended up like this? He said, and then he stopped talking, and I did not ask again. The deal was straightforward. I lead them up. Everything I have taken stays mine, plus the contracts. And to show good faith, he sat down and wrote me a new contract from scratch, in about 30 seconds. In a script full of strange marks like the oldest writing from my own world. He wrote it in the same hand as the message on the table. I checked. He had not lied to me about anything. The broom worked. Hundreds of bats compressed themselves against the ceiling and shook, and not one of them came off the stone. I feel like I could hang this on my front door to ward off evil spirits, I said. Half an hour of stairs later, we reached the bronze gate, and the bronze gate did not move. Not for my spear, not for my sword, not for a man who can grow walls out of the floor. But my watch woke up 2 meters from it. A day of messages fell in at once. Liu Wei twice. Chen Hua more than 10 times. The underground city is infested with mutated beasts. Wang Kai, are you still alive? Your name has not turned gray yet, so you must be alive. I read that one a few times. While I was reading, I compared notes with the group, and the comparison was educational. Everybody else's dungeon was a corridor with chests in it, a few traps, some weak mutants, and a staircase back up to the surface. Done in 3 hours. No maze, no bats, no stone family. Mine had a maze that killed people, 100 meters of ceiling with teeth, and 4 statues with names. The difference was the family. My dungeon was not a dungeon. It was somebody's house, and they had been living in it for 49 years. On the way back down, I contracted one of the bats, which was shaking too hard from the broom to argue, and put it in the ring. Coco showed its teeth at the ring and waved both paws at me for a while, and I have never successfully explained to that animal that it is not being replaced. Zile cleared the cage hall by stamping once and shouting, "Go back," and every mutant in that room went back into a cage that could not hold a kitten. Then he showed me the one cage made of a metal I did not recognize. The animal inside it was 200 kilograms of mutated cheetah with claws like the wild cat that nearly killed me. This cheetah, he said, is my most successful experiment. It is only slightly short of reaching mid-level. I used a contract on it. Contract failed. You cannot take one of these by force. I had not understood that until it failed. Silver King had agreed because he was dying. The bat had agreed because it was terrified of a broom. Consent is not a formality here. It is the mechanism. So I crouched down at a respectful distance and made an offer to a cheetah. I do not think you want to stay in this cage any longer. Sign, and you are not a specimen. You are my partner. Coco thumped its own chest with one paw, vouching for me. I threw in a blueberry, and the cheetah, which had apparently not had a blueberry in some decades, folded. Contract mutated cheetah. 90 points. 90. A mid-level mutant is 500. That animal was already most of the way to being the thing that had put a hole through my shoulder. It also would not let me touch it, and stayed exactly 2 meters away from me at all times, because it is a cat. So I could not put it in the ring, because to put something in the ring, you have to touch it. My team was now complete. Coco for danger and for finding things. Silver King for endurance. The cheetah for speed. The bat for looking at things from above. Artificial mutants Delay mentioned do not age. They just keep slowly getting stronger. I got about 2 words into asking whether a person could drink the mutagen. Most of the beasts that drank that potion lost their will, he said. Not one human was an exception. They all became madmen. Then he looked at me directly. Do you want to become a madman and live forever? And when we passed the room with the fur-covered bodies, his voice changed completely. All the aristocratic drawl came off it, and underneath was hatred, and grief, and teeth. Let them stay down here in the dark, forever. He put a wall of stone across that doorway and sealed it. His wife took his hand. His son said, "Dad," quietly, and did not finish the sentence. The corridor beyond widened into a tunnel that went up, and the first machine tried to kill us within 100 meters. Boulders, full width of the tunnel, coming down the slope, gathering speed. Xiale slapped the wall, and a niche opened in it, and we all got in. Is that not a bit shameless? I said from inside a hole in a wall. Just making a hole in the wall to avoid a trap. They come in sets, the boy explained helpfully. 1, then 3, then 5. The cheetah did not use the niche. The cheetah outran the boulders down the length of the tunnel, and then lay at the top, licking a paw, and looking back at 4 people and a wolf crammed into a hole in the wall with an expression I can only describe as editorial. Afterward, Zile smoothed the niche shut again. I have a condition, he said. I cannot stand having a hole in a wall. Above the first door there was an alcove where the boulders had been stored, and I sent the bat up to look. Contaminated radiation stone, blue. Emits radiation within a 10-meter radius. Mutants near it grow stronger. Do not be alarmed, it is harmless to ordinary humans and animals. I told Zile it was a rock for weapon crafting. I am not proud of that. I am also not sorry. The door opened for my hand and not for his. And the instant I touched it, I recognized the feeling, because I had felt it every single day for over a week. It was the same as touching the roots of my treehouse. Behind the door, the floor was a checkerboard, black and white, 1-meter squares. Every tile is a possible trap. Weight does not set them off. Life does. The only way across is over bodies, and Zile opened the ring and sent mutants out ahead of us to find the live squares by standing on them. The safe tiles sank slightly too, all of them, deliberately, so that you could never learn anything from the feeling under your foot. Spikes from all 4 walls at once, crossbows from the walls and the ceiling. A 5x5 block that turned to fire and reduced a mutant to ash between one step and the next. A 5x5 block that simply became an abyss. And one explosion, which took my hearing and my sight, and which I survived because 2 stone statues moved and put themselves between me and it without being asked. 8 mutants died crossing that room. The maid asked to go first and stay in front of me. Yes, yes, uncle, said the boy. Please do not run around. It is scary. Halfway across, Ziele told me about the second group again, and this time he told it slowly. 30 people. The strong ones sent the weak ones out onto the tiles. Nobody objected, not one. People are inherently selfish, he said. Then he turned around and made his maid get behind him. Behind the second door, the floor stopped being stone and started being earth, and in that earth there was fertile soil, blue, which I dug up on the spot, while a 49-year-old stone family waited for me. The last stretch, Ziele said, is impassable. Middle-grade mutants, and above them the high-grade ones. This is where every group before you stopped. Vines came up out of the floor and crumbled, every one of them. They broke the surface, reached, and dried out where they stood. Because the previous man's treehouse protected a radius of 3 kilometers, and mine protects 6, and this corridor sits at 4. He had run into a wall that was 3 kilometers from his own front door. It was never the monsters, it was the mortgage. I sent the cheetah down the corridor, and it covered 200 meters in about 10 seconds, and along its whole route, mutated plants came up out of the floor behind it, too slow to catch anything, freezing where they stood, and then falling apart. That. Is it solved? Said Ziele. His voice had a shake in it that had nothing to do with fear. Why did no high-level mutants appear? The 4 of them looked at each other, and none of them had an answer, and I did not offer one. We are here, said Ziele. We are here. Open the door, quickly. Behind the third door was a staircase going up. This is the closest we have been to the surface in nearly 50 years, said Dengxia, and her voice, which had been so smooth it could rearrange your thoughts, came apart in the middle of the sentence. Mommy, said the boy, can we get to the ground now? The door shut behind us and the torches lit, and Coco started screaming. The walls were weeping. Water was coming through the stone in 100 places at once, and I knew what that meant about 4 seconds before it happened. There is a high chance of flooding. Move. The wall burst, and the water that came through it was full of things. Blood-patterned eels, thousands of them, and half of them swam and half of them went straight into the stone walls and chewed, opening new holes for the rest. The water came up the stairs at exactly the speed we could run. You absolutely cannot let it get above your body, Ziele shouted. If it covers you, we are finished. He threw a stone wall across the corridor behind us, and it bought us 2 seconds. They ate through it and brought it down. Stop stamping your feet and run. I could not keep up. That is the plain truth of it. 4 statues do not get tired, and I am a person, and I was carrying 2 full backpacks, and I made the call and handed both of them to Ziele and Dengxia. Everything I owned. Purple contracts, mutagen, blue fruit, the workbench, handed to 2 strangers made of stone with a clear run to the exit ahead of them. Coco rode on the cheetah. Then there was light ahead, and the cheetah simply left. Went from a run to a disappearance because it had not seen the sky in years. Light. It is sunlight. Oh my God. The exit came out at the bottom of a dried lake bed, and the bank was 4 or 5 meters above our heads, and the water was at our heels. Coco got up onto the rim first and stood there waving both paws at a shallow section off to the left. We went up it with eels breaking on the stones behind us. At the top, I went down on my hands and knees and was thoroughly, comprehensively sick on an empty stomach, which is the worst version. Then, Ziele picked me up and put both arms around me. Thank you, he said. Thank you. Stone does not cry. His eyes could not do it, so he just said it twice and held on. Behind him, his wife and his son and their maid were holding each other in a heap on the grass in the sunlight, and they were making a sound I am not going to try to describe. 49 years. I offered them a floor of my treehouse. They had business of their own, Ziele said. That would take a few days, and that had to be done after dark. Aunt Lu, the maid, nodded along. The boy's name was Zhu Xiaohao, and he had already started calling me uncle. We settled accounts. The ring went back to Dengxia because Ziele had given it to her, and it was the first thing he had given her since they turned to stone. In exchange, he handed me a wristband. Mutated beast wristband, blue, holds 10 mutants, and a large windmill. Think of it as a taunt, he said. It depends how you use it. Then he told me what all of it was made of, and I have never looked at that wristband the same way since. The ink in his pen was the blood of a high-level mutant. The ring, the wristband, the windmill, and the broom were all made from parts of one. There is enough ink left for 5 more contracts, he said, and then the pen is empty. One more thing, before he left. Of everything I ever put the mutagen into, he said, 3 kept their will. Every one of the 3 was abnormally large for its species. The cheetah was one of them. I looked at Silver King, who was 200 kilograms of wolf in a species that tops out around 70. They came up into the treehouse on the roots, and I got to watch 4 people who had lived under a mountain for half a century arrive in a room with windows. You live up here. People can live in this tree. It has been so long since I have seen a world this wide. Dungeon treasure hunt concluded. All who returned are victorious. Those who never found an entrance have 10 minutes to say goodbye to this world. Next event, in 1 day. Rainy season. They left at sunset. Xiao shouted back from the tree line that Uncle really did bring us out, and that he wanted to come and play at Uncle's house. 3,948 people left in jungle area, 188. We had started with 10,000 less than 2 weeks ago. The channel was full of people showing off blue trophies. And in the middle of it, one honest man. I found the entrance and then I turned around. I did not dare go in at all. Those who dare not go in, somebody replied, dare not post. Then I saw something on the trading platform that made me stop scrolling. Somebody was selling contaminated mutant meat, which meant somebody else out there, not in our organization, had taken down a mid-level mutant alone. I bought 20 kilos for a green crossbow. We do not know what positive effects that meat has yet, Liu Wei wrote to the group. So I am not selling mine. You should not sell yours either. I rebuilt the 3rd floor into an apartment. 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, a study. The screen went on the living room wall like a television, because that is what it is. Stone stove, blue, adjustable heat, amplifies the effects of the food cooked on it, a cast iron pot, a range hood, a sink. I still had no way to get water up 10 meters, so the bathroom was decorative, and I made a policy about it that I will not go into. Then I found cotton on the market, going for nothing because it was hot and nobody wanted it, and I bought all of it. Look at the trees, I told Coco. Poplar, pine, birch. That is a temperate species mix, possibly subarctic. There is going to be a winter here, and it is going to be a real one. Leather sofa, coffee table, a cotton mattress, and a quilt. Coco rolled the entire length of that sofa 4 times. Now, I thought, this place could finally be called home. Of 3,948 people, 1,853 went into a dungeon and came back out. Every one of us got the same reward. Treehouse level, +1. For most people, that meant another 30 or 50 square meters. For me, it meant a 4th floor of over 100, with a conical roof going up to 6 meters. I put sand in the furnace and got glass, green, rated as durable as the treehouse walls themselves, and I glazed the slope of that roof. Then I lay on the floor of my new attic and looked up through it at the Milky Way. I want to live right here, I said, on this floor, forever. 3 large blue pots and 50 ordinary ones went in under that glass. Apple, orange, berry, strawberry. The logic was cold, even if the room was beautiful. If a rainy season washes the surface of this world flat, an orchard under glass on the 4th floor will feed exactly 1 man indefinitely. Coco sat under the glass, staring up for a long time, and then told me there was something in the sky. Not dangerous, but there. Or perhaps, I said, this rainy season is made of whatever is currently up there. Chen Hua's dungeon exit had come out inside a mine, and the whole mine was made of something new. Black gold block, blue. Extreme hardness and extreme toughness at the same time, plus exceptional electrical conductivity. She dropped an ingot on her floor while showing me, and then said, with enormous relief, "Oh, good, it did not damage the floor." She gave me the entire supply for free, on terms. I provide the raw material. You do all the manufacturing for me, also free. And one of everything you make with it comes to me. 19 years old. Vertical integration, then a technology licensing agreement, basic appliance manufacturing table, blue. Electrical appliances, in a jungle, with 1 recipe on it and only 1. Lightning rod, blue, diverts lightning strikes. Absorbed lightning provides electricity to the treehouse. 5 black gold ingots. This is a charger, I said, designed for thunderstorms. And a rainy season was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I put 3 more heavy crossbows on the other faces of my treehouse, 2 of them built from the claws of the mutated wildcat. And then I sat down with Silver King and had the hardest conversation of my time here. I did not want to do it. He was not a tool. He had been a wolf king, and he had chosen me while he was bleeding out under my house, and I did not want to pour a bottle into him and find out afterward that the thing looking back at me was empty. So I asked him. I laid it out honestly. More power, possible loss of self. No way to undo it. He put his head down and thought about it for a good 10 seconds. Then he threw his head back and howled once, and it was not a question. I found out why later. He had been sparring with a cheetah, and he had lost. And a wolf who used to go toe-to-toe with brown bears had no intention of being the 2nd strongest animal in his own house. The first bottle did almost nothing. Slightly longer fangs. Mimi walked over, patted my leg, and meowed. Coco translated, not enough. 6 bottles went in. The pattern crawled out from his chest in time with his heartbeat, and then stalled. So, I ran downstairs and synthesized a 7th out of contaminated meat, and the 7th finished it. The pattern went across his whole body. His fangs came down like a saber-tooth's. His pupils went red. "Did it work?" I said. He looked at me with those red eyes, and the cold in the room went out of it, and he pushed his head into my hand. Then he howled, and not one animal in that jungle answered him. 40 kilometers an hour became 80. with a rider. I wore an iron helmet since motorcycle helmets are not in the recipe list. He ran down a sika deer and took its head off its body in one bite. He ate an entire deer that night and asked for more, and by morning he had gone from 200 kilograms to over 300. Yu Fen came clean in the group without being pushed. Suspended pot to save the world was hers and her brother Yu Xiang's, and they were a family of traditional doctors going back generations, and they had built it to pull medicinal material out of the entire region. Nobody minded. Having your own doctor is not a political question when a scratch can turn your name gray. I named the cheetah Mimi on the grounds that it was a large cat and extremely pleased with itself, and it responded by walking away and continuing to circle at a 2-meter radius. Silence, I said, means you accept it. Mimi opened a boar's skull with one swipe of a paw, and we carried the whole carcass down to the stream as a gift. The crocodile came up off the bottom and opened its mouth in what I have decided is a greeting and took a boar in one bite. Then I asked it for a favor. Would it consider clearing the piranha out of my lake? It asked me a question back. Coco translated, with pause. Is the python in there? I told the truth. It came up once and it went back down deep, and I have not seen it since. The crocodile's eyes widened, very slightly. Then it agreed, and I noted, walking home, that the python shows up red on my map, and the crocodile does not show up at all, and that two 20-meter monsters from the same hole in the world are not on the same side. Where it had been lying, there was now a pit, and my stream ran dry for a while until the pit filled up. It went into the lake and filtered. That is the only word for it. It swam through the piranha shoal with its mouth open like a whale shark, pass after pass, and their teeth did nothing at all to its hide, and after a few runs there was almost nothing left of a swarm that had stripped a carp in 10 seconds. Mimi watched with its mouth open. Then the crocodile stopped. It did not come out. It hung there, right over the deep part, and stayed. Coco grabbed my trousers and hauled me back from the shore. The python came up out of the middle of the lake, head like a cliff face, eyes like 2 holes going down forever. The spray from it reached several meters, and I understood, standing on my own shoreline, that I had been used. The piranha were bait. The crocodile had not come for my lake. It had come for him. For 1 second the python's head turned away from the crocodile. It looked at my treehouse, and the crocodile hit it from underneath. The lake went white. Waves came up over my 3rd-floor windows. The python made a sound that shook trees a kilometer away, and its dot on my map went so bright that every living thing within a kilometer went flat to the ground and stayed there. For half a minute all I could see was a column of spray, and inside the spray the 2 of them, the crocodile rolling with the python in its jaws, then the python coiling around the crocodile and dragging it under, then the surface breaking again. The crocodile came up with a piece of the python in its mouth. It was also full of holes. The water around it was red. The python tore free with a section of hide and flesh missing from its flank, and the crocodile climbed onto the bank, made a great production of swallowing the piece it had taken while the python watched, then hiccuped and spat several scales out onto the sand. That was not an accident. That was a taunt, performed by a reptile, with staging. Meanwhile, the python's wound closed. In under a minute, in front of me, a piece of missing flank simply filled itself back in. It went into a rage, and then, in the middle of that rage, it turned its head and looked at my treehouse again, and then it turned around and went down into the deep and did not come back. Twice. It has looked at my house twice in the middle of things that had nothing to do with me. The crocodile was in a bad way, plate crushed in places, punctures everywhere. It refused help. It nosed the scales on the sand toward me, once, and then walked back up my stream and went under. The 3 of us stood there and watched it go. Mimi did not take its eyes off the scales. Giant python scale, purple. A scale from the body of a giant python for crafting armor. The armor produced is extraordinarily durable, 4 of them. Brother Crocodile, I said out loud to an empty stream, you are simply my lucky star. Anaconda scale armor, helmet, greaves, boots, all purple. Each piece cost 1 scale plus 3 blue iron ingots, which is highway robbery, and the set bonus made it irrelevant. Significantly increases strength. Grants the ability to move freely underwater. Intimidates aquatic creatures. Even if it costs me everything I own, I said, I am making this set. 12 blue ingots, I wrote to Chen Hua. 12! Did you make a typo? She assumed I was going to flood the market with blue weapons and got genuinely upset about it before I explained. We do not even have enough for ourselves. The price came to 3 sacks of blue fertilizer from the points shop, which was 1,050 points, which was very nearly everything I had. And then, for the first time in this world, a recipe came with a number attached. Success rate 80%. Everything up to that day had simply worked. Now there was a wheel, and a 5th of it was failure, and the material was irreplaceable. The blue backrest chair took it to 90, which does not sound like much until you notice it halves the chance of losing a purple scale. The koi does something too. It does not change the number. It changes what happens when the number is spun. And I could see it, because my cheat shows me things other people's does not. And the marker moved through the failure arc more slowly than it should have. I sat in a blue chair, holding a red panda, and crafted 4 purple items in a row. 4 for 4. The finished set looked like nothing at all. Gray, matte, stony. If you dropped it in a pile of rocks, you would never find it again. I like that more than I can say. I put it on, and a wave of warmth went through me, and for about a minute I genuinely believed I could kill an elephant by hand. Then I walked into the lake, and the armor changed. Underwater, it turned mirror bright, the way the python's hide had looked under the moon. Fish did not scatter from me. They froze. Shrimp stopped moving entirely, and I swam like a national champion in a body that 2 weeks ago needed a full minute to cover 50 meters. 20 or 30 meters out from the bank, the lake floor stopped. There was a shaft in it, a vast circular hole going straight down into the dark, and there were things moving in it that were larger than me. When you gaze into the abyss, I thought, treading water above it, the abyss also gazes back. The surviving piranha had mutated. They had been palm-sized. They were the size of carp now, fattened on the blood of 2 giants. I shot one from outside their range. The rest of the shoal turned on it and stripped it to a bare skeleton in about 10 seconds, and then went completely still again. So I did that, over and over, one bolt at a time, from outside their zone, until my lake was empty of them, and I had not once put a foot in the water. The purple set halves, water pressure. My diving ceiling went from about 12 meters to 25, which is not enough for a 60-meter shaft. I got 11 blades of watergrass, blue, off the wall of it. And at 60 meters down, at the limit of my sight, I could see ore with a green and blue shine to it, which I'm fairly sure was copper. There were also fish down there, flat 3 or 4 meters across, colored exactly like the wall they were lying against. I went up and did not go back. I put the radiation stone at the foot of the beast statue so that everything I owned got slightly stronger while it slept. Then I cooked, properly, for the first time since I arrived. Lotus root stir fried with boar on a blue stone stove. Coco picked up a pair of chopsticks in both front paws and fed itself, and I stood there holding a wok for a solid 2 seconds. Then I fried mutated rat meat, and the smell of it went straight past the blue bear paw and out the window. All the meat I ate in the first half of my life was garbage. And then the warm wave went through me, the same one the bear paw had given me, and I stopped chewing. Low-level mutant meat increases strength. Green grade, ordinary. Every single person in this region had piles of it rotting in a corner because it was worth nothing on the market. And it was the cheapest permanent strength upgrade in the world. The catch was that green meat spoils in 3 days. Chen Hua handed me the answer without knowing she was doing it. "What is saltpeter for?" she asked in passing. I stood up so fast I hit the table. Saltpeter is ice. Ice is a cold store. A cold store is a year of shelf life instead of 3 days. Also, and I did check, saltpeter is gunpowder, but there is no sulfur in this world, and no recipe, so that stayed on the list. I traded her a mutated beast contract and a bottle of mutagen so she could make herself a mount. Saltpeter, blue. Absorbs an enormous quantity of heat when dissolved. 1 piece is sufficient for blue-grade explosives. 2 of them. She threw a piece in a basin of water on camera, and the water went solid instantly, and the temperature in her room dropped several degrees while I watched. I did not build a refrigerator. I built a cold room on the entire first floor, because I already knew the floors of this treehouse insulate. The furnace on the second floor had never once warmed the third. 3 barrels of water burst from freezing before I got the ratio right, and after that, the first floor sat at 20 below. Then I went shopping. 2 tons of mutant meat. 2. For almost nothing, because everybody in the region had a mountain of the stuff that was going to rot inside 72 hours, and nobody would pay for it. I stacked it in label boxes in a wok in freezer inside a tree. I also put a basin of ice in my living room, which is not a refrigerator, it is air conditioning. "Someone is buying meat in bulk," said the channel. "They must be an idiot. It will all rot in 2 days. Or maybe those top few big shots can actually do something about it." Then I raised the meat in our group and got an answer that changed how I understood my own head. Nobody else felt it. Not Liu Wei, not Xu Ling. They ate the meat and felt nothing at all. We tested it against the silver chest contracts, which had definitely made them stronger, and they had all noticed the strength afterward in retrospect by lifting something. Not one of them had ever felt the warm wave. That is not a stat. That is my cheat. Item identification does not just read labels. It tells me, in my body, when something has changed me. I told them anyway, and told them to stockpile. Chen Hua went and tamed a mutated cow. "A bull with horns is too much," she said, "and with a cow, maybe I get milk out of it." Then she started selling saltpeter to the entire region in 10-kilogram lots, because she is who she is. I was woken by thunder that I felt in the floor before I heard it. The The sky was black at 7 in the morning. The clouds were not clouds, they were geography, and they were hanging at about 300 meters. Normal storm clouds sits at 600. I know that now because I looked it up afterward, and at the time, I simply knew it was wrong. The air was thick enough to chew. My quilt was damp. Lightning every 10 seconds, and no rain. Not one drop. Then a bolt hit my lightning rod, and the black rod lit up inside a cage of crawling arcs and started to glow, and kept glowing brighter. Charging. And that is when I worked out what had been done to us. The reward for surviving the dungeon was treehouse level +1. Every treehouse in this region had gotten taller 2 days ago. 1,800 people had been made into lightning rods as a prize for winning. Even the rewards are traps. Chen Hua saw the first fire. Liu Wei saw the implication about 60 seconds later and went straight into the public channel with it. And this is the message that saved the region. Lightning will not kill you inside your treehouse. It will wreck what is inside, and it will not kill you. The forest fire will kill you. Go down. Right now. Cut a fire break all the way around your tree. Do not worry about attracting the strike. Your tree is going to attract it whatever you do. And then, a separate line, because he is precise. If your treehouse is still low and has not grown, you are not attracting anything. Decide for yourselves. Being struck by lightning is better than burning to death, said the channel. Dying fast is painless. That makes sense. I am going down too. Me too. Together. Iron axe, blue. Capable of felling up to purple grade timber. Durability 3000. Green trees came down in one swing. I cut a ring 20 meters wide around my trunk. The proper number for a fire break is 40 to 60. I did not have the time, and I knew it while I was swinging. I also transplanted my fruiting apple tree into a pot with a blue shovel at 50% odds, and got it on the second attempt, which, with the koi in my system, is roughly what I expected. And then, having just thought to myself that at least there was no wind, the wind arrived. Poplars bent. The sound of it through the canopy was a freight train that never finished passing. Dozens of fires lit at once and started moving through the forest as one thing. Damn it, I said. The jinx was me. I sealed every window on 4 floors with glass and put cotton in my ears, and then put cotton in Coco's ears, and Coco lay down flat with both paws over its head anyway. Silver King and Mimi yawned. The fire came around my tree on all sides, and the fire break held. The lightning rod filled up and kept filling, and by afternoon it was giving off light and heat like a floodlight, and I realized I had accidentally built a grow lamp for my greenhouse. I also realized that at night my treehouse was going to be a lighthouse, visible to every animal and every person for a very long way. I filed that under problems for later. At that moment, the 4th floor was warm and glowing and full of fruit, strawberry blue, incredibly sweet. Removes negative mental states and holds your mood at its peak for 1 hour. 35 of them. I sat down on the floor of my greenhouse and worked out what I actually had. The orange fixes mental fatigue. The strawberry fixes emotion. If I had eaten one of these before I walked into that field of yellow flowers, the carnivorous flower would not have gotten inside my head. If I had eaten one before the bat corridor, the ultrasound would not have taken my legs out from under me. A happiness fruit that lasts an hour. It should not be addictive, I said. Should it? Then the voice came, and the thunder stopped for it. Rainy season, 24 hours without pause. Torrential rain, lightning, and hurricanes. The rain and the wind will bring things that do not exist in this jungle. Your task is simple. Survive until dawn. This is the final event of Phase 1. Do not fall in the darkness before the sunrise. The thunder held off for the whole announcement, which I noticed, and which I did not like. And then the rain arrived, and it did not start. It landed. A solid wall of water, floor to sky, and every fire in that forest went out within seconds and left nothing but black charcoal in every direction. And then the burned ground broke open, and shoots came up out of it. In under a minute, saplings 3 and 4 meters tall stood in the ash. The jungle resurrected itself in front of me, while the water was still falling. Then the water started rising. 10 centimeters, a meter, 3 meters, 5, 6. The standard treehouse in this world is 3 meters tall. The water is about to get inside the treehouse. I cannot swim. The people with one low floor went out onto their roofs into a hurricane, and they knew exactly what that meant, and they went anyway. Damn it, when I was 7 or 8, I used to love running around in the rain, better than drowning. And then, when the water covered the first floors, the screens died. Every screen in this region is mounted in the first floor wall, and the public channel of jungle area, 188, which had not been quiet for 1 minute since it opened, went completely silent. Only the people with watches and second floors were still talking. There was something else. I saw it out of my 4th floor window, and I have never fully processed it. The hills to the northwest were gone, not submerged. They were tens of meters tall. The water was 6. Gone. They ran away on their own. I stopped that thought there and did not pick it back up. In a dead channel, one voice found a way through. Yu Xiang, her brother, selling medicine at the bottom of a flood. Ordinary pill, green, instantly cures common illness contracted within the last 3 days. Leaves you weakened for a time. My version said the exact duration. 2 hours. Everyone else got for a time. I bought one, on the grounds that I would rather be the test subject than the patient. Then I went outside, into it, and here is the reasoning, because it was reasoning and not bravado. The reward from the last event, the extra floor, is what saved my life in this one. Whatever I get out of tonight is what keeps me alive in the next one. You cannot only look at the present. There was a tornado standing a kilometer off, and it was not moving. It sat in one place and threw things out of itself. Coco's assessment, not dangerous, and there is treasure in it. So I swam. Underwater, the drowned jungle was a forest of young trees with lakefish swimming between the branches, which is a thing I never expected to see. Colorful scale fish, green, a beautiful ornamental fish, little meat and poor flavor. Keeping them in the treehouse increases decoration score. That was the first time a living creature had a grade attached to it, and the first time I had ever heard of decoration score. I caught 52 of them with a bucket. They swam into it. They were not clever fish. Blue crystal, red crystal, green crystal, purple crystal, all green grade, and white ones, which were rubbish. Redwood, green. Valuable timber for carving and furniture, 12 pieces. And then, at the base of the tornado, the alarm went off in my skull. What came out of the funnel was 4 meters long, and the blade on the front of it was longer than its own body. Blood-patterned sailfish. Mid-level mutant. A saltwater fish in fresh water, delivered by a tornado. A sailfish does 110 kilometers an hour. In the ocean, a grown one has no natural predators at all. It stopped in front of me and did not strike. The purple set intimidates aquatic creatures, and I could see it working. It circled. It hesitated. So, I made a mistake, and it was the exact mistake I would have told anyone else not to make. I backed away. It read the retreat as weakness and came in. I got out of the way and scored its flank with the spear, which, by the law that Liu Wei and I had worked out over a week ago, meant that this thing was now going to pursue me until one of us was finished. I spent 5 minutes kiting a sailfish through a submerged forest, and its blade took young trees in half without slowing down, and I steered the whole chase toward my own front door. The roots came down and pulled me straight up out of the water like a hooked fish. And in the same second, that blade came up and went through the boot of my purple armor and left a groove in it. Mid-level mutants are made of blue-grade material. Purple is above blue. It should not have marked me at all, and it had. How dare it damage my purple armor, I said, hanging in the air over a flooded world. This sailfish is going to die. It jumped 4 or 5 meters clear of the water and hit the underside of my treehouse. My automatic crossbow did not fire. It could not solve the problem. A machine that leads a target cannot lead something moving at 110 kilometers an hour on a curve. So I used a live decoy. I let the bat out. Understand what that bat had become. It had gone into my ring as a scrawny thing that could barely fly, and I had fed it every day, and it had been sleeping near a radiation stone, and it had quietly turned into an actual low-level mutant while I was not paying attention. It flew low over the water, and the sailfish went for the moving target, and the bat rolled off the blow at the last instant. It got clipped hard, and it straightened out, and the fish went up. Straight up, past my 3rd floor, on a column of spray. At the top of that arc, for maybe a quarter of a second, it was not moving at all. The heavy crossbow put a bolt through it lengthwise. Coco screamed. Silver King howled. Even Mimi made a noise, which I had not known Mimi could do. Killed the polluted mutated sailfish. 100 points, which, in hunting event currency, is 500. A mid-level mutant. The butchering took an hour and made me rich. Blue bone, a blue jaw, which is weapon material, and a blue dorsal fin, which is armor material, and there had never been armor material from a mutant before, plus 430 kilograms of contaminated meat, 86 bottles of mutagen freedom, and then the bat refused to go back into the wristband. I asked it why, and it flapped at me, and I worked it out. The radiation stone had not just made it stronger, it had given it back its mind, which means any beast in this world that had its will burned out by a bottle can have it put back. I put a glass tank the height of my chest against the wall beside the screen and filled it. 52 colored scale fish detected. Decoration score plus 10.4. A new line appeared on my treehouse screen. No explanation of what it was for. Crystals added another 4. Redwood on its own added nothing at all, which was the clue. Redwood does nothing until you carve it. Coco, I said, and you too. You are not allowed to eat these fish. They are for looking at. Mimi curled a lip. 52 of those would not have gotten stuck in its teeth. Then I let the current take me, and it took me into the tornado. There is no water inside the Eye of One. The wall is a ring of water 5 or 6 meters thick, and above that is the funnel itself. And in the middle, it is dry and cold, and the pressure is low enough that breathing is work. And I was soaked through, in the cold, in low pressure, which is exactly why I had bought that pill. In the middle of the eye, in a stand of trees that had somehow survived, there was one broken crate that looked like it had come off the back of a truck. Colored crystals inside, some blue ones, and at the bottom, purple. Artist contract, purple. Unlocks the artist section. Blueprints for statues and paintings, and grants mastery of carving and painting. It went into me like the others, and my strength came up again, and then something else happened that the other contracts had not done. Somebody put a memory in my head, forcefully, the memory of hands that had carved for 30 years, and of how ink behaves on paper. Pick up a chisel or a brush, said the feeling, and you will make something that shakes the world. Carving knife set, paintbrush, dip in water, and paint. Carving and painting workbench, blue. This world is genuinely trying to turn me into an artist, I said, standing in the middle of a tornado, holding a chisel. I did not know why yet. I found out 4 days later, and it was worth more than every weapon I owned. And then I looked up. 2 meters above my head, hanging in the dead air of the eye, was a small funnel, purple-black, about the size of a football, and it was twisting the space around itself. I threw a stone at it. The stone vanished, and the entire tornado shuddered. Could this be the reason this thing exists, I said. So I threw another one. Every stone I put into that little purple funnel made the whole storm convulse, and every convulsion made it rain resources. Redwood, crystals, animal carcasses, arriving already flattened. I got up against the wall of water and collected while the sky came apart above me. 100 crystals, 132 logs of redwood. But the funnel was growing. Football, car tire, 2 meters across, and once it was 2 meters across, I could hear things in it. Wind, leaves, and something moving. I put a stick into it. The stick was pulled in, and it came back out about a second later, eaten through, coated in a dark red slime that was still steaming, and when the slime dripped onto the ground, it burned a hole in the dirt. So I shot it. Every sound inside that funnel stopped at once. The whole thing boiled, threw out a wave of cold, collapsed to a point, and was gone. And the tornado went with it. The entire storm, kilometers of it, simply stopped existing, and for about 10 seconds there was a hole in the clouds with sunlight coming through it. Congratulations to the survivor for being the first among this batch to artificially eliminate a tornado. In the water afterward, I found 2 fish the size of carp, one black and one white, endlessly circling each other. Tai Chi white fish, blue, a high-grade ornamental fish. When paired with the black fish, doubles decoration score and gradually strengthens the health of the survivor, living in the treehouse, extending their lifespan. Extending their lifespan. The pair gave me 32 points. Fish food in the point shop costs 50 points a packet. A mid-level mutant is worth 100. This breeding hobby is far too expensive, I said, and bought the food anyway. I also noticed that the ordinary lakefish were growing visibly, day by day, fed on the blood of 2 giants, and none of them carried a mutant pattern. Neither does the python, neither does the crocodile. Whatever the giants are, they are not on the same branch as the mutants. The rules of decoration score took me an hour to work out, and they are brutal. Identical items do not stack. 100 green crystals is not 100 entries. It is 6, 1 per color. A blue crystal is 3. A purple is 5. Redwood furniture gives 3 points per item, and the second identical piece gives 0. So, the ceiling on furniture arrives almost immediately, and after that the only way up is to make things that are not the same as each other. I put the carving bench in my study rather than the workshop because I was not going to carve next to a furnace. Then I sat Coco on the bench and told it to hold still, because I was going to carve it. It held still for exactly as long as dinner was on the line. I went into the work and came out of it an hour later. Then I went in again and came out an hour after that. Little panda amethyst carving, green. Treehouse decoration score plus 10, 10. 1 green statuette. 100 green crystals gave me 6. A purple crystal gave me 5. 1 carved green stone gave me 10, because carving multiplies the value of a rock by a factor of 10, and because every carving I make has its own name. Its own name. They do not count as duplicates. There is no ceiling at all. The cost is that I cannot do 2 in a day. After a carving, my head is wrung out like a cloth. That night the bat started screaming ultrasound, and I ran to the window expecting a monster. The jungle was growing, underwater. The saplings went off like something detonating, and in about a minute, their crowns broke the surface and kept going to 10 meters and higher, and beneath the water bushes and grass came up in the dark. The flood had turned into a jungle with 5 meters of water under the canopy. I posted immediately. Anyone can go out now, even if you cannot swim. There is something to hold and something to climb. Go and take what the storm brought. And then, honestly, the warning about the sailfish. which turned out to be a matter of local flavor. Ma Jin also had a sailfish. Zhao Peng had an octopus in the trees. Shu Ling had already killed hers and had not thought to go inside the funnel. Then Liu Wei killed a tornado, second in the world, and afterward he called me and told me the thing he had been sitting on for days. In his dungeon, there had been a hidden passage, and behind it a room, and every wall of that room was covered in writing, in languages from Earth, including ours. We are not simply surviving here. We are taking part in a brutal selection. The dungeon is where the losers are kept. He read me the fragments. I failed. It seems I was not one of the ones who made it to the end. We lost to that company. I do not accept it. And then he pointed out the two words that mattered, and he sounded, for the first time since I met him, genuinely happy. One of. That company. A group gets to the end. Not one person. A group. Otherwise, he said, do you think I would be telling you any of this? You have been standing on my head since the first week. If it really came down to one survivor, you would be my biggest problem, and it would be generous of me not to put a knife in your back. That is the man I made an alliance with that night, against everybody else in this world. I did not tell him about Zilei's family. I am not sure I could explain to you why. And there was one more thing in it, underneath, that I have not been able to put down since. The world says the failures are permanently expelled from this beautiful world. They may not be dying at all. They may be going down there. And if beautiful world is not sarcasm, what is the place they get sent to? One last detail from that night. The rainy season leaderboard was not regional. It was global, across hundreds of areas, and it had only 54 names on it. The top two were both from jungle area, 188. I could see the lightning rods from my window, glowing across a flooded jungle. Chen Hua's was more than 30 kilometers away. Liu Wei's was inside 50. If those protection zones ever grow far enough to touch, I thought, people will be able to walk to each other. I caught a cold in the eye of that storm, and I took the pill. My sinuses cleared instantly and my legs stopped working. 2 hours flat on the floor of my own treehouse, completely helpless, in a world where the door only holds if somebody is awake behind it. The description said, weakened. The description was underselling it. That medicine gets taken in a locked room, or not at all, rainy season concluded. You have obtained your tickets to the second stage. Tomorrow at 9, the treehouse second phase begins. 3,154 people left. We had gone into that night with over 3,800, so the rain took more than 700, and almost every one of them was somebody who had spent the night sitting on their own roof in a hurricane. Everyone who lived through it was sick. I feel like if I fall asleep, I will not wake up. And at the same time, in the same channel, Jungle 188 is number 1. It is a case of, if the heavens made Liu Wei, why did they also have to make Wang Kai? Yu Fen had the cure, and was not selling it, not her decision, her brother's. His position was that the flooded had nothing left to pay with, so selling to them was the same as giving it away. Liu Wei and I made the commercial argument to her. Reputation. A world channel is coming. These 3,000 people are free advertising for the rest of your life. She listened to all of it politely and then answered from somewhere else entirely. As a descendant of a medical family, I believe saving lives comes first. To stand and watch someone die for a little more profit, when I have the ability to help, I really cannot bring myself to do it. Then she sold the medicine at almost nothing, region-wide, under the Explorer's name, against her own brother. I would like to say our motives were as clean as hers. They were not. If this is a selection and a group survives it, we need a very large group, and we may need to defend an entire region. Both things were true at once. That is usually how it goes. The water went down over the next day, and the jungle came back looking brand new, and the hills came back. The same hills. Northwest, in the same place, with the same crooked trees growing out of them at the same angles, undamaged by a firestorm that had burned everything else in this region to charcoal. They had not just walked away from the flood, they had walked away from the fire too. The receding water left giant carp stranded on the mud. And I want to tell you about the carp, because the carp is the moment I understood how strange this place had become. If you do not want to die, I told one, lie still. It stopped moving. If you want to live, jump once. It jumped. The blood of a python and a crocodile had gone into that lake, and it had not only made the fish bigger. Have all the animals in this world been to school, I said, and put it back in the water. I have regretted ever since not collecting any of the crocodile's blood. New resources came out of the mud. Acid branch wood, blue, which processes into blue redwood, and a dead deep water fish from the bottom of the lake shaft. Ruptured swim bladder of the rock-eating fish, blue. Eat it to increase your resistance to water pressure, which is the key to 60 meters, which is where the copper is. That fish had come up from the bottom fast enough to burst its own swim bladder, and there is only one thing down there that would make a fish do that. So even with the pressure resistance, I told myself, I am not going into the lake shaft anytime soon. Yu Fen sold her medicine for 3 green resources a dose, which is not a price. It is a formality. Can I live? said the channel. Can I really live? And then something happened that I did not expect from a region that had spent 2 weeks eating each other alive. Healthy people, people who did not need the medicine, started sending herbs to the explorers anonymously, asking for nothing. I just hope, one of them wrote, that when I am in trouble one day, one of the big shots gives me a hand. Her brother's organization went on the attack with an anonymous smear campaign. The explorers are thieves. They stole our medicine. It collapsed inside 20 minutes because the price defended itself. They stole something that precious, said the channel, and then traded it for 3 green resources. They cannot even tell a lie properly. Then Yu Fen went public. Her brother had held a vote behind her back, and the vote had unanimously decided not to sell medicine to dying people at a loss. So she quit her own organization and took everything worth having with her. The medicine is in your hands, she wrote. The formula is in my head. I found out later who she had been. 8 years into a doctorate at the best medical school in the country. A future you could see from space. And then this. Her ability is called Medical King. She can see any medicinal material, accelerate its growth, produce medicine from it, and she does not get sick. Her brother inherited their father's company and thinks in margins. They did not fall out over money. They fell out over what a human life costs. She blacklisted him and left him every finished high-grade pill she had made for his own safety. Sister Hua, I wrote to her, welcome to actually being an explorer. She sent back a smile, which was the first one anybody had gotten out of her. Pill blue. Cures everything short of the irreversible and strengthens the body. Once every 7 days. After 100 doses, the body becomes permanently immune to all disease. 100 doses is 700 days. I sat there doing that arithmetic next to a fish tank that extends my lifespan, and I had a thought I have not been able to get rid of. If blue-grade resources are already hinting at immortality, what do purple ones do? What is above purple? Is that why the gods are immortal? Then the food ran out. I want to be honest about which of the two frightened me more, and it was this one. There were no animals in the jungle, none, not a deer, not a rabbit, not a bird. In my entire resource area, there was 1 apple tree and 1 berry bush left standing, both green. The lakes had almost no fish in them. The group chat was the same everywhere. I am so hungry. Can ornamental fish be eaten, by the way? And every person in this region had a pile of mutant meat that was going to spoil that day because it was day 3. I had 2 tons of it at 20 below, and a greenhouse under glass on my 4th floor. I was the only person in Jungle Area 188 who could have fed the entire organization by himself. The salt cave was dry inside. That is the detail that turned my stomach. Everything outside was still sodden, and the salt grit on the floor of that cave was exactly where I had left it, undissolved. 6 meters of floodwater had gone over this entire region, and not 1 drop of it had gone in there. Coco braced all 4 paws and would not let me pass the entrance. Mimi went in. Bloodthorn vines came out of the floor at it, and Mimi shredded them into noodles with 2 swipes, and they did not crumble. Inside my own protection zone, 4 kilometers from my own tree, a monster came out of the ground, and my treehouse did not eat it. Then it got worse. The holes Mimi's claws had torn in the floor closed over, like a wound. I put a bolt into the wall to check, and the wall pushed the bolt back out and sealed the hole behind it. And from deeper in, there was a smell, sweet, faintly, and it made me dizzy and slightly sick, and I recognized it, because I had breathed the concentrated version twice and thrown up both times. It was the red gas, diluted about 1,000 times. The way indole is jasmine in a perfume bottle and something very different in a jar. Deep inside there was a pit 2 meters across that had not been there before, with pale red contaminated soil around its lip, and something glowing white at the bottom of it. Mimi went down and back in under 2 seconds, because Mimi does 200 kilometers an hour, and the vines did not even get a chance to react. They came up afterward and stood there, and I swear they looked at each other, the way 2 men on a night shift look at each other when something goes past too fast to identify. I blocked the entrance with rocks. I knew it was pointless while I was doing it. I did it anyway because sometimes you need to put something between yourself and a thing you do not understand, even if the something is decorative. The altar had grown new statues. The empty pillars, the ones I had drained by killing the hare and by whatever the wild cat had counted as, were not empty anymore. Where the hare had been, there was now a rat with incisors like 2 guillotine blades. Where the cat had been there was a fox with a tail twice the length of its body. The boar and the wolf were untouched, and the progress on them had stopped dead. And on the offering table, somebody had left a ring. The ring, the one I had given back to Dong Xia. Damage-mutated beast ring, white. A ring that once possessed a wondrous power. Having been offered in sacrifice, it is now entirely spoiled and ordinary. They sacrificed it. That family sat under a mountain for 49 years, and the one thing the husband had given his wife since they turned to stone, they put on that table and burned it. And there is only one thing they could possibly have been buying. They wanted to be people again, And I know how this altar makes a statue into a living thing because I have watched it happen twice. It starts by covering the whole figure in the blood pattern. I sat down on the flagstones with that. Their maid had said one thing to me that had not made sense at the time. It is useless to go now. We can wait until dark to set off. Whatever this altar is, it is different at night. The sacrificial dagger was gone from its drawer. I found the rest of it at the bottom of the lake in the resource area. 4 sets of footprints pressed into the silt. 3 adults and a child. They had walked along the lake bed, and they had wandered, doubling back, the way you walk when you are looking for something. The trail ended at a black hole the width of a well, with the same contaminated soil around the rim. They went back underground. Silver King and Mimi dug the dagger out of the bank while I was standing there. Coco found it. It had been driven into the earth, point down, at the water's edge. I put it back in the drawer because I did not want to explain myself to a troll. Then I went back to the salt cave, and the rocks I had piled at the entrance were gone. Not scattered, gone. And the cave had been cleaned. The shredded vines, my bolts, the salt grit, all of it, swept out of existence. So I backed off about 300 meters and looked at the whole hill at once. The cave is a mouth. Open. Above it, there is a ridge, and the ridge has the shape of the bridge of a nose. Above that, there are 2 hollows in the rock, exactly where eye sockets go. And out of the top of each hollow grows one crooked tree, bent, curving, one over each socket. Eyebrows. The head is 60 or 70 meters from chin to crown. If the proportions are human, the thing it belongs to is 400 to 500 meters tall. The blood pattern troll, the one whose roar put my wolf king on his belly, was 30 or 40. I had been mining salt inside its mouth for a week and a half, and the new pit at the back of the cave, the one that had opened after the flood, is where the throat goes. My hands were shaking hard enough that I ate a blue strawberry to stop them, and then, sitting there feeling the happiness come on like warm water, I heard myself and did not like it. I looked like a man with a habit, taking something to get through the afternoon. No, I put the rest away. Emotions are something I still have to learn how to hold on my own, and a fruit that does it for me is not a solution. It is a bill I have not been shown yet. Coco, I said. Look at that hill. Does it look like a head to you? Coco looked. Coco kept looking. Then it screamed and went up my back and hid behind my neck. Silver King growled. Mimi arched. And on the way home, I passed the bear cave, and where 20 meters of crocodile used to lie in my stream, there was a crocodile-shaped hole in the ground, and nothing in it. Brother Crocodile had gone. I stood by an empty stream for longer than I should have. Then I told myself the only useful thing there was to tell myself. Get stronger. You cannot keep living on the kindness of monsters. To make a paintbrush, I needed animal hair. I looked at my 300-kilogram mutated wolf king, asleep on my living room floor, and I smiled. The howl he produced is not something I will write down. Mutated wolf king's tail hair, blue, a brush made from a blue material. He sat with a bald patch on his tail and looked at me with an expression of profound moral disappointment, and then went and hid behind Mimi. For the record, I checked, and hair from his body produces nothing at all. It has to be the tip of the tail. I could not have made this easier on either of us. Wolf hair paintbrush, blue, dip in water, and paint. Redwood paper, green. 1 sheet from an entire log, 2 logs from a tree, 2 sheets from a tree. I painted Silver King, in ink, with a brush made out of his own tail, while he sulked in the corner. 2 hours. I nearly went face first into the desk at the end of it. Painting takes more out of your head than carving does. Wolf King charging picture, green. Decoration score, +10. Which took me to 106.4. And nothing happened. I had assumed 100 was a threshold. It is not, or it is not one that pays out yet. And I made a note that the second stage might have opinions about that number. Then I tried to carve a blue crystal and discovered that all of that forced expertise has a ceiling. On blue material, my hands did not know anything. On purple, I could not even begin. So I carved a red crystal into a cheetah instead. +10. 116.4. Mimi did not acknowledge the tribute. The pit in my salt cave was not unique. Chen Hua had one in her black gold mine, same size, same pale red soil, same white glow at the bottom. And she had been getting dizzy down there and had not mentioned it to anybody. Chen Guang had one too. The soil around those holes is gray-grade contaminated soil, Liu Wei wrote to all of us. Something unpleasant is going to come out of them. Block them up as best you can. But there was one difference, and it was mine. Nobody else had vines coming out of the ground inside their own protection zone. Only my hill does that, because only my hill has a face. That night, the hill breathed. Red fog came pouring out of the mouth of that cave and rolled down the slope and filled the entire ring of hills, and it kept coming, steady, in and out, like something at the bottom of a long sleep. And in the 2 hollows above it, a pearl white light came on. Mimi ran into the fog, and vines came out of the ground at it and did not crumble. Inside that fog, my treehouse does not protect anything. I sent the bat up to test whether flying was safe. A small bird went past at the edge of the fog, and something came out of the ground, took it, and pulled it under. The bat, which is a mutant, they ignored completely. So, the bat scouted for me, and reported that in half a day the pit at the back of the cave had spread across the entire floor. Between two of the hills the fog ran thin, and I went through it. The altar had changed again. All 4 pillars were gone, not fallen, gone, with no bases and no rubble. And the offering table had been pushed aside, slid off its foundation, the way you slide the lid off a coffin. Underneath it there were stairs going down, 50 or 60 meters of dry, dusty steps, and it got hotter with every one of them. By the bottom, it was over 40 degrees, bone dry, the walls hot to the touch, and covered in the same patterns that had been on the pillars. At the end, there was a stone shutter with a design burning across it, and carved into the middle of the design was a bear, the brown bear. The one that killed a wolf king in front of me and then vanished out of my jungle entirely. My spear did not scratch it. Coco put a paw on the stone and told me there was something good on the other side. On the floor in front of it lay a small paper windmill. Damaged small pinwheel, white, the boy's toy. Also sacrificed. They had been here. They had come down these stairs and they had put everything they owned on that table, and then they had gone somewhere. Liu Wei had the same staircase under his own altar. His was not hot. And the animal carved on his shutter was a tiger, which gives us the theory. The heat is the progress bar. Mine is further along than his, because a family of stone statues spent their last night on the surface feeding my altar everything they had, and the way in only opens, as far as either of us can tell, on a night with no moon. While I was underground, the fog closed. The thin place between the hills was gone. There was no gap anywhere in that wall, so I gave the bat a name, on the grounds that everybody else had one. A foo. All 3 of my animals took a moment to express a collective opinion about my talent for naming things. Then a foo flew into the red fog and kept going, and called back to me from the other side. So we went through it at speed. A few hundred meters of run-up, and a wolf that now does over 100 kilometers an hour, and no plan beyond, do not stop. The fog hit us, and the ground answered. Vines came up braided together into that same drill I had met over the bronze chest, and the patterns on them were glowing. And then the patterns on Mimi and on Silver King lit up too. The red fog makes mutants stronger, all of them, mine included. Silver King found a gear I did not know he had, and went around the drill, and the drill went into the ground where we had been, and cut through a whole rank of its own kind that were coming up at that exact moment. The pieces crawled away looking, I thought, faintly embarrassed. Mimi covered the rear. 5 separate times it went to full speed, and came back through, cutting vines apart with its claws. And when we came out the far side, it was covered in furrows and breathing, with its tongue hanging out sideways like a dog. And then it let me touch it. I crushed blue grass into those cuts with my own hands. Silver King licked the ones I could not reach. Coco climbed up and patted its head with both paws. 2 weeks of maintaining exactly 2 meters of distance, and it lay down and let me work on it. She actually let me pet her. There are 2 kinds of vine down there, and they hate each other. Blood-pattern vines are the thin ones, the ones that braid into drills and stab. Bloodthorn vines are thick, covered in thorns, and they whip and they heal. They fight each other, but they fight carefully, as if there is a rule about it that neither of them wrote. I set up 10 meters back and shot roots. That is the whole trick. A thin vine dies if you cut its root, 20 points each, around 50 of them over about an hour from a spot they could not reach. 1,000 points standing still. The thick ones I could not touch. A bolt goes in, they pull it out, and the wound closes. Then the wind came up, and the moon came out, and the fog was gone in minutes, and every vine went back into the ground. It left the clearing looking like the end of a war, cracks, craters. Over 100 dead vines, and I had only killed about half of them. The other half had been killed by each other. The cut ones leaked white sap, mutated vine juice, green, flammable and heat-resistant, burns continuously. A raw material for incendiary arrows and bolts, and 1 component of explosives. I filled a bucket, over 100 kilograms of it, at home, burning crossbow bolt, then small explosive, which is vine juice plus saltpeter plus charcoal, explosive crossbow bolt. Explosion, as the great man said, is art. I fired one at a poplar to check. The poplar came apart in the middle in a flash and a bang that I felt in my chest. All 3 of my animals came off the floor. A foo screamed an air raid warning. Mimi opened one eye and closed it again. The catch is that I cannot use fire or explosives in a forest. I have already watched what happens when this jungle catches, and I am not doing that to myself twice. The voice came at 6 in the morning, with no warning at all. Starting today, all survivors officially enter the 2nd stage. Over the next 24 hours, your tree houses will grow and change. During this time, the treehouse's protective ability is weakened, and a growing treehouse is far more vulnerable than a finished one. Event. Treehouse Defense Battle. Defend your treehouse for 1 day. Afterward, your treehouse will gain entirely new capabilities. The protection zones switched off. Vines came up everywhere. Not at the boundary, everywhere. Under every window, all the way to the trunk. You did not even have to go outside. Leaning out of a window was enough to bring one out of the ground. And they went for the trunk. They whipped at it, and every strike took off a layer of bark, and I could hear each one, and I could feel my house move. Big shot, Wang Kai. Help me. Please, a stranger. Not in the group, just somebody in the public channel who could hear his own tree being chipped away underneath him. And I already had the answer, because I had bolted it onto my own trunk days ago and then forgotten about it. Treehouse wooden armor. 2 round logs cover half a meter of trunk. I forged 12 pieces out of his own raw material and sent them over. And while he installed them, I measured how much the damage dropped, because I am not going to pretend I did it purely out of kindness. Big shot, he wrote. You saved my dog's life. Then I put it in the public channel. Do not go down. Do not lean out of your windows. Liu Wei did the scouting the rest of us did not want to do. He went down his own routes personally, with vines everywhere, to find the exact height at which they stop reacting. 5 meters. Above 5 meters, the treehouse still protects you. Below that, you are in the open. Then, the explorers went to market. Treehouse wooden armor, sold at twice cost, in bulk, from 9 accounts. My listings sit at the top of the platform automatically, and every batch was gone within seconds of posting. Stop hoarding. Let those of us actually under attack buy first. 3,058 people needed about 30,000 pieces of armor, which is 3,000 pieces each from 9 of us in 1 day. We did it. Almost every treehouse and jungle area, 188, was armored by evening. Another day of being carried by the big shots, wrote somebody in the channel. Boring and uninteresting. The rainy season reward turned out to be secret, and it arrived overnight. Random amplification. If a survivor sleeps in their treehouse for 3 or more hours, they receive 1 random enhancement for the day. The higher your decoration score, the more enhancements you receive, and the longer they last. Decoration score, there it is. That is what the fish tank and the carvings and the strawberries and pots were for. That morning, I got vision enhancement. My eyes became a microscope and a telescope at the same time. I could read the grain of the dust on my own wall, and I could see another survivor's treehouse 10 kilometers away. And, far more usefully, I could see the ground tremble in the places where vines were sitting underneath it, before they came up. Liu Wei got enhanced hearing. Waking up every morning to a new unknown ability, he said, is going to be like opening a blind box. I went down the roots to exactly 5 meters and hung there, and from 5 meters, I finally saw how it works. The vines do not come up out of the ground, they grow. There is a seed in the soil, and it goes from sprout to full combat vine in a fraction of a second. Somebody planted those seeds, in the ground, around every treehouse in this world. And then I watch my armor work, and it is beautiful. And it is beautiful for a reason nobody designed on purpose. The armor is round and smooth, the vines are pointed. Every stab slides off sideways. Even the drill slides off. And the scratches heal because the treehouse repairs its own armor. So I hung above 5 meters and shot roots all day. Silver King and Mimi ran a production line on the 3rd floor. The wolf held a vine down. Mimi opened it lengthwise with a single claw. The sap ran into a bucket. Mimi's expression while doing this said, with total clarity, that an elegant leopard should not be made to do wet work. Coco and Afu were assigned to cheer. By the end of it, I had 100 square meters of clear ground under my house, thousands of points, and another bucket of fuel. Then I stacked the dead vines in a ring around my trunk. A ring of dead flammable vine is a firewall you get to choose the moment of. Then the patterns on Silver King and Mimi began to glow. Both of them, at the same time, evolving toward mid-level, and both of them immediately fell into a dead sleep beside the radiation stone, at the exact hour the siege started. Coco, I said, it appears the defense of this household now rests with you. Show some spirit. Ying, said Coco, without conviction. There was a problem with the rest of the group. My crossbow is made from the ears of a mutant. Theirs are green iron. A green bolt does not kill a vine in 1 shot. And if you do not kill it in 1 shot, it heals. Chen Hua proposed the fix herself. I give you the blue ingots, you forge crossbows for everybody in the group. You are the boss, I am the supply line. Just do not tell them the iron is mine, or there will be a queue at my door. I trade anonymously on the market for the same reason. That was the night the group finally talked about itself. Chen Hua is 18 or 19, 2nd year undergraduate, the youngest of us. I had just started a master's. Shu Ling is in her 2nd year of postgraduate study. Yu Fen is around 26, 8 years into medicine. The Qin brothers are both 30. And Zhao Peng described himself as a college graduate with 3 years in an office and no human rights in this chat. He also asked us all to stop calling him Big Shot. and asked me to drop it too, so I became Brother Kai. Between the 8 of us, we cover the entire age range this world selected for. I have thought about that more than once. Ma Jin brought a pearl up from 100 meters because he is a senior diving instructor and 100 meters is a normal Tuesday for him. Deepwater pearl, blue. Decoration score, plus 20. And then, in the part of the description only I can read, temporarily raises the level of skills related to decoration score, which told me 2 things at once. The first is that skill has levels. The second is that mine had been listed this whole time as artist level, entry level, which is to say below beginner, and I had not been able to see it until something raised it. Carving time went from 2 hours to 30 minutes. Same result, plus 10, 4 times the output. Blue crystal still would not yield. By the end of the night, there were 4 figurines on my shelf. Coco, Mimi, a Fu, Silver King. How are they? I asked. Good likeness, right? Coco nodded, climbed onto the shelf, and adopted the pose of its own statue. The second wave was worse. Bloodthorn vines, twice as thick. And they came up only around tree houses. On the map, they made a red ring around every single house in the region, and there was nothing anywhere else. The first thing they did was tear apart the surviving patterned vines. Those 2 things hate each other more than they hate us. Then they stopped and swayed, and did not attack, as though somebody was watching and had not yet given the order. Shuling went out and did the reconnaissance for all of us, hanging off her own roots, fighting them in midair with a blade, and what she brought back was the worst news of the event. Cut pieces stay alive. Cut a thorn vine in half, and both halves crawl into a crack in the ground and come back in seconds as full-grown vines. Killing the root does nothing. Explosives do nothing. It is as if the ground is feeding them infinite energy, she wrote. And then, because she cannot resist, if you cut an earthworm in half, you get 2 earthworms. So, how do you kill an earthworm? My method is not applicable to any of you. Nobody asked her what her method was. Everyone in that group has one thing they do not explain. And we had all silently agreed not to pull on those threads. Coco spent that whole day attached to me, not affectionate, attached. It would not leave my lap, and at the end of the afternoon, it physically blocked the door and made a shape with both paws that meant something large. Then, Liu Wei called me, whispering from somewhere dark, Wang Kai, there is a great terror near my treehouse. And underneath his voice on the call, there was a knocking sound, slow, regular, and it was not his pulse. He had found it with his enhanced hearing. He had heard it through the ground from hundreds of meters away and walked toward it. In a cavern 10 meters high, held in a knot of vines, there was a mass of blood-red flesh 5 or 6 meters across, a heart, beating. And with every beat, the patterns on every vine in that cavern flared. What kind of thing is this? He said. Just looking at it makes your mind slide. He told me the vines only grow within 30 meters of a treehouse. Beyond that, it is a normal jungle. I asked him whether he had tried attacking it. The call cut out in the middle of the question and did not come back. 30 meters of radius is about 2,800 square meters, enough ground for 28 tree houses. I was not besieged at the edge of my territory. I was surrounded at the middle of it, and with my enhanced eyes, standing at my window, I watched the thorns on the vines beneath my own house begin to pulse red. In the same rhythm, there was one under me too. Then the radiation stone cracked. It split and threw out a red light so bright it went through my eyelids, and I knew that light immediately, because a man made of stone had described it to me 4 days earlier. That is the light that covered half of this planet for 5 minutes, 49 years ago. My head swelled, my skin crawled, in the specific way it crawls when something inside you is deciding whether to come out. I got behind the sofa and ate an orange and a strawberry. Coco hid behind the sofa with me, and then, in the middle of all that, tapped my arm and held out one paw. Its daily berry, contractual, 1 blue fruit per day, regardless of circumstances. I paid. Silver King howled with pain. Mimi woke, assessed the apocalypse, and went back to sleep. A Fu lay down beside the stone and grew. Yufen sent out new medicine that night, made from the vines that were besieging her. Painkiller pill, green, completely blocks pain for 5 minutes. Everyone else's description said, briefly, mine said 5 minutes. Hemostatic pill, blue, cures anything sustained within the last 2 hours. And she asked me, privately, to be the one who tests everything she makes from now on, because a doctor in this world has no way to run a trial. By morning, my household had changed shape. Silver King knocked me flat on my back and washed my face like an enormous dog, carefully steering a pair of saber-toothed fangs around my head. Mimi had become so heavily clawed that it punctured my floor when it walked. Mimi, retract your claws. A Fu had a 2-meter wingspan and exactly the same squeaky voice. Silver King, I said, out of the 4 of you, you are the only one who is not a squeaking monster. Then we tested them. Silver King howled once, from a window, and every vine under my treehouse flinched down flat. Their strength scales off what they were before. A mid-level mutated wildcat died to an ordinary tiger's paw. My wolf and my cheetah had both been the largest individuals of their species before anybody poured anything into them. I forged 500 explosive bolts. When you are poor, you use tactics. When you are rich, you use fire support. The breakout worked like this. From 20 meters up, I put explosive bolts into the ground under my house. The vines batted the bolts out of the air, which did not help them, because the bolts detonate on contact with anything. Cut sections crawled into cracks and grew back within seconds. The only way to clear ground was volume. Then we went. Silver King howled and the vines froze. Mimi cleared 2 meters ahead with a single sweep. A foo hit them with ultrasound, and the branches actually cracked, and it does not affect me at all, which I assume it has worked out and is choosing not to mention. I covered the back with explosives. The path closed behind us in seconds, and the vines that grew into it were brighter than the ones we had killed. The more we kill them, I said, the stronger they get. We made it out. I looked back, and my house was a green tree in the middle of a perfect red ring. Then Silver King and Mimi took scratches, and both of them went glassy and turned back toward the vines. That is it. That is the flaw that killed the hare, and the wild cat, and the sailfish. Once they are hurt, they cannot break off. I got in front of both of them and talked to them, with my hands on their heads, until it passed. Afterwards, Silver King tilted his head, honestly puzzled about what he had just tried to do. Mimi shook itself out from nose to tail, like an animal getting rid of a bad idea. That is the difference. Mine can be stopped, because mine are listening to somebody. And then Coco explained, with both paws, the thing it had been trying to tell me since dawn. The heart is directly under the treehouse. Not near. Under. There were 3 tunnels, all going down at about 30 degrees, all angled back toward my own house. They looked identical. Coco's assessment was that all 3 were dangerous, which is an assessment I have learned to translate as we are going to be doing this 3 times. Liu Wei had walked straight to his on the first attempt, because he could hear his. Meanwhile, in the group, Yu Fen worked out how everybody else was going to get out from under a siege they had no weapons for. Painkiller, iron armor, explosive bolts. Then simply run through it, take whatever you take, and swallow a blue pill on the far side, which cures everything you picked up in the last 2 hours. Chen Hua gave her own blue armor set to whoever was going to do it. Then all 4 men in the group started fighting over who got to be the one, and Zhao Peng won. That organization was becoming something. I noticed it that night, and I did not say anything about it, because saying it out loud felt like it would break. The first tunnel opened into a chamber with 3 flowers in it. Blood red, each one the size of a small car. Petals shaped like lotus leaves, growing out of the only patch of fertile soil in the whole cavern. And every so often they exhaled. Red fog, out of the flowers. That is where it comes from. Every bank of red fog I have ever seen in this world, every wall of it around those hills, is made by these. The fog hit my animals, and their patterns lit up, and all 3 of them went limp with pleasure. Silver King actually rolled over. I stood there seriously considering building a sauna at home. Then Coco pointed at the center of the nearest flower and shook its head. I prodded it with the spear, and the flower buzzed. There were insects in the stamens, dozens of them, with red eyes and a spike where the mouth should be, packed in there and waiting. I put 3 explosive bolts into the flowers from 10 meters and killed every one of them, along with the accommodation. From the roots, I dug out 3 seeds. Crimson Mist flower seed. Plant in fertile soil or higher, which was the first time this world had admitted that there is something above blue soil. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Brother Kai, you are too late. I am being chased by these bugs. The iron armor does not protect the face. It hurts so much. Zhao Peng was typing that while running. I want that on the record. The second tunnel had the knocking in it. I heard it before the corner, and by the time I came around the corner, I did not need to be told what I was looking at. A knot of vines 10 meters across, and in the middle of the knot, a piece of flesh 6 meters wide, beating. Directly under my house, 300 or 400 meters down. The sound of it went straight past whatever it is that holds a person together. I ate a blue strawberry, and I resented needing to. One detail mattered more than the rest, and I only saw it because of the enhanced eyes. The soil around the heart was still white, untouched, unconverted. That thing had been under my house for a day, and it had not yet finished poisoning the ground. Then it flared, and the knocking sped up, and every pattern in that cavern lit at once. And the ordinary vines in the knot, the plain green ones with no markings at all, grew patterns and thorns while I watched. That is what it does. It does not command mutants. It manufactures them. The plan was fire, because underground there is nothing to burn down but the thing I came to burn. The outer layer batted my first incendiary arrow away, and the arrow landed at the root of an outlying vine and set it alight. And every other vine in that cavern immediately turned around and tore their own burning sibling to pieces before the fire could spread. They have a fire drill. That is what I was looking at. An emergency procedure. So I gave them something they could not put out and something they could not ignore at the same time. I put explosive bolts into one point, over and over, and the vines had to cover the heart. They are not allowed not to. So I attacked the thing they were obliged to save, and I kept attacking it until the first layer was in pieces and the second layer had not yet arrived. Into that gap, I put 4 incendiary arrows straight into the knot. Vine sap is fuel. I had been filling buckets with it for 2 days. The whole knot went up at once, and the vines that rushed in to smother it caught fire themselves, and were torn apart by the ones behind them, and so on, all the way in. I left lying flat on Silver King's back. I came back through the smoke an hour later, and the knot was ash, and the heart was sitting there exposed, scorched, beating slowly, and it smelled like roast meat. "Goodbye," I said. Explosive bolts, then the spear, then Mimi's claws, and then Silver King, who removed roughly 100 kilograms at a time, killed the mutated plant's heart. 300 points, which, in the old currency, is 1,500. 3 mid-level mutants. Mutated plant heart fragment, green. When burned, produces smoke that repels mutated plants. 1 kilogram lasts 1 hour. There were several tons of it in front of me, which meant I was standing on the answer to the entire event, for the entire region. Nobody else needed to find their heart, or fight it, or die trying. They needed smoke, and the very next thought I had was, will I give it to them? I want to be honest about the fact that the thought arrived, and that it took a second to answer, because this event is not a defense event. This event forces 3,000 weak people to depend on 9 strong ones, on the same day, in the same hour. It is not testing whether we can survive, it is building the region a leadership. In the middle of the wreckage, something was glowing green. Coco dived headfirst into the remains of a monster with no hesitation at all, which is when I learned that the flesh of that thing is plant matter and there is no blood in it anywhere, and came back out with an emerald crystal the size of a walnut in its teeth. Plant heart seed. Plant beside your treehouse. A plant heart will grow underground. It lives in symbiosis with the treehouse's root system, converts part of the roots into combat vines, and defends the ground around the treehouse. White soil produces a small heart. Green soil, a medium one. Blue soil, a large one. Word for word, the same phrasing as the treehouse seed. And I went cold, standing in a burned cavern, holding a walnut. Because if the heart converts the treehouse's roots into vines, then the vines that had been besieging me all day were my own roots. Every person in this region who had spent the day heroically cutting down vines had spent the day cutting down their own root system. And if you ever succeeded, if the vines ever ran out, that would not mean you had won. It would mean there was nothing left underneath your house. That is genuinely one of the most vicious things I have ever encountered. I butchered the heart with a boning knife for half an hour and pushed it through my purple watch to Chen Hua for storage. 9,524 kilograms. A little under 10 tons, 3,015 people. Each of them needs 12 hours of protection. 1 kilogram is 1 hour. I had 3 hours each. Not enough. Not nearly enough. And better than anything anybody else had. Something looked at me out of a burrow in the corner of the cavern and then bolted, a mutated pangolin. Coco and Afu went and scouted the hole and reported a whole network of tunnels behind it. I filed that. Up on the surface, the vines around my treehouse were still alive, but the patterns had gone out. Without a heart, they are just plants. I let my animals have them, ring by ring, starting from the outside so that nothing could come at us from behind, because mutants get stronger by fighting, and this was free training. The points went past 5,000. I planted the heart seed in the same fertile soil as my treehouse. 2 hours. The third tunnel had a false wall in it, and I only found it because of the enhanced eyes. The dirt packed into it was a slightly different color from the dirt around it. Without that morning's blind box, I would have walked past it. Behind it was a pangolin city, hundreds of them, mutated, asleep in a side chamber, and deeper in, lying in the dark, one that was over 10 meters long and had no patterns on it at all. Third giant, python, crocodile, this. A 3-meter female with broken scales came out to meet me and led me the long way around, avoiding the sleeping chamber entirely, to a nest with 2 babies in it, kitten-sized, and no blood patterns. She pushed them toward me. It took me a moment. The colony kills the ones that do not mutate. She had been defending 2 unmutated babies against several hundred of her own kind on her own, which is why her scales were broken, and she had run out of road. "All right," I said, "but you are coming too." She hesitated, and I made the argument. "Look at them. All of them are mutants. Come with me, and I will make you stronger." And then Silver King walked over. The wolf whose pack left him bleeding under my tree put a paw on her shoulder. Mimi expressed support by not attacking anything, which for a cat is a formal endorsement. Contracted mutated pangolin, 90 points, 90. She was 1 good meal short of mid-level, and she had been getting beaten up by her own colony for protecting her children. The babies climbed straight up onto my shoulders and pushed their faces into my neck, And that is roughly the 20th time an animal in this world has attached itself to me on sight. The ornamental fish swam into my bucket. Coco walked out of a bush and grabbed my trouser leg on day 6. Do I have some kind of constitution that attracts beasts? I said. To nobody. Then I worked out the rest of it and stopped feeling flattered. The babies have no patterns. There is exactly one creature in that cavern with no patterns. The giant. I had just walked out of an underground city with a monster's wife and a monster's children. Oh no, I said out loud, halfway up the tunnel. It would not dig its way up to my house looking for its wife, would it? The babies are half giant. Their scales had already started to harden. I named the mother Ai Fei, which is what you call an emperor's favorite consort. The boys became Da Taizi and Xiao Huangzi, the crown prince and the little prince. I am aware of what I did. I regret nothing. Plant heart growth complete. Symbiosis with the treehouse established. It will protect all land within a 100-meter radius. 100 meters. Over 30,000 square meters of ground where nothing can come up out of the earth. I now had a house in the air, a yard on the ground, and a basement. Ai Fei dug herself a burrow under the treehouse and hit the root system at 6 or 7 meters down, which told me the whole underground volume was usable, and gave me the idea for the sauna. A separate chamber, a crimson mist flower, and 4 extremely pleased mutants. Not indoors, obviously. The fog would come up through the floor. Liu Wei resurfaced. He had killed his heart too. 4 of us in the end. Him, me, Shu Ling, Zhao Peng. 4 hearts, which between them covered the entire region. He was vague about where he had been. Not very easy to explain, he said. Then, privately, after this event ends, there is something I need to discuss with you. It concerns the underground world, so you are the only one I can tell. We priced a heart fragment at 12 kilograms for 10 green resources. Zhao Peng asked to be paid in food, which is the most Zhao Peng transaction possible. All the proceeds went to Chen Hua, who became the organization's quartermaster on the spot. I did a year as a dog's body in the student union, she said. I am used to it. And in your second year, you became a department head. No, she said. I turned it down. Would it not be better if it were free, said the channel. 2 green trees for your life, and you call that expensive. You want to freeload off work the big shots nearly died doing. Just go ahead and die. Jungle 188 does not want trash like you. The region defended its own pricing. I did not have to say a word. Batches sold out in seconds. That night the forest started moving 3 or 4 kilometers out. I watched it on the map. Red dots pouring out of 7 separate points, including the salt cave mouth and the lake in the hills, coming out the way ants come out of an anthill, tens of thousands of them, more than the first beast tide, by a wide margin. Mimi went out without being asked and came back holding one in its teeth. Mutated ant, 0.2 points, individually about as dangerous as a rabbit. And there were tens of thousands, and they were not coming for me. They were coming for the house. They did not attack the trunk. They went up it and into the canopy and started eating my home. And then my heart woke up. Vines came out of the ground 100 meters from my tree, in every direction, and speared ants in bunches, and drained them until nothing was left but empty shells, and then went back into the ground, and the ground closed over smooth behind them. They know the difference between mine and theirs. While the ant was in Mimi's mouth, nothing touched it. A foo-split ant heads with ultrasound. Silver King's howl stalled the entire front rank. Ai Fei, 8. Consider the scale of it. She is a pangolin, and this was an all-you-can-eat buffet delivered to her door. She took hundreds of them with her tongue, one after another, without stopping, and while I watched, her broken scales grew back. In the channel, people were panicking because ants were getting inside their houses and eating the walls. We put out the instructions. They are as weak as rabbits. They are not after you, they are after the building. Hit them in the head with a spear. The treehouse repairs itself. And Qian Guang, working alone, invented the best piece of engineering of the entire event. He dug a trench around his tree, 1 meter deep and 2 wide, lined it with thorn vines, and shot an incendiary bolt into it. The reverse application of a moat, he announced to the group. I shall call it the moat of fire. It worked disgracefully well. Ants fell in and burned, and the ones that climbed out kept burning because vine sap sticks like napalm. And then I tried something, and it worked, and I have thought about it every day since. I talked to my heart. Plant heart, I said out loud at a window. Can you hear me? I know you are alive. Except for that one blue pine, do not worry about the trees. They were going to be cut down anyway. Attack without restraint. And it heard me. Vines went into the trunks of every poplar within 100 meters and drained them. In a few seconds the leaves went yellow and came down, and the whole grove was standing there as dry skeletons. Every tree except the blue pine. Then the vines switched from stabbing to sweeping and knocked all the dead wood flat and crushed several thousand ants underneath it. Half a minute, open ground in every direction, and after that they started working together, some mowing the mass, others going in behind to finish and drain. They pinned the whole swarm against the 20-meter mark and held them there. "This is too powerful," I said from a window, doing nothing. I put the trick in the group, and the group put it in the region, and hundreds of thousands of ants died across jungle area, 188 that night. Shu Ling, in passing, at some point after midnight, finally finished them off. 2,300 points, going to sleep. Nobody had an answer for that. I finished on 2,400, which means more than 12,000 ants died within 100 meters of my tree. And here is the irony of the entire event. The smaller and simpler your treehouse, the easier the defense. In a one-room shed, you sit in the middle and shoot. I spent the night running up and down 4 floors. Fei ate herself into a coma. Her scales came back completely and shone in the moonlight. The babies visibly gained weight after one feeding because they are half giant. Coco lay on its back on the floor and played with them while they were still smaller than it was, which lasted about a week. I carved 2 more figurines that night. Fei and the twins. Decoration score 176.4. Defense battle complete. Your treehouse has been upgraded. Protection radius plus 3 kilometers. Defensive capability greatly increased. New blueprints and functions added. Ranking reward for the 500 or so people across all regions who scored highest. 4 of them from Jungle 1, 8-8. Decoration. Score boost plus 20%. And then, the part I had been waiting for since the day I arrived. Unlocking creator authority. Failed, failed, failed 7 times. And by now, I find it almost affectionate. You have unlocked part of creator authority. Alchemy. I could see alchemical materials within 500 meters. A new color, yellow, and unlike the others, it does not care what is in the way. Walls, soil, rock. The yellow just sits there being visible through everything. The second stage mechanic itself was the thing that reorganized my entire house. Functional zones. You hang a sign in a room, and that room becomes a bedroom, a kitchen, a dining room, a workshop, a smelting room, a greenhouse, an artist's studio, an alchemy room. And your decoration score converts into a percentage bonus. And you allocate that percentage across those rooms permanently with no refunds. Up to that point, a treehouse had been a character that never spent its stat points. Liu Wei worked out the constraints inside half an hour and published them for free because a person with a 20 square meter shed can ruin their entire future with one badly placed sign. A room must be enclosed and between 10 and 80 square meters. Somebody still managed to declare their entire treehouse a bedroom before the message went out. "I would like to call you," said Liu Wei, "the Emperor of Designation." I tested for a loophole myself, took the door off, chopped the sign with an axe. 1% burned permanently, and the room stayed a bedroom. The alchemy bench came with the recipe everything else hangs off. Universal alchemy material, blue, vine sap, iron sand, and black gold dust. And then this. Strength potion, mental potion, stamina potion, all blue. Permanently increases strength, mind, or endurance. 10 blue apples, oranges or apricots, plus 1 universal material. My orchard converts fruit into permanent attributes. I have a greenhouse on my 4th floor with 50 pots in it. Also on the list, steel fire, which is vine sap plus 25 coal, which goes into a furnace with iron and produces steel. Nobody in this world had ever seen coal. And at the bottom, the one that changed the map. Coordinate blue, may be placed on any flat surface. Any friendly or neutral unit may teleport between coordinates with the creator's permission. A portal. For 40 blue resources, and you need at least 2 of them. So, 80. Not today. But it exists, and once it exists, distance stops being the thing that keeps 3,000 people alone. I zoned the house, greenhouse and cold room on 4, bedroom, kitchen, dining room, and studio on 3, workshop, smelting room, and alchemy room on 2. The freezer on 1 needs no sign. Then I put 100% of my bonus into the artist's studio, 50 into the greenhouse, 60 each into alchemy and the workshop. The reasoning is that art is the only thing in this region that only 2 people can do, and decoration score is now literally money attribute points. So, the studio is the compounding one. The point shop had restocked, and one item made me laugh out loud. Abstract stone carving, blue. Carved by a certain high-class artist. Abstract art, if you get it, you get it. 500 points. 30 decoration score, from a blue carving by a professional. My own green figurines give 10. It looked a bit like a torch, and also a bit like a whirlpool in a toilet. I carved Chin Hua as a gift from a video call where she was sprawled on her sofa in her novice outfit. She got right up to the camera. "Is that me?" Then she backed off and put both hands on her hips. My legs are longer than hers. She had put 50% into her smelting room, which gave her plus 50% speed and a 5% chance of tripling the output. and she started sending me 5 blue iron and 5 blue black gold at a time, unprompted, on a schedule. My first potion came up at 56%, 50 base plus 6 from 60% of allocation. 60% of allocation buys 6% of success rate. I want that noted because it explains everything I did for the next 2 days. It succeeded. It tasted like thick, sweet, and sour juice. My strength went up and stayed up. Equipment enhancement runs at the same odds, and on failure the equipment is destroyed. I did not touch the purple set. To reach 100%, I would need roughly 500 decoration points allocated to alchemy alone. Liu Wei had been underground again. He had heard a passage below the heart cavern and gone down it, and once again, he was not allowed to tell me what he saw. But he was allowed to tell me the conclusion. If you treat this as a World Cup, he said, then every area is a team, and only one team lifts the trophy. The selection is not between people anymore. It is between regions, and you do not get to pick your team. Your team was assigned to you by an address, which means every one of those 3,000 people we saved for commercial reasons is, right now, the only ally either of us will ever have. And the losing regions do not lose. They leave this beautiful world. The second half of his plan was silence. No other region knows they are competing. They will keep chatting and trading and helping each other, and Jungle 188 will spend that time quietly getting stronger. Call it playing the information gap, he said. I sat with that for a while, and then I understood why it made me feel better rather than worse. Until that night, the explorers were 8 people with overlapping interests, and any one of us could have gained by betraying the others. That is not a team. That is a queue. If the whole region is one boat, then our interests are not aligned by choice. They are aligned by physics. There are no permanent friends. There are permanent interests. Also, the protection radius was now 9 kilometers. 9 and growing, which meant that soon these circles would touch, and for the first time since the first morning, human beings in this world would be able to walk to each other. Fei dug a 5-meter shaft under my house in about 30 seconds and opened a coal seam. Coal green, a highly efficient fuel that improves furnace performance, and one of the required materials for steel. 1,000 pieces on the first pass. 3,000 on the second, the seam kept getting wider. 1 pangolin, I said, is an entire construction crew. When those 2 grow up, I will have 3. Coco came out of that shaft completely black, shook itself once, and was immaculate. Then it stood there with both paws over its mouth laughing at me because I was also completely black and do not have that feature. I had been planning to dive the lake shaft afterward. Coco took one look at the water and refused. The python was back. Steel fire plus iron in a furnace produces a steel block. In my furnace, 1 blue ingot took 50 minutes. In Chenhua's, with 50% allocation, it took 15, and green ones came out in seconds. So I stopped smelting entirely and shipped everything to her. It really is best, I said, to let professionals do professional work. She sent back 28 ingots from 20 portions, 18 of them blue, steel block, blue, an iron carbon alloy, the finest weapon and armor material of its grade, which makes 1 blue steel ingot equal in quality to material harvested off a mid-level mutant, and I could now make them by the crate. The steel set gives twice the strength bonus of iron, weighs less, and does not clank. Also on the list, steel frame structure, the mandatory skeleton for any building constructed outside the treehouse. I could build on the ground now. I forged her a full blue steel set, plus a spear and a crossbow, to replace the armor she had given away. In steel plate, she looks like a knight, with a genuine older sister presence, right up until she opens her mouth. Wow, this is so much lighter. And it does not go clank, and it is shiny. In 1 hour, I carved 4 more green figurines. The hare, the wild cat, the sailfish, Chen Hua, and then hit the wall. The number of green crystal carvings in this treehouse has reached its limit. 10. That is the cap. 10 green figurines is 100 decoration points, as against 6 for every raw green crystal in existence. So I'm not complaining, but the ceiling is real. Then, after the 12th carving proficiency achieved. Artist level upgraded. With the pearl on top of that, I reached advanced. And finally, my hands understood blue crystal. I worked for a solid hour on one, and got less than 10% of the way through it. 1 blue figurine is a full day. By then, everyone in the organization had picked a specialty. Chen Hua took smelting, Qian Guang took the greenhouse, Yu Fin took medicine. Shuling said hers was whatever is related to my ability, and nobody pushed, and Zhao Peng took the kitchen. I lived alone after college, he explained. If I did not cook, I would have starved. Order delivery, one must live with a little refinement. Shuling appointed him chef of the entire organization within 4 seconds, and he has been fighting that appointment ever since. I am not going to be your nanny. The plan on my side was simple enough. When the team stage arrives, we sort survivors by function, and the explorers sit at the head of each function. I rode east, into ground I had never covered. Wasteland, no resource area, no alchemy glow, Nothing yellow anywhere for 500 meters in any direction. Just white timber and white weeds, kilometer after kilometer. I had been complaining about my luck for 2 weeks. I stopped that afternoon. Then I found a treehouse that was not mine. 2 floors, and the trunk had been cut, not scratched. Cut, meters deep in places, holed clean through, with no armor anywhere on it. And the canopy was going yellow. Dying low, small treehouse, green. A home that has lost its owner. It will wither within 24 hours, 5 hours and 21 minutes remaining. Inside, everything had been chewed hollow by ants. The owner's possessions were still where he had left them. There was no body. And here is the thing that made me stand very still in a dead man's kitchen. Not one person in Jungle Area 188 had died since the previous evening. I had been watching that counter for 2 weeks the way other people watch the weather. So, the owner of this house was not from my region. Coco scratched at the floor in the exact center of the room. Under the boards, the trunk was hollow, and at the bottom of the hollow was a glowing pearl, core of the treehouse. The core that supplies the treehouse with the energy to grow. Once removed, the treehouse dies immediately. By expending its energy, 1 blue grade base material may be raised to purple grade. 1 purple resource, out of the floor of somebody else's house. The dead house still projected a protection zone, and that turned out to be a bluff. The description is precise about it. Underground creatures do not dare emerge where roots lie thick. Not cannot. Do not dare. Then I sat down on the floor with a glowing pearl in my hand, and had the thought that this world had been building toward for 2 weeks. If people find out that this can be taken out of other people's treehouses, then human beings in this world are about to start killing each other. And underneath that, in my own voice, quieter. If I come across another treehouse out here, high-grade resources really can make a person harbor bad intentions. Although, in this world, that would probably not even count as a bad intention. If you are not on the same team, it is simply how it works. I dug for half an hour and pulled the seed out of the ground. Parasitic treehouse seed. A parasitic treehouse has no core. It draws nourishment and capability from a host, grows only within a host's protection zone, and its form is determined not by the soil, but by what the treehouse was before it was uprooted. I planted it beside my own. It did not take 2 hours. It took 5 minutes. Parasitic treehouse. While the host lives, a felled parasitic treehouse will regrow. If the host dies, all of them die, which is an automatic disaster recovery system. And I had one within an hour of finding it. Current treehouse holder, Wang Kai. To change the holder, the operation must be performed at the host treehouse. All functions locked. Unlocking must be performed at the host treehouse. Read that again slowly, because I did. A transplanted treehouse belongs entirely to the owner of the host. He can switch off another person's basic crafting. He can hand their home to somebody else while they are standing in it. It is putting your life in another man's hands and calling it shelter. I named my own house that night. 14 Provinces, which was my handle in survival games back when survival was a genre. The group reacted the way I expected. Is this not encouraging in fighting? Said Shuling. Kill or subjugate a survivor, take their treehouse, and you get a subordinate house plus a purple resource. Even I am a little tempted. Does that mean, said Chen Hua, that on top of beasts and mutants, we now have to watch out for other people? Liu Wei was honest about his first reaction, which is why I keep working with him. For about a second he said, I suspected you had killed somebody. Then I checked the regional counter. Then he gave me his conclusion. This region may not contain only people from Jungle Area 188. The ranges of the areas overlap. If each world is a table, and an area's territory is a playing card, then all our areas are a messy pile of cards, which means the treehouse next door might belong to an opponent, and their death might be worth something to you. And nobody in either region knows they are competing, except him and me. The second dead house gave me a second core. Less than 3 hours left before things like this stop existing. At the third house, I heard a voice. I put my animals in the tree line and walked out alone with Coco, and I introduced myself with a name that was not mine. Shu Feng, I said. His name was Guo Feng, and he was about 20, and he was the kind of person you would not pick out of a crowd of 4. I gave him a piece of mutant meat and watched him swallow, and after that, we were friends. He was from Jungle Zone 187, first confirmation. The theory was correct, and his region was a nightmare. No top players. Nobody at my level, nobody at Liu Wei's. No organization, no guides. Not one person had ever posted anything useful in their public channel, because it had never occurred to anyone that they should. They lost 1,000 people the previous night. They were down to 824. They had exactly one strong man, Wu Hao, who found a heart and distributed fragments. One heart covers about 800 people. Everyone past the 800th died in the first hour. Then I told him that Jungle 188 had lost nobody. Nobody at all. Can I transfer to your zone? He said. I also really want to be carried by big shots. Coco refused to let him touch it and showed him its teeth, which settled a question I had been carrying for a week. It is not that animals in this world are friendly, it is that they are friendly to me. And while I was standing there being handed the strategic situation of an entire rival region by a nice man who had just given me his region's head count, I was thinking this: he is not from my area, he is a future enemy. Should I kill him and take his house? I did not. Not out of decency. I did not, because killing him would move a number on a leaderboard and somebody might read it. That is the honest version, and I would rather tell it than the other one. All 3 houses I had found belonged to other regions. Liu Wei and I put the map together that night, and the shape of it is the single most unpleasant thing I have learned in this world. The regions are laid out like a chessboard. A white square only ever touches black squares. Every treehouse adjacent to me belongs to someone I am eventually going to have to fight, and my actual teammates are on the far side of those people, on the diagonal. Everyone in this world is surrounded exclusively by future enemies, and their allies are behind enemy lines. And in the gaps between the diagonal circles, there are patches nobody's protection covers at all. I put a core and a blue steel ingot together, and the ingot went purple, and the core went out. Depleted core. There may be a way to recharge it. Maybe. Thank you. Coco had spent 3 days scratching at the floor of the parasitic treehouse, and I had been ignoring it, and it had been right the entire time. Under those boards there was not a hollow. There was a socket, shaped for a core. Parasitic treehouse charging slot discovered. I dropped the dead core into it, and it warmed up like a hot water bottle. 4 days and 23 hours remaining, which makes every parasitic treehouse a factory that turns spent cores back into purple resources on a 5-day cycle. More houses, more throughput. Purple crafting has a failure chance, and this time it was steep, 60% base. 6 from my workshop allocation, 10 from the blue chair. I dumped another 40% of decoration score into it to reach 80, and then held a red panda because that is a ritual now. It succeeded, and it did not come out as a spear. Steel halberd, purple, the hardest and sharpest weapon of its grade. Wounding an enemy drains their life force, restoring the wielder's injuries, spirit, and stamina. The longer the battle continues, the stronger you become. I stood in my workshop holding 3 meters of the answer to every fight I had ever nearly lost. That is not a weapon for a strong man. A strong man does not need it. That is a weapon that lets a weaker man simply outlast something that should have killed him. The next morning, my random amplification came up. Enhanced hearing, and it saved my life inside 2 hours. I caught a woman's voice from a kilometer west. If I kill this survivor and take the treehouse, then replant it in my own protection zone, 1 treehouse would be worth 10 of yours. The last one I killed just as easily. Facing them head-on is the stupidest possible behavior. I checked the regional counter. Jungle Area 188 was down 8 people. Somebody was hunting us. I watched her work from cover, and I want to give her credit because it was a real performance. She hid a blue backpack in a bush with her watch and her gear in it. She changed into a novice outfit she had deliberately torn. She rolled on the ground to get herself properly scraped up. And then she came out of the trees at me in tears. Please save me. My treehouse. Ouch. She went down on her knees hard enough to draw blood, with her eyes brimming, and it was genuinely excellent work. So, I played along, and the first thing I did, before anything else, was take the white backpack off her shoulders. You look exhausted, I said. Let me carry that. She stared at me. I found out later exactly what went through her head at that moment, because she told me, at length, while extremely annoyed. Am I not as attractive as a white-grade backpack? She also thought, and I quote, is this not exactly like one of those narrow-eyed villains from the movies? How terrifying. I did not take her to my main treehouse. I took her to the parasitic one and sat her on a chair facing me. How is this different from an interrogation room, she thought. She told me a story about a bad man who had cut down her home. She asked for hemostasis grass. Then she asked me to step outside while she changed. So I stepped outside, and I did not go for clothes. I went into the forest and took her blue backpack down out of a tree, because a blue backpack in green foliage lights up like a road sign for a man with my particular eyesight. Blue watch, a full set of blue leather armor, blue stone weapons, blue fruit, and no metal anywhere, not 1 ingot, which told me that in Jungle 187, nobody had ever opened a gold chest. Then I turned her watch on, and the world got much larger and much worse. You can use somebody else's watch. I was standing in a forest reading the public channel of Jungle Area 187, 824 people, their conversations, their trades, their panic. I found Guo Feng's name in about 10 seconds. And then the cold went through me, because the rule works in both directions. My watch is purple. My watch is my entire house. Chat, trading, crafting, the lot. If anybody ever takes it off me, they do not get a watch, they get everything. She came out to the cache to collect her gear and stopped dead. I was leaning against the tree with her backpack over my shoulder and her watch in my hand. Huh, she said. Huh. Then she went for it, and I put an explosive bolt past her head. It took a handful of her hair off and removed the tree behind her. What? I said. You are allowed to act pitiful and wait for your chance to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you. And then I quoted her own words back to her. All of them. Every single thing she had said to herself out loud from a kilometer away while she was setting the trap, including a couple of speculations about me personally that I am not going to repeat. She went scarlet. I have thought about her expression a great deal since. It was not fear. She had put on the performance of her life, with real scrapes and real tears, and she had just learned that the audience had been watching from the back row the entire time and taking notes. Her name was Jiang Qin, 24, a year older than me. She was in the top 10 of Jungle Area 187, and she had already killed a survivor. Was he worth much? She said when I asked. I said a few words, and he showed me his back. And then she gave me, without realizing what she was giving me, the single most valuable piece of information of the entire week. She had never seen a treehouse core, not once. Nobody in her region had. They knew how to dig up a seed, because that is an hour with a shovel, and anyone can work it out. Not one person had thought to break the floor of a living treehouse and look inside the trunk. And even if they had, they could not have. You cannot cut into a treehouse with a stone axe. You need a blue iron one, and Jungle 187 has no metal, which means the monopoly on purple-grade resources in this part of the world belongs to Jungle Area 188, to us, to 9 people, and she had just handed it to me while trying to work out how to kill me. Then she worked out who I was, and I watched it happen on her face. Oh my God, she thought, and I could practically read it. My luck is unbelievable. I kicked the hardest iron plate in the world. No, not iron, titanium. And then she switched instantly, without shame, into a fan. Oh my God, I am such a huge admirer of yours. I put the crossbow against her forehead. Sit down, I said, and put the acting away. She had one argument left, and she made it well. In a world this precarious, she said, there would not still be people who want to talk to me about kindness and living in harmony. Would there? So, do not kill me. If you kill me, you stop being kind. Is that not exactly what the world police are? I said. You get to do the things nobody else is allowed to do. Then I decided to kill her. She was from 187. She had killed one of mine and helped kill others. And I had spent 2 days learning that in this world the man who hesitates is the man whose region loses. The fight happened in a 25 square meter room in a treehouse I did not care about. An explosive bolt, then the halberd, and the walls and the floor came apart in splinters, which mattered to me not at all, because a parasitic treehouse regrows, and she did not know that. The halberd caught her several times, and every time it did, I felt her life come up the shaft into my hands, and I got stronger while she got slower, and her legs started to fold. But she was dodging. No weapon, no armor, a room 25 square meters across against 3 meters of purple halberd, and she was getting out of the way of every single strike. Her reactions were not human, and they had nothing to do with her strength. In the corner, on her last breath, she screamed the thing that made me stop. Do you not realize that we are undergoing a selection? She had the whole thing. Their boss, Wu Hao, had personally written to the top 10 of Jungle 187. The world is entering competition between areas. Only the survivors of one area will remain. Everyone from another area is an enemy. See one, kill them, leave nobody alive. And that is why he suddenly gave heart fragments to 800 strangers. He was not being generous. He was preserving an army, which gave me the shape of the whole thing. In every region, it looks like exactly one person receives that message. And whether that person shares it or hoards it decides the fate of everyone born into their square on the chessboard. Then I cut her throat with the halberd. It was the first person I had ever killed. The feeling in my chest was not good. But I did not feel any disgust either, and I have looked at that fact for a while. I had seen too many people die by then, on a counter, in a channel, 50 at a time. Then a red dot appeared on my map, brighter than a mid-level mutant, inside the room with me, and the body stood up. Blood patterns crawled out across her skin. Her eyes went red, the wound in her throat closed itself. A zombie, I said, backing up. I am going to kill you. Her claws came off my purple armor without leaving a mark, so I put a fist into her stomach, and she went into the wall, and that is when I learned the single most useful thing about mutated humans. They feel pain, and the pain brought her back. You, she said, sliding down the wall, holding her middle. You have absolutely no chivalry. Then she went out of the window and into the trees, and I let her go. She was a red dot on my map. She would go home. She would show me exactly where she lived, and I had her watch. And underneath that, the thing I could not stop turning over. A person who mutates and keeps their mind is essentially unkillable. I had cut her throat. She got up. Liu Wei and I told the group everything that night. Region against region, the whole map, all of it. Yu Fen took it hardest, and her question was the one only she would have asked. Then, she said, Can I no longer treat people from other regions? Nobody answered, and she answered it herself, eventually, and she was not a saint about it. There is no version of this where you nurse the enemy through a war. And then the Chin brothers dropped a piece of news that was worth more than all of it. You can not only use somebody else's watch, you can give one away. This watch, wrote Ma Jin, is basically an unlocked phone. I ate dinner that evening watching a red dot wander around a jungle, doubling back on itself, laying a false trail for a pursuer who was sitting at home with a plate of grilled meat. And I read her group chat, on her own watch, because she had left it logged in. Logging treehouse squad, 5 of them. 5 people whose entire strategy was to find someone weaker and take their house. I read them speculating about what had happened to her. And then, when she finally went home and posted something busy, do not count me in for now, she gave me her coordinates, because you can only post from inside your own treehouse. She was waiting for me in the canopy of a poplar next to it, which was a good ambush, ruined by 2 things. Her blue armor glows blue for me through foliage, and she was a red dot on a map I never stopped reading. I spent about 15 minutes below her, fussing pointedly with her treehouse, presenting my back at every opportunity, and she did not take a single one. I found out afterward why, and it was not tactics. Her strength was draining out of her. 24 hours of weakness follows the mutation, and it hit while she was in the tree. Her limbs went heavy and her eyes started closing. And there was Coco, sitting on my shoulder, looking directly up into the branches and not looking away. It is a small brown animal with white ears and a face like a soft toy, and she told me later that being watched by it, without a break, for a quarter of an hour, was the single most frightening part of her day. Then she fell out of the tree. Her dot on my map dimmed until it was fainter than a rabbit's. And then something happened that I did not expect and have not fully explained. Silver King walked over and nudged her head straight with one paw. Mimi licked the blood off her face. Mimi, who had refused to be touched by me for 2 weeks. She was a red dot. To my animals, she was an enemy. And they were gentle with her. I stood there looking at an unconscious woman being tidied up by 2 mid-level mutants, and I stopped seeing an assassin and started seeing an asset. A mutated human has a high affinity with mutated creatures, and mutated creatures are the enemy this world has been building toward since the first night. I used a contract on her while she was unconscious. The fragments would not go in. They circled and would not settle, and I stood there for a long moment with the halberd in my other hand, ready to finish it if the contract failed and she woke up. Contracted mutated human. Points gained, 0. Her dot went from red to green. Then I put her in the wristband. That is the wristband from the underground city, the one made out of a high-level mutant, the one that holds 10. The one that Afu has never once agreed to enter voluntarily, and neither has anything else I own. I did not think much about it at the time. It was a container. Her treehouse listened to me because she was contracted to me, and the roots lifted me inside. First floor, a junkyard of workbenches. Second floor, a spotless little apartment with a real kitchen, and she had put her allocation into that kitchen because she is a cook. Third floor, a greenhouse. Coco went into a bedside cabinet and came out with a black bottle, mutant pill, blue. Strengthens one of the survivor's abilities and grants a dormant power of mutation. When activated, provides 1 hour of powerful enhancement and heals all wounds. Activates automatically upon fatal injury. Afterward, 24 hours of weakness. Warning. After the first activation, the survivor becomes a mutant permanently. There had been 2. She ate 1. That is where the inhuman reactions came from, and that is why cutting her throat did not work. I did not drink the other one. I put it in my bag and decided to watch her for a while first. I did not dig up her treehouse either, and that was the smartest thing I did all day. As long as it stands where it stands, it is a window into the public channel of Jungle Area 187. I checked it that evening. 822. They had lost 2 more since morning, and not to monsters. They had started cutting each other up over resources. I hung automatic crossbows on her house and went home. When I let her out of the wristband, she was on the floor with her arms around her knees, shaking, and her voice was gone. I did not, she said, die. Then she told me what is inside it, and I have not put a living thing in that band since without thinking about it first. There is nothing in there. No light, no floor, nothing to touch. You cannot feel pain because there is nothing to feel it against. Time does not appear to pass. She screamed until her voice went, and then decided she was dead and that this was what came after. When the light came back and she landed on a wooden floor, she put her hand flat on the boards and cried, and I stood there feeling absurdly like the villain of the piece. Why does it feel, I thought, like I am the one who did something to her? She noticed the other thing by herself the next morning, and it frightened her more than the wristband. Why am I so obedient? She said out loud, furious. He told me to stand up and I stood up. The contract does not restrain the body. It works 1 level up. Resisting an instruction produces a physical wrench, like withdrawal. Complying produces pleasure. She described it as being a fan who finally gets a hand extended by the person she admires most, and finds her own arm cramping rather than refuse it. The mechanism is not something I designed, and I did not fully understand it at the time either. The contract is written in the blood of a high-level mutant. It is bloodline suppression. It does not break your body. It breaks your will to say no. I merely contracted you, I told her. You are my contracted beast now, exactly like them. Her response to being told her bedroom had been searched was several volumes long. Why, yai, you actually went through a girl's bedroom, and then, without any transition at all. So, should I call you master? My master, I am yours now, so you had better cherish me properly. She had gone from assassin to hostage to sycophant in under a day, and she was doing all three simultaneously. She did give me real information. Before the mutation, the pill gave her speed and lightness. After she came back, her mind was drunk. She remembered who she was, and she still wanted to kill me, and the thing that cleared her head was the punch to the stomach. At the end of it, she begged me not to put her back in the band. I said all right. Then I touched her shoulder and put her in the band. Coco quacked at me in outrage. Silver King looked between us in genuine confusion. Mimi rolled its eyes with the full weight of a cat that has seen a man break his word to a prisoner and intends to remember it. I moved her into the parasitic treehouse that night, and I made her the holder of it. And the moment her screen came up, this world showed me the last piece of its architecture. The channel on her screen was Jungle Area 188. Her old watch still posted to 187 under her own name. Her new screen posted to 188 under her own name, which means a region is not a property of a person. It is a property of a house. A survivor has no fixed nationality. Give somebody a treehouse in another region and they become somebody from that region. Area 188, she said, staring at the counter. You still have over 3,000 people. No, wait. We do. We still have 3,000. She switched sides in 4 seconds and did not notice herself doing it. The counter ticked up by 1 while I watched. Do you not think, she said an hour later, that we could use my old treehouse to trade with 187, move all their resources over here, weaken them, strengthen us? Oh, I said, we, is it? Your boss saved your life. He saved my life, and I killed somebody from 188 for him. A life for a life, we are square. Besides, she waved at the screen. I am from 188 now. For my own survival, I have to help 188. I have never in my life watched a betrayal go that smoothly. She did it the way other people change lanes, and it does not scale, which is the important part. Her original treehouse cannot change owners. That is fixed at planting, and it dies with her. The only way anybody switches region is to accept a parasitic house from someone else, which means becoming a vassal. Freedom or citizenship. Choose one. I told her not to run. I can find you anywhere. If you run and I catch you, you live in the wristband permanently. Even I heard it. That is a line out of a bad film delivered by the bad man in it. I understand, she said very quickly. I will not run. Then I left a foo on her windowsill as a guard and went home. And here is what she thought about, alone, after I left. Which she told me much later, in a fit of pique, and which I am including because it is the most important thing in this entire section. The contract means she has to answer a direct question honestly. I had asked her where the pill came from and how many were left. I had not asked her whether she can make them. I can make them, she thought, sitting on the floor of a treehouse I own, with the answer sitting in her mouth. Just give me the materials. She also spent that evening trying to talk herself out of the thing the contract was doing to her. Do you want to be somebody's property for the rest of your life? This cursed thing is affecting how I think. This is brainwashing. And then she took a foo's claw in her hand and said, with feeling, we are both so unlucky, stuck with such a brutal master. Down in the public channel, panic was setting in. Over a dozen people died today. Why is this happening? Somebody has started killing. They are robbing tree houses. Is it one of us? Which of you is it? Do not turn on each other. Big shot. Joe already said people from other areas have come into our region. Foreign aggression must be settled by internal stability. How do we know it was not you? They were about 4 hours from tearing the region apart from the inside, and it was our fault, because we had the information and had not shared it. Liu Wei's survey of his own surroundings closed the last gaps in the map. 2 dying tree houses, both cores collected. 1 trunk dead so long that it had withered, which taught us the last rule. A tree house that has been dead too long cannot yield a seed at all. There is a window, and after it closes, all you get is a stump and a bluff. And on his eastern side, a living 3-story treehouse, bristling with heavy crossbows like a hedgehog, planted next to a stream. I knew that house. That house was Jiang Qin's. So Liu Wei lived 1 door past her, on the far side, and the 2 lights he had seen during the rainy season were my lightning rod and Qin Hua's. The 4 of us had been living within a few dozen kilometers of each other for 2 weeks. To give you the scale of that coincidence, 10,000 people per region, tree houses spaced 10 kilometers apart, a total area of 1 million square kilometers per region. That is the size of a large province. And the leaderboard says the world has around 200 regions. 2 million people were dropped into this, and every single one of them, with a special ability, landed within walking distance of me. That is not a coincidence, I said. It was in an empty room. Then I told the explorers everything about parasitic treehouses. The chat was silent for about 12 seconds. So, said Liu Wei, we can turn people from other regions into our own people. They would be vassals, said Yu Fen. Captives, basically. Better than dead, said Shu Ling. Not necessarily, said Zhao Peng. Some people say freedom matters more than life. That, said Qian Guang, reminds me of certain countries that shout about freedom every day of the year and surrender at the speed of light the moment a war starts. My proposal was simple. We expand and we organize by function. Everyone with a smelting tendency transplants into Chen Hua's protection zone. Everyone medical goes to Yu Fen, cooks to Zhao Peng, growers to Qian Guang. I would take the fighters. Our own people get asked. People from other regions get told. Zhu Ling had already killed one of theirs. He had invited her into his house, and she had gone in because she was not afraid of anything he might try, and she had been right about that. It ended the way it ends when a man makes an attempt on a woman whose combat power frightens the man ranked first in the world. I do not know whether that is exactly how it happened. Killed is killed. His treehouse had a max decoration score, she complained, and he had put 1 point into every single room, which is the same as putting in nothing at all. Then she gave us a gift by accident. But when I brought his seed back and replanted it, the allocation had reset. Transplanting resets a treehouse's stat points, so we do not need to care what function a conquered survivor's house used to serve. Move it, and they can choose again. And, said Shu Ling, if they are unwilling, for our own people you can be a bit merciful. For the others, just cut them and see if they change their minds. Then I put the last thing on the table. Coordinate. Blue. Place it on any flat surface. Any friendly or neutral unit may teleport between coordinates with the creator's permission. 10 blue wood, 10 blue steel, 10 universal alchemy material, 40 blue resources per unit. That is no problem, said Chen Hua. If you need it, make it. I will send the materials. Which was, of course, what I had been waiting for. She was pleased with herself that night for an entirely different reason. She had found a gold seam, gold nugget, blue, extremely stable, excellent conductivity, soft and easy to work. A required material for certain appliances. She could not lift one off the table on camera. I could barely hold it steady, and it was useless. No new appliances appeared on my list, because appliances need copper and silver, and gold cannot stand in for either. Do not be so disappointed, she said, and put both hands on her hips. Gold can be currency. We are going to have an organization of tens of thousands of people. Barter is unprofessional. When we are stable, we can mint our own coins. She is 19 years old, she was standing in a treehouse in a jungle, and she had just invented monetary policy. I did not tell her that the saying about troubled times and gold being worth less than dirt was written by people in exactly our situation. I asked her whether she would run it. Ah, she said, waving both hands. I do not understand any of that. I was just talking. By then there will be somebody in the organization who studied economics. My first coordinate came up at 56%, and I did not spin it. 40 blue resources is not a gamble, it is a mortgage. So, I did not sleep. Oranges for the mind, apricots for the body, and a paintbrush. 5 landscapes in the first hour. The tall treehouse. The dance of demons in the underground world. The eerie hills of the resource area. The tornado in the rainy season. The mutated plant heart wrapped in vines. Every scene in this world that had gotten under my skin, painted by a man who had been given a master's hands by a contract and no say in the matter. The number of paintings in this treehouse has reached its limit. 10, so I moved to redwood. Redwood is not crystal. Crystal is fine detail and small work. Redwood is a life-size statue and a different set of chisels, and fortunately the set I made on day 9 covers everything. 15 minutes per statue at my allocation. I carved myself. Then I did it 6 more times, because there is no duplicate penalty on a thing that gets its own name, and because I was very tired. Having made 7 life-size statues of myself standing in a circle around my studio, I will admit the room had begun to feel like a haunted house. And then, the orange wore off. An orange restores your mind to its peak, and the duration is equivalent to 2 hours of rest, and I had spent considerably more than 2 hours of mind. All of that arrived at once, and nearly put me on the floor. Note to self, I said, holding my head. Do less of this. The night's total was 180 points of decoration score. My score stood at 491. Alchemy allocation, 200%. Coordinate success rate, 70%. With the koi, call it 80. 2 in the morning. Good enough to gamble tomorrow. I woke up freezing. It was 7 and it was dark outside. Yesterday it had been 30 degrees. It was now 10 and dropping, and there was no announcement, no event name, no warning, no voice. For the first time since I arrived, this world changed the weather without telling anybody. The channel was busy working out how to build a fireplace out of 100 green stones and arguing about something much larger. Are you going to go and shelter with the explorers? Of course. Protection, better resources, work to do. Why would I not? If Big Shot Gao had not told us to stay put yesterday, I would already be out there looking for them. But they said we would be restricted. What does restricting us get them? I am going. Without those guides, I would have died 5 times. I will pass. I still want to control my own life. I am not living under somebody else's roof again. That brother, said the next message, has a story. Then the trees changed color. I watched a poplar leaf go from green to yellow in the time it took me to notice it. And then the whole canopy did it. And then the wind came through and the leaves came off. In minutes, not weeks. The ground went gold, and then the branches went bare. And by the time I had finished breakfast, the jungle looked like the second week of November. Only 2 things stayed green. The pine trees, which only a survivor can plant, and the tree houses. Every treehouse in this world stayed lush. I stood under my own bare grove and understood what had just been done to the map. You can now see another survivor's house from 20 kilometers away. It was as if this world was helping us find each other. Jung Chin shouted down from her window that she was cold and hungry, and that this constituted mistreatment of a prisoner, and that she would be reporting it. I brought her grilled meat. Your heat control is terrible, she said, eating it at speed. It is a disgrace to good meat. The meat had been cooked by an automatic blue grill that switches itself off. Then she stopped chewing. Wait, this is mutant meat. Does that mean I am eating my own kind? She thought about it for slightly less than 1 second. Never mind. Kin is kin, as long as it tastes good. I moved her into the main treehouse for the day, under Mimi's supervision, because I was going out and she could not be left to freeze in a shed. Living room, kitchen, and bathroom, I told Mimi, not the stairs, not the other rooms. Mimi nodded from the floor without opening its eyes. She met Ai Fei and the 2 babies and made a delighted noise, and the babies, who lie perfectly still for me, fought their way out of her hands in 2 moves and went down the burrow, and then shouted at her from inside it. Ai Fei is contracted, so she registers as one of ours. The babies are not. The babies simply do not like anybody who is not me, which is more evidence for a theory I have stopped trying to disprove. Under the canopy, I built a shed. Steel frame structure, green, the mandatory framework for any building outside the treehouse. 4 walls of round timber, 2 glass windows, and eaves in about 10 minutes, because I had spent a week accumulating the materials to do exactly this, and had never had a reason. Inside it went a square meter of blue fertile soil and 3 crimson mist flower seeds. 2 hours to maturity. 2 hours. In this world, exactly 2 things grow that fast. The treehouse seed and the plant heart seed, and both of those are things a survivor cannot live without. So, what is this one for? Then I went out to plant a poplar in the open forest, and the seedling came up and wilted while I watched. Poplar, seedling, green. Growth has been paused for environmental reasons. Apple, apricot. Every one of them, the same line. The temperature had gone to 5 or 6 degrees. My purple armor keeps me comfortable, which is the only reason I did not notice sooner that this was close to the inside of a refrigerator, and that my entire 4th floor ice cellar had just become redundant. I put it in the group and Liu Wei solved it in one message. You are not near your treehouse. Try planting right next to it. Poplar tree seedling, protected by the treehouse. Remaining growth time, 10 days. 50 meters for a tall purple house, 30 for a blue one, 10 for a parasitic house. My plant heart covers 100, which is the actual event, and nobody announced it. From this morning, in this world, food only grows under a roof. Anybody without a treehouse does not starve slowly. They simply have no way to ever eat again. At 9 o'clock exactly, the voice arrived. Congratulations to all existing survivors. You have personally witnessed the changing of the seasons. The 2nd stage has officially begun. This stage will contain no fixed events, and no survivor will be eliminated by one. But remember, the absence of events does not mean the absence of danger. You are warriors who passed the 1st stage. You are responsible for your own lives. Yeah, finally. And never abandon your treehouse. The treehouse is your only reliance. A survivor without a treehouse cannot live in this world. Now, enjoy the arrival of the 2nd stage. In this free 2nd stage, give full rein to the desires in your heart. Translated out of Divine. You may now go and meet each other, and you may now go and kill each other. Treehouse decoration score detected above 100. Today's random amplification obtained, strength enhancement, duration 1 day. A warm current went out through me and kept going. I looked at a bare poplar with a trunk a good 30 or 40 centimeters across, put both arms around it, and pulled. Roots snapped. The whole tree came up several centimeters. I kicked it, and it came out of the ground entirely and went over, and the bare branches shattered across the clearing. Imagine, I said out loud, standing over a tree I had just uprooted by hand, what I can do while holding the halberd. Liu Wei called and proposed we finally meet at the three-story treehouse by the stream. Are you sure the owner will not attack us? He said. A three-story treehouse means whoever lives there is a heavyweight in Area 187. Oh, I said, that treehouse is mine now. There was a short pause. You did not transplant it and you did not kill the owner, so you captured them. How did you do that? Do you perhaps have some kind of slave contract? That man reconstructed the entire situation from one sentence and a tone of voice, and I have never once been able to hide anything from him. I gave Jiang Qin her watch back before I left, with instructions. Talk to your region. Do not slip. Find out where the top 10 live. Do not ask anyone for help, because I will be reading your message history when I get back. You. She was outraged, reading a girl's private messages. Shameless. In that case, perhaps you should go back in the wristband. The wristband is safer. I guarantee the mission will be completed. He had beaten me there. I came along the stream on the wolf and saw a man standing under my captured treehouse with a horse. An actual horse. 800 kilograms of it at minimum, which meant he had contracted it as a foal 10 days ago, and it had tripled in size since. You look even better in person, he said, shaking my hand. Liu Wei is 27. There was not a crease in his clothing. He had ridden a horse across a jungle in a cold wind, and his hair was immaculate. His face was cleanly shaved, and the horse's tail was brushed out and untangled. I had not cut my hair since I arrived in this world. My metabolism had been sped up several times by permanent upgrades, and I had been shaving with a dagger during my morning wash. Standing next to him, I looked like something that lived under a bridge. You really do pay attention to your image, I said. It is a habit. Otherwise, I feel uncomfortable all over and cannot get anything done. We rode east together, and he held it in for about 20 kilometers. Brother, he said eventually, to be honest with you, I really want to tidy you up. You are about to meet her, and looking like that, she might think you do not value her. Then he produced a thin blade he had specifically manufactured for shaving, never used, and a strip of cloth for my hair. I have made a lot of these, he said. He had been carrying it since he saw me. Coco pressed one paw gently against a spot on my jaw I had missed. We talked about the weather while we rode, in the way that men talk about the weather when the weather has become a strategic threat. It will not be a short autumn, I said. I think so too, he said. And I think there is a hard winter coming very soon. Then we passed the hills on Chenhua's side, and I saw the mine shafts, dozens of them, hand-cut into the slopes of low hills, all over her territory. Nobody digs into a mountain for no reason, not here. You might glance into a cave you happen to walk past. You do not excavate. She had known where the ore was before she started digging, every single time. She called while we were riding, on speaker. Wang Kai, when are you coming? I cannot wait anymore. Hurry up. Then she heard Liu Wei breathing. Wait, have you two met up? Can he hear me right now? He's right next to me. Hello, Brother Wei. Just use my name, he said, sounding tired. There is no need for the brother. Why is that so awkward? I asked him quietly. Has she never talked to you? Not once, he said quietly. When I invited her to the group, she said she would join, if you joined. After that, only in the group chat. Hey, said the watch. I can hear both of you. She was standing under her treehouse when we came over the rise, up on her toes, waving with both arms. Over here, over here, over here. She stuck her hand out with enormous formality. Nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. Then she laughed at her own joke before I could. It feels like we saw each other last night, I said. I finally touched the real you. It feels so unreal. She did not let go of my hand. She kept looking at my face. Did you shave today? This is the first time I have seen you without stubble. Do you prefer me with or without? I like both. No, I mean, both look good. Liu Wei leaned against his horse with his arms folded. Have you two forgotten I am here? And later, when it happened again? Your preferential treatment is extremely obvious. Coco let her pick it up, which nobody except me has ever managed, and then made a noise of physical contentment I had never once produced, because apparently her technique is better than mine. I demonstrated the halberd on a tree. It went through in one swing, and a warm current came up the shaft into my hand, and the tree fell. Then I crouched down and squeezed the stump, and it crumbled. The tree was healthy. The halberd had drained it, and what was left was not timber. No harvest prompt. Nothing. This weapon cannot be used for logging. It can be used for absolutely everything else. Liu Wei looked at the halberd for a while. Wang Kai, he said, we need to speed up our collection of cores. Chen Hua came down in the steel armor I had made her, carrying a steel spear and a crossbow, and did a full flourish and a sheath with a ringing snap of the spear tip. She looked like a cavalry officer. It lasted right up until she opened her mouth. Then she asked to ride the wolf, and I offered her the front seat, to experience the speed and the passion head on. She thought about it for a genuinely long moment and then declined on the grounds that we had only just met and it would not be reserved enough. Coco, whose seat that is, tilted its head at both of us. She nearly came off on the first corner and ended up with both arms around my waist. Silver King is 600 or 700 kilograms now. He carried 2 armored adults through dense jungle and left an 800-kilogram horse behind. On open ground, the horse is equal. In the trees, a former wolf king is not. "You too?" Liu Wei shouted from somewhere behind us. "You have gone outside the protection zone." Then Coco went rigid and pushed at me with both paws, and Silver King braked sideways and started growling at ground that had nothing on it. Yu Fen's treehouse was visible 20 kilometers north, and we could not get there. Her zone is 6 kilometers, Chen Hua's is 6. Liu Wei and I are at 9, because we both added 3 during an event. And in between them are dead houses that project 3 kilometers of bluff and nothing else. 9,200 people died in Jungle Area 187. Their houses are still standing there, dead, holding the map apart. I put 1 foot over the line and jumped back. The ground opened and a vine came out of it and went up into the sky, 10 centimeters thick. The thorn vines from the defense battle had been 5 or 6, and those had been the big ones. "Why is it so thick?" said Chen Hua from behind me. And then Silver King started to shake, not fear. He was pulling toward it, snarling, in the exact state a wounded mid-level mutant goes into before it stops being able to stop. Coco jumped onto his skull and cuffed him. He came out of it and looked at me and made a small, confused noise, as if to ask what that had been. I cut the vine at the base and the halberd went through it like soft cheese, and the wave that came up the shaft took the fatigue of 2 hours of riding straight out of my body. Killed bloodthorn vine, 50 points. It used to be 15. Then I did it again to see, and 3 vines came out, and all 3 of them crossed into the protection zone. Not far. A hand's width. And their patterns flared bright red as they did it, and then they pulled back and stopped exactly on the line, and stood there, pointed at us, turning slowly. "Did you see that?" I said. "Only a little," said Liu Wei, and his voice had gone flat. "But it did indeed enter. That is not a good sign." Chen Hua put an explosive bolt into the base of them and killed 2 with 1 shot. Blood-patterned vine, 30 points each. It used to be 10. "Earning points is so easy," she said, delighted. "It is not easy," I said. "It is easy for us. Who else in this world has explosive bolts?" That is the part that stayed with me on the ride back. Something under this world got stronger overnight, at the exact moment the season changed, without an announcement. And unlike everything else so far, this time it can come inside. We split up at the north edge, Liu Wei east, the 2 of us south. I offered her everything we took on her side. The houses, the cores, the people. She refused. "You are helping me clear my own ground. How can I take all of it? Besides, I have no confidence at all about managing people from another region, threatening them, bribing them. It is too much trouble. If there is a living person in a house," I said, "that is a core. That is a purple resource. I mine purple resources with blue tools," she said, and patted her chest plate, which rang. "I have not even needed one yet. And this armor you gave me is already better than anything." Liu Wei and I looked at each other over her head. She also confessed, while we rode south, why she had not mentioned the 2 houses near her before today. The one to the east is a single-story shed. Otherwise, I would not have let him have it. If I am giving one away, I would rather give both to you. I have never known what to do with her when she says things like that. The one to the south was a 3-story treehouse, which meant top 10 of Jungle Area 187, and that one we were going to have to think about. We stopped at her house on the way because Yu Fen was out scouting alone in a green leather set, and that needed fixing. She handed me a backpack out of a rack of them. Dozens of blue steel ingots, over 100 green. "Are you not a little too wealthy?" I said. "Is this a lot? It is only a few dozen blue steel. Your trees grow hundreds of blue fruits. That is not the same thing, and she knows it. A blue fruit is a consumable. Each one of these makes a complete piece of the best blue equipment in existence." I forged a full steel set, and she traded it to Yu Fen on the spot. The group chat immediately turned into a queue. "I want one too," said Zhaoping. "Jing Yi," said Shuling. "I refuse to believe you and Wang Kai are not carrying on. Also, I want a steel set." Chen Hua went red and started explaining herself to 8 people at once. Then she took me across the hall and showed me the reason she had never wanted a treehouse core. There were 5 smelters in that room. 4 ordinary ones in the corners, and in the middle, a furnace the size of a small car, glowing blue, with bellows, a grinding wheel, and a water-cooling tank. Prospector smelter, blue. A special smelter that can only be crafted by a prospector. Base smelting speed greatly increased. There is a chance to smelt materials of a higher grade. This chance increases with the amplification of the smelting room. She turned around holding a steel ingot that was glowing purple. She has no core. She cannot upgrade anything. And she was standing there holding a purple resource she had made out of blue ore in her own kitchen. Her ability is called Prospector. You knew what it was at a glance, she said, slightly put out. I had to use the appraisal stand, and then the truth came out because she is incapable of leaving a boast alone. The purple one had come out on the very first pour. Since then, nothing. Dozens of blue ingots and not one more. But going from green to blue, that happens constantly. 200 green iron went in yesterday and 7 blue came out, which is exactly what a coordinate is made of. 10 blue steel and 10 blue iron per unit. Then she stopped being funny for a second. If I brought my treehouse over to your side, she said, would you take me in? Of course not, no. She actually flinched. Why did you refuse that fast? Is it not good enough for me to be your subordinate? I said what I actually thought, which is that she wanted to stop managing her own protection zone and go back to being a full-time mining boss under somebody else's roof. And she admitted it, sort of. I only thought that a little bit. Then I told her the part Liu Wei had never put in the public channel. If you parasitize onto me, I hold all of your permissions. I can run the roots into your house whenever I like. I can read your screen. I can read your call history. I can walk into your bedroom. She was appalled. Liu Wei never said any of that in the area channel. Of course he did not. If he had, how many people do you think would have volunteered? She said, tapping her lip. Maybe not that many fewer. In a world like this, there are probably plenty of people who would hand over their freedom for safety. She got that line from Yu Fen, and I would like it noted that I have never once been able to predict what those two talk about. But the real reason I refused was not any of that, and I told her that too. Her treehouse has a genuine protection zone of 6 kilometers, and it grows as the tree grows. A parasitic treehouse has no zone at all. The old site keeps a bluff radius that never expands again, and if the host dies, every parasitic house dies with it, permanently, and cannot be replanted. A person with a real treehouse who loses a war can still surrender with a seed in their hand and start again somewhere else. I was not going to be the man who took away her way out. Also, selfishly, I need her zone to keep growing, because one day I want all of these circles to touch and become one country. She said after a while. I see. So he refused me for my own good, she thought, and it made me feel like I was being rejected even while giving myself away for free. Then she dragged me through the rest of her house. Her second floor is a small apartment for one person, laid out better than mine. I recognized the sofa immediately, because I have been looking at that sofa every day for 2 weeks. Coco went into it head first and rolled. Her third floor is a cold room and a stall, and in the stall is dull ox, a ton of blood-patterned cow, patterns dim and sparse, low level. It stood up and backed away when Silver King came through the door, because a mid-level mutant outranks it by species law. Dull ox, do not be scared, she said. They are ours. And then something happened that neither of us could explain. Dull ox started talking. To the wolf, in moose, back and forth, with Coco joining in on a third channel. Are they? Chatting? Yes. And that should not be possible. Beasts mutated with the potion lose their will. That is the whole reason Delay considered it a failure. They become tools that do what they are told, and nothing else. Silver King kept his mind because he was the largest wolf of his generation. Dull ox is a cow. Usually she does nothing unless I tell her, said Chen Hua. Maybe it is because she has seen other mutants today. I thought about a Fu, which also woke up at some point and started having opinions, and I filed it under things happening to my animals that nobody has explained to me. From her south window, the green patch was tall, 3 floors, top 10 of jungle area 187. If it is an ordinary house, I said, we simply take it. If it is a 3-story house, we plan carefully. I made her stay home, not because she is useless. Because I have already learned what happens when you walk up to the front door of somebody in a region's top 10. If I had not had enhanced hearing on the day I met Jiang Qin, I would be a corpse in a bush right now. And my own house is proof of the general principle. Even with me away, it has armor, 4 automatic crossbows, a mutated bat, a mutated pangolin, and a plant heart that will strike before anything reaches the trunk. I do not know how I would take my own treehouse. So I left the wolf several hundred meters out, because he is covered in blood patterns and other people's automatic crossbows will not check whose side he is on, and went in on foot in armor the color of roadside stone. I got close, and Coco patted my face and hid behind a tree. A head came out of a first-floor window with a bow on it. Who is there? Come out! Do not shoot, I shouted, with my hands up. One of your own? Region 187. Then, because my armor stops arrows and my mouth had gotten me this far. My treehouse is northwest. My name is Song Tao. He went inside to check the name. I stood in the open and glared at Coco until it pulled its head back behind the tree. He came back with a test. Who is the leader in our area who saved your life? And how many of us are left? It was Boss Wu Hao who gave me a plant heart fragment and saved my life, I said. There are over 800 of us left, and all of them were saved by Boss Wu Hao. He relaxed and put the bow away, and told me his name was Wang Jun, and that I would have heard of him. I widened my eyes and told him he was one of the top 10. He preened for about 2 seconds. Then he stopped. Wait, How does someone outside the top 10 know that people from other areas are enemies? Boss Hao only told the top 10. Are you lying to me? Are you top 10 too? What are you hiding? That is a genuinely sharp man, and he had me cold. What are you talking about, big shot? I said, injured. I hang around with Jiang Qin. Sister Qin told me. Jiang Qin, he said. Let me verify that. Annie opened his watch to message her. Meanwhile, in my living room, 30 kilometers away, Jiang Qin was lying on my sofa, avoiding the job I had given her. She got a private message from a man she had never spoken to in her life, asking whether Song Tao was her subordinate, and she took it apart in about 2 seconds. Song Tao had posted in her group 10 minutes ago. From home. He has a green watch. He physically cannot talk to anybody while outside his treehouse. And Song Tao has never once called her Sister Qin in his life. He is one of those men who says your name too often. This is fake, she thought. Then, wait. Who else in this world has read my group chat? What does the man on your side look like? She wrote, quite handsome. Strange clothes, never seen anything like them. A bit like the stones by the side of a road. That is Wang Kai. She sat on my sofa and seriously considered burning me. 2 things stopped her, and only one of them was the contract. The contract made betrayal subjectively impossible, the way a doctor with genuine professional ethics cannot commit murder on an operating table even when the patient is a personal enemy. And the second thing was arithmetic. She believed that if I die, she dies. She also, and she was extremely clear about this later, hates the wristband more than she has ever hated anything, and one day intends to destroy it. So, she did not blow my cover, she improved it. That is him, she wrote to Wang Jun. I did tell him the surroundings are full of enemies. By the way, he is the man I have set my eyes on. If you lay a hand on him, you can deal with the consequences yourself. My ranking is several places above yours. I will help him, she thought, and then take the credit when he gets back. Wang Jun's head came out of the window, looking devastated. Brother, he said, you are amazing. I was genuinely confused, and my confusion was the most convincing thing I did all day. It is good to be handsome, he said bitterly. You can get a top 5 woman in the entire area to take a liking to you. Sigh. I do not want to work hard anymore. I scratched my head and explained that we had traded once during the newbie period and it had grown from there. Brother Fan, he said, waving me away. Hurry up and leave. I cannot afford to offend you. I tried mutant meat on him. He looked at it and swallowed. He had not eaten meat in days, and then his caution beat his stomach. Forget it. Jiangxin probably gave you that. How would somebody who barely scraped the top 100 have meat? Keep it so she does not come after me. Go away. He would not come down. Not for meat, not for company, not for a man he had just confirmed was one of his own. He also let something slip. He was terrified of the treehouse to his north. A woman in full steel plate riding an enormous mutated cow. He had checked the leaderboards for Area 188 names, found exactly one woman among them, and concluded she was Shuling. She is not. She is a 19-year-old who did not want to bother anybody. He had not stepped out of his door all day because of her. Then I proposed the deal. We take care of your northern problem together. The house comes to us. Everything inside it is yours. He was tempted enough to argue about the split, and we settled it. And then I set the trap that mattered. Do not send me private messages, I said. Seriously. Sister Qin says she will be reviewing my message history when we meet. Anyone who has messaged me and is still alive will be. I drew a finger across my throat. Because if he ever messaged the real Song Tao, this entire thing collapses in one line. He went white. I have been standing here talking to you face to face for 20 minutes. It is fine, I said. I will explain it to her. I came to you. Then I walked back into the trees, went several hundred meters, confirmed he could no longer see me, and laughed until I had to lean on the wolf. Coco, I said. How was my acting? Coco gave me a thumbs up with one paw. Liu Wei had already crossed into Yufen's protection zone from the east and was bringing a prisoner with him. The man's house had no armor and no crossbows, and he had agreed to dismantle it and follow within about a minute of being asked. So, the two of us had ridden across half a region and resolved, between us, exactly nobody. Chen Hua asked whether we could stop at my treehouse on the way west, and I hesitated, because there was a woman locked in my living room, and there is no version of that sentence that sounds innocent. Never mind, she said, and the light went out of her face for exactly 1 second before she put the smile back on. Finding Sister Hua matters more anyway. Then she rode behind me for 20 minutes without saying a single word, which from her is a scream. So I told her. Let me tell you a story, I said, and told her the whole of the previous day in the third person, quietly, over my shoulder, while a wolf carried us both through a bare jungle. The ambush, the performance, the tears on cue, the contract. I got to the end. So, she said, the woman who tried to kill him is now living in his treehouse. Yes. So nothing actually happened between the two of them. Of course not. She laughed, and it was over. Then she took the reins of an animal that is not hers and shouted, "Silver King, north, let us go," and Silver King went. Because he had heard me say north 30 seconds earlier, and she nearly went off the back. This little rich girl, I thought, catching her, is extremely easy to look after. Something started happening to Silver King about 10 kilometers on. His patterns brightened. He accelerated. He had been carrying 2 adults in armor for most of a day, and he was getting faster, and he was not tired. The last time his patterns lit like that, we were crossing the red fog. I stopped him. There was nothing around us, a bare jungle in every direction and a small 2-story treehouse a few hundred meters ahead, with 2 wooden crossbows on it. Silver King, do you feel anything? He looked back at me and made a completely blank noise. He did not feel a thing. And then the patterns faded on their own. Chen Hua called up at the little house, and both crossbows swung onto us instantly. "Who is that? What do you want?" It was a woman, and there was more fear than threat in it. "Do not panic," I said. "I am Wang Kai, and this is Chen Hua. You will have heard of us." There was a silence. Wang Kai, Chen Hua, you are from the Explorers. Her name was He Yan. She was about Chen Hua's age, and she was wearing a green leather set that was not keeping her warm. She led us into a treehouse of maybe 20 square meters that was the tidiest room I have seen in this world. Table, chairs, a small bed under the window, and a fireplace taking up an entire wall with a fire in it. "Your place is nicer than mine," said Chen Hua, and meant it. "It is based on a room in my house on Earth," said He Yan. If I had not built something that felt like home, I think I would have fallen apart. She asked to pet Coco. Coco was asleep, so I told her she could get away with it if she was quick, and she did. And Coco woke up, went up my back, and shouted at her from behind my shoulder. She laughed. And while she was laughing, a tear went down her face. Here is the thing I had not understood until that afternoon. And I had been in this world for as long as she had. She does not have a blue watch. Outside her own treehouse, she cannot speak to another human being, not to ask for help, not to warn anybody, not at all. Every event I went through with a group chat open, she went through in complete silence. The dungeon, the bats, or whatever her version of the bats was, the night of the flood on her own, in the dark, with no idea whether anyone anywhere was still alive. For those of us who could actually survive here, the greatest enemy of the first stage was never the events. It was your own head. And I only got through mine because there is a small animal that talks nonsense at me all day, and because a girl 30 kilometers east called me every single night to complain about ore. "Do not cry," said Chen Hua, holding her hand. "From today, you are not doing any of it alone." Then we told her the truth about parasitic treehouses, and Chen Hua insisted on it. Not just the restricted functions, all of it. That the host can enter whenever he likes, read her screen, read her messages, and hand her home to somebody else while she is standing in it. Liu Wei never put that in the public channel because he was afraid of the rumors it would start. She sat with it. "If it used to be like an employer and an employee," she said slowly, "this is more like a parent and a child who is not old enough to leave. And without family feeling or law, it is not really different from owning a person." Then she looked at Chen Hua. "Can I come to your protection zone instead?" "Of course," said Chen Hua, and then immediately, "But I have to tell you, my whole place is mining and smelting. Can you actually do that?" "I can do anything," said He Yan. "I just want to survive alongside the right people." She had studied animal science on Earth. She grew up in the countryside keeping chickens and ducks. In a world where we are all between 18 and 30, and nobody has finished learning anything yet, that makes her a specialist. "We are coming back this way," I told her. "Keep your watch on. Watch the ground around your house and tell me if anything is strange." And as we left, the patterns on Silver King lit up again, right there in her front yard, and Coco scratched at them with one paw. Something in that patch of ground makes mutants stronger. Specifically, I think their endurance, which would be worth very little to Silver King and everything to Mimi, whose one flaw is that it is a cat and runs out of breath, and which would also be worth a great deal to whoever else works out that it is there. Yufeng had gone quiet, not slow to answer, silent, nothing in the group, nothing in private, not one word since she said she was going west to check whether her protection zone connected. Her east was handled, her north and south were empty. There was exactly one direction left, and we were riding into it. Then I saw the house ahead of us properly, and my stomach dropped. 2 floors, and the canopy was packed with heavy crossbows, more of them than Jiang Qin had, more than Chen Hua has. I had made the same mistake she had. 2 floors means bad luck at the start. It does not mean weak, and you cannot buy that many crossbows from anybody. That is somebody's personal ability. We left the wolf and went in on foot, stepping where there were no leaves, and Coco scratched at the air. Through the bushes, in the middle of 100 meters of cleared ground, Yufeng was sitting on the earth. blue steel plate, the set I had forged that morning, already dented and scratched and filthy. She was breathing hard and holding her chest and coughing. There were more than 20 crossbow bolts standing in the ground around her. The armor was doing its job, which is the cruel part. A bolt from a green crossbow cannot punch through blue steel, but a heavy bolt is not a blade, it is a hammer. It does not cut the person inside the plate. It picks them up and puts them on the ground, and it does that to the ribs and the joints from the inside. Her shoulder was already broken when we got there. "Is there any point to this?" she called up at the house. "Are you just playing with me?" "That is right," said a voice from a window. "I am playing with you. Why would I kill you? Once you cannot stand up anymore, I will come down and take everything you own, and that will be far more entertaining. Keep going. That armor is holding up beautifully." And another bolt went out and put her on the ground again. Then she ran, and I watched a man do something I could not do. 3 bolts left that house at once, and landed in the ground in front of her, in a line, cutting off her escape, close enough to make her stop dead, and the 4th hit her in the shoulder. 3 heavy crossbows firing simultaneously, from 3 separate mounts, each one aimed. I have 4 of those on my own house, and every one of them is worked by a lever on the wall. I cannot fire 2 at the same time. Nobody can move between them fast enough to make 3 bolts land together. Chen Hua went for her crossbow, and I caught her wrist. Wait, he does not want to kill her right now. If you shoot and he sees there are more of us, he might change his mind. She bit her lip until it went white and did not shoot. Yu Fin, meanwhile, was quietly saving her own life. I watched her palm a pill into her mouth in the middle of a roll and get up moving properly again. And the man above could not see it, and I could. She had been out there for nearly an hour. She could not call for help because opening her watch lights up a screen, and every time she tried, he shot at it. And under blue steel plate, with a broken shoulder, she had not made one sound. She is tougher than she thinks she is, and she will not be told. The 2 of us crossed the open ground behind the house, in his blind spot, while he was busy admiring himself. Yu Fen saw us and nearly gave the whole thing away, because from where she was sitting, 2 idiots had just walked into a 100-meter kill zone in full view of the man who owned it. I signed to her. It took her a while to read it, and then her eyes changed. Do what he asked. Take the armor off, throw the bag, pretend. She took a breath and started shouting. "I surrender. I will do what you said. Stop shooting." She threw her pack a dozen meters. Then she took the steel plate off, piece by piece, and each piece rang on the ground. Underneath, her blue leather was stained through in several places. Under the plate, the whole time. "Yes," said the voice, delighted. "Closer. Come closer where I can see you." And then, finally, he could not stand it, and he came down out of his own tree on the roots with a blade in his hand and both eyes on her. Now. The halberd took the root tendrils off above his head while he was still in the air, because a survivor underneath his own canopy is fused with the house and can move it with a thought, and I was not fighting a building. The life came up the shaft and into me, and my head cleared. Chen Hua shot him through the arm from 6 meters. The blade went one way, and he went the other. Then I kicked him, with a full day of strength enhancement behind it, and he left the canopy entirely and landed about 12 meters out, and rolled and stopped. That might have been slightly too hard, I said. I probably should not have killed him outright. Yu Fen took 2 steps toward Chen Hua, and her legs folded. "I am fine," she said from the ground, laughing. "The injuries have healed. Did you forget what I do? It is just what happens after you stop being frightened. Then, quieter. It was my fault. I thought too highly of human nature. It seems I am really not suited to fighting." Coco went over to the man on the ground and rearranged his face with several enthusiastic swipes, and I let it get 4 in before I picked it up. That is enough. A few scratches will do. Then I stood over him and could not make the arithmetic work. Green leather armor, green tools, a green backpack, not one blue fruit anywhere on him. He screamed like a child when the halberd took a strip out of his leg, and Yu Fen had spent an hour being knocked flat and had not made a sound. He was nothing. He was one of the weakest men I have met in this world. And 20 minutes earlier, he had put 3 heavy bolts in front of a running woman at 80 meters and then hit her shoulder with the 4th. So either that is his ability, or it is not his at all. I looked up at the crossbows in his canopy. They were green, the cheapest ones in existence. "I have a few questions," I told him. "Answer them well, and you might keep your life." He looked up at 3 people standing over him, and his face came apart, and out of it came the oldest line in the world. "You cannot do this to me. My big brother will kill you." His big brother. Everybody in this world has a big brother. Mine is a crocodile. But I will admit that I stopped, standing over a man who could not aim a crossbow and had somehow aimed 3 at once, and thought, all right, now it gets interesting. That was day 16. 16 days ago, I woke up on a slab of stone in a jungle with no water, no food, no bag, and a plan so small it fit into a knotted shirt. I spent that first night in a hole that belonged to a bear, and the only reason nothing ate me is that something had taken all the bears away for 72 hours as a courtesy. Tonight, my house is 9 kilometers of country with a heart beating under it. There is a wolf king on my living room floor, and a cheetah putting holes in my flooring, and a pangolin dynasty in the basement. The strongest woman in the region calls me Brother Kai. The second strongest man in the world tidied my hair before letting me meet a girl. 3,000 people are alive in jungle area. 188, who would not otherwise be, and every one of them is now, whether they know it or not, the only team I am ever going to get. That is the part I can be pleased about. Here is the part I think about at night. Somewhere under the northwest of my own territory, there is a hill with a mouth I mine salt out of, and a ridge shaped like the bridge of a nose, and 2 hollows with a crooked tree growing over each of them, like an eyebrow. If that head belongs to a body, the body is 400 meters tall, and it has been lying under my kitchen the entire time. And in the middle of my lake, there is a python that has looked at my treehouse 3 times. Not at me, at the house. Once on the first night the world stopped protecting us. Once while a 20-meter crocodile had it by the flank. Once with its own blood in the water. 3 times, in the middle of things that had nothing to do with me at all. Everything else in this world wants to eat me, or trade with me, or beat me to the top of a list. That thing keeps